Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Lost Final Battle with Shigaraki and joined Asriel Dreemurr movie. Before we start, please go support Mhan1NT3ND0 fan for writing that awesome fanfic. The war has ended, but the heroes have failed. The plan to save Tomura Shigaraki could not have been put into action as Izuku Midoriya was fatally wounded by All for One. Everyone has died. His friends, his family, and very soon, he will too. But as he makes his escape, he falls down into the underground, where he meets a talking flower. Join Asriel as he starts a path of redemption and to save the world, a hero's best friend. It's all over. The war has finished. The heroes have lost. All for One has taken over Japan. And Izuku Midoriya aka Deku is on death's door. His plan to save Tenko Shimura could not have been put into action and everyone fighting alongside him has died. Izuku was forced to flee, but it didn't help much. He ran as fast as he could but didn't realize that he was heading to a mountain. He went inside a cave in the mountain and slipped and fell in the hole. He couldn't use his float quirk because he couldn't concentrate. Izuku landed on a flower bed and died. What? You expect me to believe a bed of flowers broke his fall? That's like what? 1,000 feet? A bed of flowers isn't going to save him from a 1,000-foot fall. Not now, Char 35. This is not the video. Everything wrong with Undertale in 49 minutes. Take 2. Izuku landed on a bed of flowers which broke his fall. But he didn't have long before he would die. He needed to find a successor. And fast. Otherwise, One for All would be lost forever. As he trudged forward, he found a flower with a face. Howdy. I'm Flowey. Flowey the flower. Golly. What happened to you? Are you okay? Izuku, no, I'm not. I've lost everything. My friends, my family, and I'm about to lose my life. Flowey couldn't help but feel sorry for him. After everything he went through with a human named Frisk, he was able to regain his emotions somewhat. He had become more kind-hearted about everything. Flowey, golly. I am so sorry. I wish I could do something about this. Izuku then falls on his knees gasping for air. Izuku, there is one thing. I have to pass on my quirk before I die. Flowey, quirk? What's a quirk? Izuku, to put it simply, a quirk is a superpower. I have a quirk that can be passed on to others. But I don't have much time left to transfer it, so anyone will do. Please, Flowey. I need your help. Flowey thought about this for a moment. This all sounded too good to be true. But if he could fulfill at least one man's dying wish, he would gladly atone for what he did. Flowey, alright. I accept. So how does this work? Izuku, you won't like it. Izuku then plucks off a piece of hair from his broccoli-looking head. Izuku, eat this. Flowey, I'm sorry. What? Izuku, the power can only be inherited if you swallow some of my DNA. At least I don't use a lot of conditioner like my predecessor did when I ate his hair. Flowey, sign up the grossest thing I've eaten. Flowey then eats the piece of hair. Flowey, your hair tastes like broccoli. Izuku chuckles. Izuku, thank you, Flowey. And sorry for burdening you with this power. Flowey didn't know what he meant by that, but he didn't care. Whatever the burden he was talking about, he would do whatever it takes. After that, Izuku collapsed and died. Flowey, poor kid. Whatever happened to him must have been bad. I wish I could have done more. Flowey decided to give a moment of silence for the young boy who had died. That moment turned into a few hours. Flowey was ready to move on, but then Flowey felt a pain in his stem. Flowey, gack. What the? What is this feeling in my stem? And why does it feel so familiar? As he thought about it, Flowey and the entire room he was in was engulfed in a rainbow light. Flowey, what the? What's happening? After a couple minutes the light died down, and Flowey was gone, but in his place was a new creature. Ow. Golly. What was that? The new creature rubbed his head with his paw before realizing something. He had arms and paws. He then looked down at his arms and paws. Then his legs. What? And no way. How is this possible? I am Asriel again. I'm Asriel again. Asriel was crying in tears of joy at being alive once again. He then turned to Izuku's dead body. Asriel, thank you, human. It's too bad I can't thank you personally, I never even got to know your name. Asriel then buried Izuku in the grass patch that he was sitting on, and then he heard a voice. So, you're the 10th user, huh? Asriel looked around to find no one there. Asriel, who said that? Just then, a man popped out of his body. Well, a spirit, really? I am Yoichi Shigaraki. And I am the first user of One for All. Asriel, golly. Wait. One for All. Is that the name of the quirk that I was given? Yoichi, indeed. And you are now the 10th user of One for All. Allow me to tell you of its origins. Yoichi then explains everything about One for All's origins and about All for One. Asriel, so you're saying that it's my duty to stop this evil? I don't think I can do it. Human souls are much more powerful than monster souls. I mean, every monster soul and the underground souls combined would only be of equal power to one human soul. And that was before Quirks existed. Yoichi, you aren't alone in all this. When a user of One for All dies, their soul gets transported into the vestige world of the quirk. Something then clicked inside of Asriel. Asriel, wait, how many users of One for All are still alive? Yoichi, only one. You, Asriel, that means by inheriting the quirk I absorbed 9 human souls. Yoichi, yup. That's correct. Asriel, that explains how I'm back in my true form. I absorbed 9 human souls. And I know from experience that when a monster absorbs a human soul, that monster becomes a being of incredible power. So with a total of 9, maybe I can win. Yoichi, just don't lose hope. However, you can't use One for All yet. Asriel, huh? Why not? Yoichi, your body is not yet strong enough to handle the immense power of the quirk. As you are right now, if you so much as tried to use it, your arms and legs would shoot right off of your body. Asriel, golly. Yoichi, golly indeed. You'll need to train your body a lot. 10th. Asriel, got it. Thanks for the advice. Just then, footsteps were heard as a woman who looked a lot like Asriel was coming out. Asriel, oh. I completely forgot about Mom. How am I going to explain this to her? Yoichi, don't worry, 10th. We're with you. Always. Yoichi's spirit then went into Asriel as the goat woman, Toriel, came out. Toriel, greetings, child. I am the caretaker of the RU. Toriel then sees Asriel as she freezes up and covers her mouth. Toriel, Asriel? My child, is it really you? Toriel was on the verge of tears. Asriel, well, I'm as real as it gets. Heh. Toriel then rushes towards Asriel and hugs him while crying a lot. She didn't want to let go, as if this was all just some cruel joke, and the moment she let go, he would disappear. Toriel is the one who's crying. Toriel, my child. Sniff, you're alive. How are you alive? Asriel didn't know what to say. But then a spirit came out of Asriel's body. This time it was a woman. Go ahead, 10th. She deserves to know the truth. This didn't go unnoticed by Toriel. Toriel, who are you? Wait, you can see me? But I'm a ghost. Toriel, you're not the first ghost I've met. Now please, young lady, answer my question. My name is Nana Shimura. And I'll let your son tell you everything. Asriel, are you sure about this? Nana just looks at him and smiles. Nana, yeah? She deserves to know how you're alive. Asriel, alright. Here's the thing, Mom. Asriel then explains to her about One for All and how he got it. But he forgot to tell her about the dead 9th user. Toriel, so you have to fight this great evil? No. Asriel, Mom. Please. I don't like the idea of fighting off against someone that strong either. Trust me. I get it. But if I don't stop him, he'll kill countless lives. Both human and monster. He won't stop, and I'm the only one who can stop him. Toriel wanted to say something. To tell her son that there has to be a better way, but she would just be lying to herself and her son. She knew that he was the only one who could defeat him. It hurt her to know that there was no other way. But she had no choice but to accept it. Toriel then smiled and chuckled lightly. Asriel, Mom? Toriel, you always did have the desire to be a hero. I know I can't stop you from doing this, but Asriel, now, Mom. I never said I'm just going to march out of the underground right now and deal with All for One right this second. I can't even use this new power just yet. I need to train to be able to use it without losing my you-know-what. I'm just not going to say it. Toriel, sigh, alright, son. I'll help you train your magic so that you can use this new quirk, starting tomorrow. Asriel, actually, Mom, I need to train my body physically. Put on some muscle. And lots of it. And no offense, Mom, but I don't think you fit the qualifications of training me physically. Toriel, ouch, but I understand. You're right, my child. Maybe Undyne could teach you. Asriel, I guess she's pretty crazy. But if there is anyone who can train me to get stronger, it's her. Toriel, then, my child, we will go to her tomorrow. By the way, where is the human who saved you? Asriel looked down. He then dug up Izuku out of his burying spot. Toriel just covered her mouth. Toriel, oh no! What happened? Asriel, All for One happened. The human was fighting All for One, but he lost. Badly. He lost his friends, his family, and now his life. Before he died, he passed One for All on to me. I owe him my life. And I will make sure to do what he wasn't able to, stop All for One and save Tenko Shimura. Nana, hey 10th, Asriel, yeah? 9th wants you to take his cape. As a way to send a message to all villains out there. That even though the hero known as Deku is gone, there is a brand new hero that will go beyond. Asriel nodded and took Izuku's cape and wrapped it around himself. He then reburies Izuku. Asriel, Deku, huh? Well, Deku, I will gladly take this cape and honor the incredible hero that you are. I promise to go beyond. Nana plus Ultra. Toriel plus Ultra? Nana, that's the motto of 9th school. Also, his name is actually Izuku Midoriya. Deku is just his hero name. Asriel nods and turns to Toriel. Toriel, I just have one question, my child. Why did you choose to bury him here? Asriel, because this was where we met. Do you remember that flower that tried to kill Frisk? That was me. Asriel started to cry, but then Toriel pulled him into another war embrace. Toriel, Asriel, I still love you. I can tell you weren't completely in the right mindset. So I forgive you. I'm just happy to have my son back again. This made Asriel happy as he returned the hug. He then grabs her hand or paw. Asriel, alright. I'm ready to go home. And so the mother and son walked to their home in the ruins. Soon, Asriel Dreemurr will become the biggest threat to evil of all time. A hero to all. Asriel, one day, I will become a symbol of hopes and dreams. Journey to Waterfall and meeting Undyne. It's a new day. It's a happy time. At least in the underground. Up on the surface is a completely different story. But that's going to be a different chapter. Now let's check up on the 10th one for all user who has just woken up. Asriel, Yon, where am I? Oh. I'm home. Asriel then looks down at his paws and smiles. Asriel, so it wasn't a dream. Thank you, Izuku. Asriel then walks out of his old room and sees his mother reading up on a book of dreams and what they mean. Asriel, guess she thinks yesterday was just a dream as well. Can't say I blame her. Good morning, Mom. Toriel, so it wasn't a dream. Good morning, Asriel. Toriel then hugs Asriel. Toriel, so are you ready to go to Waterfall to train with Undyne? Asriel, of course I am. I'm excited to be able to use this new power of mine. Just then, a new spirit comes out of Asriel. Even if you do, kid, you'll still have to be careful of your power output. After all, the more it's passed down, the stronger it becomes. Asriel, it's not always like that. Banjo, Sai, no, why do fans of this fandom always think that? No. It's not like that. Asriel, he can break the fourth wall too. Toriel, may I ask your name? Name's Daigaro Banjo. I'm the 5th user of One for All. And unless this Undyne chick is some kind of super crazy soldier that would suplex a boulder just bows she can, you will not be able to use One for All within the first day of training. Asriel and Toriel's sweat dropped at that because the description fits Undyne perfectly. Toriel, anyways, let's go. But Asriel? Asriel, yes, Mom? Toriel, everyone knows that you died. The monsters in the ruins are already in complete shock seeing that the long-dead prince has come back to life. You'll have to be prepared for a lot of questions from the other monsters. Asriel, I'm not as shy as I used to be, Mom. I can handle it. But first, do we have any spray paint? Toriel, yes. But why? Asriel, well, the cape I got from Izuku's corpse. I want to make it green. Daigoro, and why's that, kid? Asriel, to honor Izuku by using his color for the cape. Daigoro, seems like a noble reason to me. After that, Toriel got the spray paint from the room that was under renovation. Asriel then spray paints the cape and wraps it around himself. Asriel, alright. I'm ready. Let's go. And with that, the two left the ruins and went to Snowdin. Asriel, you know, if I were still a flower, I would be freezing right now. Hey, Mom? Toriel, yes, my child? Asriel, I'm gonna go on ahead and get to Waterfall as fast as I can. Asriel then rushes off. Toriel, my child. Wait. Toriel then runs after Asriel. As Asriel is running, he bumps into someone. Asriel, ow. Sorry, sir. Are you? Asriel then sees who he ran into as fear came to him. Asriel, crud. It's Sans. Sans heh. No problem, kiddo. I'm Sans. Sans the skeleton. Asriel, you are and nice to meet you SS Sans. Sans, that expression. Asriel, Sans, like a weed who's been pruned before. Asriel, gulp W8 Sans. I am not going to hurt anyone. I swear on my life. Please don't kill me. Sans, why should I believe you after all the times you killed Paps? Just then, a spirit comes out of Asriel. I suggest leaving him alone. Sans was surprised by what he was seeing. Sans Wadash? Who are you? I'm Entaiyatai. And this kid has changed. Trust me, Sans Kid? I owe you an apology. I don't know what came over me. How about we start over with a nice handshake? Sans then reaches his hand out and Asriel takes it. Sans heh. The old whoopee cushion in the hand trick. It's always funny. Anyways, nice to meet ya, I'm Sans. Sans the skeleton. Asriel, here goes. Howdy, Sans. I'm Asriel Dreemurr. It's nice to meet you. Toriel, Asriel. Toriel has caught up with Asriel. Toriel, please, Asriel. Don't do that again. Oh? Sans? It's nice to see you again. Wait, why are you back down here? Sans Hayatori. Author's note. This will not have Soriel. I'm sorry to the Soriel fans, but I'm not a fan of the ship. In my opinion, Sans only calls Toriel that because he's too lazy to call her by full name. I'm more of a Franz shipper, and I know. A lot of people comment on Frisk being just a kid. To which I'm going to say, we don't exactly know that. Frisk's age was never specified. Frisk could be an adult who's a midget for all we know. I mean, Sans is like the same size as Frisk, but we all know he's an adult. Although this fanfic won't have any Franz. Sans, as to why I'm down here again? To be honest with ya, the surface world has gotten way too dangerous recently. I don't know how, but so many buildings, cities, and people have been destroyed. Asriel, all for one. Sans who? Asriel. A lot has changed in human society since we were locked away. 80% of the population now has superpowers, or quirks as they call it. Sans, guess there must be a lot of quirky people nowadays. Toriel starts to laugh. Asriel, Sans. As much as I appreciate my mom laughing at your jokes, this is serious. Sans, come on, Azzy. I thought you'd be in a better mood after being deflowered. Toriel stopped laughing for 2 reasons. 1. That flower joke was on a personal level. 2. Only one person calls Asriel, Azzy. Asriel, Sans. Sans, right? Sorry. Continue. Asriel, anyways, there's a man known as All for One who has the quirk called All for One. Sans, he was named after his quirk? Asriel, not exactly. No one knows his real name. Anyways, All for One enables the user to steal the quirks of others. Sans, yikes. And I'm assuming he's one of the bad guys. Asriel, yep. Well, mostly. Asriel then tells Sans about Tomura Shigaraki, and how it's up to Asriel to stop All for One and save Tomura. Sans, that sure is a lot to handle. But that expression on your face. Sans, you aren't telling me the full story, are you? Asriel, no. I'm not. And I can't tell you. Sans, why not? Asriel, because the full story would involve me revealing something that I have to keep secret. I have only told my mom about it. And that's because she is family. But you and I Sans' eyes go back to normal. Sans, it must be a real big secret if you won't tell me. I'll trust you on this. But I'm willing to bet that the purple ninja over there is involved with it. And that is correct. Sorry, Sans. Sans meh. It's cool. So are you planning to fight All for One right away? Asriel, no way. I'm not ready just yet. Right now, Mom and I are going to Waterfall to meet up with Undyne so she can train my physical body. Sans, train your physical body. Interesting. Lucky for you, I know a shortcut. Just follow me. And so Asriel and Toriel follow Sans as he takes them straight to Waterfall where Undyne and Papyrus are talking about cooking. Sans, sup bro? Papyrus, Sans? What are you doing here? Wowie. You brought Ascari's clone. Everyone's sweat drops at this because Toriel has been mistaken for a clone of Ascari by Papyrus before. Papyrus, wowie. Another Ascari clone. And he's so little too. Everyone's sweat drops once again. Then Undyne noticed that the boy Papyrus was talking about looked like Asriel from the pictures in Ascari's home. Undyne, hold on. This little squirt looks like Toriel, Asriel? Undyne, yeah? How'd? Toriel, because that's who he is. Undyne stared in surprise. Asriel was rubbing his head. Sans was trying to keep himself awake. And Papyrus just looked confused. Papyrus, who's Asriel? Undyne, the prince of all monsters. He is Asgari's son. But I thought he died. Asriel, it's a long story that I'm unfortunately not allowed to tell you. Just then, another spirit emerged from Asriel. Undyne, holy crap, Toriel. Undyne? Undyne looks at Toriel, who is giving her a death glare. A much more terrifying death glare than usual. Toriel, never curse in front of my child. Understand? Undyne, why yes ma'am. Yikes. Glad I never made my mother angry like that. Anyways, my name is Heikid Shinomori. And I trust that you can keep a secret? Undyne, I'm sure. I've kept many secrets before. Papyrus, Nyeehehe. The great Papyrus is incredible at everything, including keeping secrets. Nyeehehe. Sans, I can keep secrets. Besides, Papyrus, don't. Sans, I'm too much. Papyrus, stop. Sans of a. Papyrus, Sans, I swear if you. Sans, lazybones to spill the beans to anyone. Silence. That's all that was heard until Papyrus. Papyrus then starts chasing after Sans in pure rage while the others just watch, including the other one for all users. Asriel, should we? Toriel and Undyne, no. After 5 minutes of chasing around, Sans and Papyrus went back to the others as they got ready to hear the secret. Heikid then told the three who didn't know about One for All everything there is to know about One for All for One, and Tomura Shigaraki. Sans, wow. I can see why you didn't want to tell us. Heikid, there are still a few more people in the underground that we need to tell about One for All. Undyne, hang on. Isn't that dangerous to do? Aren't you just revealing everything to everyone carelessly now? Heikid, a lot of people on the surface already know about One for All. But we are only telling the monsters that we know we can trust to keep a secret about One for All. We did some research and chose 2 more monsters to tell about One for All. Alphys and Asgari. Sans, wait. What about Metaton? Heikid, we don't trust him to not publicize this. Sans, smart. Undyne, so what do you need me for? Asriel, I need you to train me physically so that I can use One for All without my limbs exploding when I try to use it. Can you do that? Undyne, Of course I can do that, punk. By the end of the week, you'll be having an 8-pack. Get ready because your mega hellish training starts now. Asriel, oh golly. What have I gotten myself into? And so, Asriel began the harshest training in existence ever. Training and getting used to One for All. Training with Undyne was pure hell. Undyne wasn't kidding when she said he would have an 8-pack by the end of the week. Now, you might be wondering how that was possible. Well, I'll tell you. The first thing she had Asriel do was run from Waterfall to the beginning of the ruins and back 10 times. Which was hard enough on its own, but to make matters worse, she had Asriel lug a 600-kilogram boulder during all that. And this was only the beginning. She then had Asriel do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Asriel felt like quitting every single moment of this. But his friends, and the vestiges of One for All were all cheering him on, encouraging him. Especially Izuku. Asriel refused to give up. He fought on and did his training. However, he had to do this a total of 7 times. Every day of the week. It was torture for him. But he had been through worse. Much worse. He could endure. Undyne, keep it up, punk! Show us your Saitama. Papyrus, come on kid Asgari. I believe in you. Toriel, Asriel. You are doing so well. Never lose hope. Sans, keep it up, kiddo. Keep working yourself down to the bone. Papyrus, SAANNNNNSSSSS. Every day, the training got easier and easier every day, and by the end of the week, Asriel's body had become a proper vessel for One for All. Asriel, phew. Golly, that was hard. Asriel was then pulled into a headlock by Undyne and was being noogied. Undyne, great job, punk. I knew you had it in you. Come on. Let out your war cry. Gah, Asriel, RAAH. Asriel, I wonder if I can use One for All now. Just then, another spirit came out of Asriel. You are definitely ready. Asriel, who are you? My name is Bruce. And I'm the 3rd user of One for All. And you are now ready to use One for All. But be careful. There is a major backlash. Asriel, gotcha. Thank you, Bruce. Bruce, no problem, kid. Toriel, so, how are we going to do this? Undyne, how about he takes a swing at me? Asriel, bad idea. Keep in mind that this quirk has been stockpiling power for a long time. And all the previous users were humans. It's quite possible that I could end up killing you with it. We need to find something expendable to use it on. Papyrus, how about the boulder you were carrying around? Toriel, seems like it's worth a try. Asriel, alright. Here goes nothing. Asriel then charges up One for All in his arm and rushes at the boulder. Asriel, snowed in smash. As soon as he hit the boulder, it shattered into a million pieces and a massive shockwave was sent through waterfall. Toriel, Sans, Papyrus, and Undyne were all gobsmacked by what they just saw. The power behind that one punch was incredible. Undyne, what the hell? That was amazing. Papyrus, wowie. So that's One for All? Sans, now that's some impressive power. Toriel, Asriel, I'm so proud of you. Asriel, gh. The four monsters were confused as to why Asriel was screaming until they saw his arm, which was red, swollen, and bending the wrong way. Papyrus, wowie. I didn't know Asriel's arm could bend like that. Sans, paps? It's not supposed to. Undyne, geez. Are you okay, punk? Toriel, my child. Don't worry. I'll heal you up. Toriel rushed over to Asriel and healed him up. Asriel, golly. That was painful. What happened? Then, another spirit came out of Asriel. That was the backlash of One for All's power. Sans, and you are? Kudo. I'm the second user of One for All. Asriel, wait. So every time I use this power, I will break my bones? Kudo, not exactly. Your body just can't handle One for All at 100%. After all the training you did, I believe you can use 12% of One for All's power. It may not seem like much, but trust me, it will be of great use. Toriel, I guess the more he trains with it, the more power he can use. Kudo, exactly. Papyrus, but how can he limit his power? Sans, give me a break. How should I know? Papyrus, my god, Sans. Toriel, hang on. Asriel, what is it, Mom? Toriel, I feel as though you shouldn't focus the power into just one single part of your body. It's like a stress doll. If you divert everything into one part, that part will break. Asriel, then what do I do? Toriel, instead of putting all the power into one part of your body, spread a little bit of power throughout your entire body. Not only will this keep your body from breaking, but it will also improve both your power and mobility. Asriel, I guess it's worth a shot. What's the worst that could happen? Papyrus, you could end up breaking every single bone in your body. Undyne, Papyrus, you aren't helping. Asriel, Psi plus Ultra. Asriel then spreads One for All through his entire body at only 12% as red veins appear around him before they disappear and are replaced by green lightning. Asriel's eyes also become green. Sans, wow. Incredible. Papyrus, wait, no pun? Sans, can't think of one. Undyne, give it a go, punk. Try running from here to the beginning of the ruins and back. Asriel nods and takes off with incredible speed. It took him only 57 seconds to get back to the others. Sans, you certainly seem to be lightning fast. Papyrus, not now. Toriel, thank goodness your bones are still intact. Asriel, I agree. It's a huge relief. Undyne, great job, punk. Now what? Asriel, now I train my magic. I've got a large variety of magic, but let's start off slow with my fire magic. Toriel, alright, my child. Let's see what you can do right now. Asriel then uses his fire magic. However, his fire magic went out of control. It was almost as if it had a mind of its own. Undyne, take cover. Undyne, Papyrus, and Sans jumped behind a rock while Toriel was freaking out with Asriel. Asriel, golly. How do I make this stop? Luckily, Asriel realized that because his emotions were out of control, so was his fire. When he used it, the images of everything he did as Flowey popped up in his mind and that sent his powers out of control. Acting fast, Asriel closed his eyes and took deep breaths. After that, the fire was gone. Toriel, Asriel. Are you alright? Asriel, yeah, Mom. I'm fine. What was that though? Daigoro, whoops. Asriel, what do you mean, whoops? Daigoro, we may have forgotten to mention that One for All has now strengthened your magic to unbelievable levels. All of your magic has become far stronger than any other monster. Undyne, great. Now you tell us. You couldn't have remembered it before we almost got burned alive? Sans, hey, at least you didn't become grilled fish. Toriel, this really isn't the time, Sans. Asriel wanted to say something but then, Asriel, hang on. You said that all of my magic has been strengthened beyond belief? Daigoro, yeah? That's what I said. Asriel, Mom? Toriel looked worried. Toriel, what is it, Asriel? Asriel, we need to go to Dad. Now, Toriel, why? Asriel, I'd rather show you than explain. Please, Mom. Toriel, alright. Let's go, Asriel. I'm sure your father will be happy to see you. Sans, Papyrus, Undyne, thank you for your help. And with that, Toriel and Asriel venture off to Ascari's reunions. In the throne room, a goat that looks like Asriel is busy watering flowers. Hum-dee-dum. The goat monster is so wrapped up in his gardening that he pays no attention to the sound of footsteps approaching him until they are right behind him. Oh? Just a minute. I'm almost done watering these flowers. The monster then finishes watering his flowers as he turns around to see his ex-wife. Toriel, it's been a while, Ascari. Ascari frowns and looks away. Ascari, howdy Toriel. Are you here to scold me or something like that? Toriel, sigh no. It actually wasn't my idea to come here. It was someone else's. Ascari, oh? Who might that be? Asriel then shows up from behind Toriel. Asriel, howdy, Dad. Ascari's eyes bulged out in disbelief. Ascari, my son. Is that you? Asriel, the one and only. It's been a while. Ascari then rushes to Asriel and gives him a bear hug while crying. Ascari, I miss you sniffs so much. Asriel, Cantbreathe. Toriel, Gory, please stop. You're choking him. Ascari puts Asriel down as the latter takes massive breaths of air. Ascari, hey, you haven't called me Gory in a while. I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss that. Toriel felt sad hearing that. She had stopped blaming Ascari for what had happened when she learned that all Ascari really wanted was for his people to have hope. She didn't know what to say, and Asriel decided to help get them back together. Asriel, hey Mom? Dad? I'm going to look around and see if anything has changed while I was gone. Toriel and Ascari, alright. Be safe, son. And with that, Asriel left the two alone. However, a new spirit comes out of Asriel. Asriel, Dali. Who are you? I am Vegeta. Take 2. Sorry, I am Toshinori Yagi, the 8th user of One for All. So, why did you want to come here? Asriel, you'll see. Asriel reaches the room where the barrier that kept the monsters trapped underground was and passes it. He then reaches a room that has 7 coffins. Toshinori, what are you going to do? Asriel walks towards the coffin with a red heart on it, and opens it to reveal the mummified corpse of a human. Asriel, I really hope this works. Asriel then places his paw on the corpse and begins to use his healing magic. After a minute, the corpse was engulfed in a bright light. Then a shockwave happened that knocked Asriel down. And then the corpse began to move. The corpse rose up and took off its mummified bandages to reveal a human girl who was not dead in the slightest. NGH, what the? What happened? Wait, where? Asriel, Chara. You're alive. It worked, Chara, Wadash? Ayazi? Is that really you? How is this possible? What's going on? Asriel then explained everything that happened during the past week. Chara, wow, that's a lot to take in. Well, I'm helping you out. Whether you like it or not. Asriel, yeah? I expected you to say that. I have no problem with it, but Mom and Dad might. Chara, fair point. But I can be persistent. Asriel, yeah? I know. Chara, should we go now? Asriel, no, not yet. There are still a few more things to do first. Asriel then walks to the other coffins and one by one, he resurrects the other fallen humans. Marine, Randy, Alina, Batty, Cody, Clover, Wadash? What the heck happened? Last thing I remembered, I gave up my soul to Martlet, Soroba, and Starlo and died. Wait, who are you guys? Cody, I'm Cody. Batty, name's Batty. Alina, I'm Alina. Randy, Randy's the name. Marine, hi, I am Marine. Clover, nice to meet you all. I'm Clover. Chara, and I'm Chara. The first human to fall in the underground. Welcome back to the land of the living. Silence was all that was heard until 6 fallen humans. WHAAT? Clover, how are we alive? Randy, this makes no sense. Chara, it's thanks to my brother. Marine, your brother? Asriel, howdy. I'm Asriel Dreemurr. And I brought you back to life. Nice to see you again. Marine, What do you mean by, again, Asriel? Oh. You remember that talking flower? Alina, yeah? Why, Asriel, that flower was me. Marine then hugged him because Flowey was helpful to them. Marine, so this is your real form? You're so fluffy. Randy, but how did you bring us back to life? Chara, I'm afraid that's a secret that we can't reveal to just anyone. Batty, makes sense to me. Chara, we'd better go see Dad. Clover, what? But he'll kill us. Chara, he would have no reason to. The barrier was destroyed a while ago. Cody, seriously? Well, that's a relief. Asriel, I'm sure Mom would be happy to see you all again. And so, the 7 humans and Asriel head back to the throne room where Toriel and Askari were laughing at her jokes. The two were also blushing with each other. So Asriel's plan was working. Chara then walks to them. Chara, hey Mom. Hey Dad. Toriel and Askari froze up hearing that voice. They then turned to Chara with their eyes wide. Chara, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Toriel and Askari, Chara? Chara, it's been a while. Toriel and Askari gave Chara a bear hug. Chara, Yourechokingme. Toriel and Askari then let Chara go. Then the other humans walk in. Clover, Yuch. That must have been one painful hug. Toriel and Askari then look towards the humans and faint. Elena, well, that was awkward. 5 minutes later. Toriel, how are you 7 alive? Asriel, remember when we were told that my magic has been improved beyond belief? Toriel, yeah? Asriel, well, I figured that my healing magic has improved as well. And I decided to test it on Chara's corpse to bring her back to life, and it worked. Then I decided to revive the other humans as well. Which brings us to here. Askari, children, I am so sorry for what I have done to you. Batty, don't worry about it. Randy, you just wanted to give people hope. Cody, it was rather kind of you to sacrifice your happiness for your people. Marine, at least the monsters are free now. Clover, besides, I gave up my soul willingly. We all forgive you. Askari, thank you. Asriel, before we head off to the surface, there is one thing left for me to do. We need to head back to the place you 7 first met me. Chara, how come? Asriel, to bring back the one who made this all possible. Askari, and who would that be? Toriel, I know who. Let's go. And so the 10 left to head back to Izuku's resting spot. On their way, Alphys, who was informed by Sans on what was going on, Undine, Papyrus, and Sans joined them. Needless to say, they were surprised to see the resurrected humans. Asriel, we're here. Marine, who are you resurrecting this time? Asriel then dug Izuku out of his resting spot. Asriel, him. Sans, what's with his hair? Asriel, no idea, but it tastes like broccoli. Randy, how do you know that? Asriel, I'd rather not say. Asriel then starts using his healing magic on Izuku. Asriel, as long as someone's remains are around, I can bring them back to life. And it's all thanks to you. A minute passed as Izuku's body was engulfed in light. When the light died down, Izuku started to move again. And then, he got up. Izuku, on my head. What just happened? Izuku was then hugged by Asriel. Asriel, Izuku. I'm so happy you're back. Izuku, Flowey? Asriel, it's Asriel now. Thanks to you, I was able to go back to my true form. And I could not be any more grateful. Izuku returned the hug. He then saw Chara. Izuku Ochako? Chara's eyes widened. Chara, what? How do you know my little sister? Silence. That's all that was heard. Until, everyone, you have a sister? Author's note. I know that the timeline age gap doesn't make sense, but I just really wanted to do this. In this AU, the fallen humans all fell in the same decade, and Chara fell into empty about a few days after Ochako was born because she got lost and couldn't find her parents, so she accidentally fell into Entiabat. I hope that clears things up a little. Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of hate comments from this. Asriel, I never knew that. Izuku, Ochako has a sister? Chara, it makes sense considering the fact that I fell down in Entiabat just a few days after she was born. Maybe you should introduce yourself. Izuku, alright. Sorry. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's very nice to meet you. Izuku, yes. Chara, I'm Chara Dreemurr, although before, I was Chara Uraraka. Marine, I'm Marine Shinobu. Randy Delta. Alina Gray Rutro. Batty Nitai. Cody Atami. Clover Midoriya. Silence was heard, and then, Izuku, what? Clover, you heard right, little brother. Well, I guess we're the same age now since you don't really age when you die. Izuku, I have a brother? Clover, Yup, a quirkless one at that. But I've always sought out to be a hero. I guess. Izuku then hugged Clover while bawling his eyes out. Izuku, I have a brother! And we are so similar. Author's note, don't judge me. I may have never played Undertale Yellow before, but I love Clover's character and really want him to be Izuku's long-lost brother. Clover returned the hug. Chara, well, now that we have resurrected you, I guess it's time to go to the surface. Alphys, we're coming TT2. Izuku, but it's too. Undyne, in a mocking tone, oh. It's too dangerous. Wah dash asterisk normal tone asterisk I don't care. Listen, punk. Dangerous or not, All for One is not going to be let off easy. We're fighting with you, and that's that. Toriel, I agree with Undyne. We can't just sit back and watch everything happen. This is our world too. We will fight alongside you and our son, and that's final. Clover, I won't take the risk of losing you again. I will make sure that justice will prevail. This I swear. Chara, I hate humans like All for One who think that just because they have power, they can do whatever they want. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Asriel, so there you have it. We're all going. Like it or not, you can't stop us. Izuku, all of you, thank you. Alright. Let's go. And so, Izuku, the Dreamers, Sans, Papyrus, Undyne, Alphys, and the fallen humans all leave the underground, and the villains are about to be in for a bad time. Asriel's first save and new quirk. Ascari, golly. What happened here? Marine, our home. It's in ruins. Izuku, All for One, did this. He killed countless lives. Groomed a civilian to be nothing more than a vessel for him. He killed all my friends and family except for one. But I don't know where she is. Batty, All for One is real? Izuku, yes. It's because of him that I died. Cody, which was kinda a blessing in disguise. Sans, eh? How so? Asriel, well, I wouldn't be alive and neither would points at the fallen humans they. Of course, that doesn't excuse what he's done. Chara, wait. Among the people he killed, was Achiko one of the people killed? Izuku, yes. Chara, this just got personal. Alina, I hope Mom is okay. Clover, wait. Brother. What about Emo? Izuku, I'm afraid she's gone. Clover's hat shadowed his eyes. Clover, All for One, you better watch out because you will be brought to justice for what you have done. Alphys, H-humans are SSS so much STR stronger than I ever thought. Undyne, Pa. We just need to find Saitama, and everything will be over. Sans, Undyne, Saitama is in another universe. How are we supposed to find him? Undyne, damn. Asriel, well, we better. Izuku, we shouldn't charge right at All for One right away. For one thing, we don't know where he is. Tashinori, on top of that, young Midoriya fought All for One at 45% of One for All's power. You only have control of 12%. And while it's more powerful than young Midoriya's 12%, it's weaker than his 45%. You aren't ready to fight him. Asriel, Fui. Chara, hey, Azzy? Asriel, yeah? Chara, aside from me, do you have any siblings? Asriel, no. Toriel, you and Asriel are our only kids. What made you bring this up? Chara, well, I see a girl fleeing from villains. And she looks a lot like Azzy. Clover, come again? Chara then points to a distance where a girl whose physical appearance looks a lot like Asriel is running away from a very creepy villain. Asriel, golly. That villain looks terrifying. Asriel then powers up with One for All at 12% and rushes towards the girl. Clover, so fast. But who is that villain? Izuku, Moonfish. He is a villain from the League of Villains. Quirk, Bladetooth. It grants the user the ability to enlarge and reshape their teeth into sharp blades. The blades can vary in both shape and size. The user can manipulate the length and direction of the teeth at will. Cody, wow, I don't know what's more impressive. The quirk, or the fact that you just said all that at the top of your head. Izuku rubbed his head. Izuku, people always tell me that I have an analytical mind. Sans, kiddo, that would be putting it lightly. Alina, shouldn't we go help Asriel? Izuku, yeah, and so everyone goes after Asriel. Meanwhile in the forest, the young girl is fleeing from Moonfish. It was just one disaster after another. First, her family was captured by a group of villains. Second, she got attacked by All for One. Then, she got her quirk stolen and was forcefully transferred a quirk that transformed her into a goat-looking monster. Not like she was against mutant-type quirks. She just prefers her quirk. And now, she's getting chased by Moonfish who for some reason, wants her flesh. Weird. But she couldn't think about it now. She was too busy fleeing for her life. Moonfish, meat. Give me meat. Stay away from me, you creep. The girl then tripped because she wasn't used to her new body. Moonfish then approached her. Moonfish, meat. Meat. Moonfish was about to use his quirk. The girl braced herself. But then, Asriel. Hotland smash. Asriel rushed right at Moonfish and punched him. Banjo. Nice job, kid. You'll get to using more power in no time. Who are you? Asriel just looks towards the young girl and smiles. Asriel, howdy. I'm Asriel Dreemurr. And I'm here to help. The young girl blushed at his smile. See cute. Wait, why did I think that? Moonfish got up angrily. Moonfish. Flesh, you got in my way of the flesh, I will kill you and eat your flesh. Asriel, golly. That is just disgusting. Did you just say golly? Asriel, yeah? We'll talk about it later. We've got a villain to fight. I can't. My quirk was stolen by All for One and replaced with this quirk that just makes me look like you. Asriel, hey, I didn't mean it like that. I just mean that it only affects my appearance. Doesn't do anything else. Asriel, oh golly, I'm sorry. It's cool, I watch out. Asriel looked and saw that Moonfish's blade teeth were about to impale him. Luckily he dodged and fired off a fireball at Moonfish and knocked him back. Asriel, I have an idea. What? Asriel then summons 2 Chaos Sabers and gives one to the girl. Asriel, here. Use this to defend yourself. Okay. She then takes the Chaos Saber as Moonfish fires off more of his blade teeth. Asriel, use my Chaos Saber to shatter these teeth. Right. The two then charge at Moonfish while skillfully destroying every blade tooth that comes at them. And then, the Chaos Sabers shot 2 beams and made direct contact with Moonfish, knocking him into a tree. Whoa! How did? Asriel, believe it or not, it's magic. Magic is real? Asriel, it existed long before quirks. If you want, I can ask my mom to teach you. Before the girl could answer, Moonfish got up and shot out a barrage of blade teeth at Asriel. Asriel got himself ready to attack, but then the blade shot above Asriel and was about to impale the girl. In a state of panic and rage, Asriel rushed to save her and then, ignored Bakugo and Almight. A bunch of black tendrils shot out of Asriel's arm and grabbed the girl, saving her just in time. However, Asriel is Deku and everyone else is Izuku and the others. This didn't go unnoticed by the others. Toriel, what the fuck? Toriel hates to swear. So it says a lot if something actually causes her to swear. Randy, what the hell is that? Chara Azzy. What's happening? Izuku, Asriel must have awakened Black Whip. Everyone, what's Black Whip? Izuku then tells the fallen children about One for All. Clover, that's incredible and all, but that doesn't explain what Black Whip is. Izuku, Black Whip is the quirk of Daigoro Banjo, the 5th user of One for All. It grants the user the ability to produce black tendrils of energy from any part of their body and command them at will. It's powered by emotions, primarily anger. Papyrus, huh? Izuku, the greater the anger, the stronger Black Whip becomes. However, because of the massive boost in power from One for All, the user needs to be fully in control of their emotions. Otherwise, the user will risk losing control of Black Whip. Like what's happening right now. Undyne, are you sure he's lost control? Izuku, he doesn't even know about Black Whip. There is no way he could control it that fast. Not even I couldn't control it that fast. Ascari, is Asriel's life in danger? Izuku, from Black Whip? No. But he must be facing off against Moonfish, so there is a chance. We need to get to him. And fast. As the gang rush off towards Asriel's location, Asriel is freaking out because he can't control this quirk and the girl and Moonfish are entangled in Black Whip as well. Asriel, what's happening to me? Asriel. What's going on? Moonfish, no it can't be. Banjo, kid. Asriel, be Banjo? What's happening? Banjo, listen kid. Control your emotions. Take deep breaths and calm down. Asriel then closes his eyes and takes deep breaths while visualizing a peaceful meadow. This calms him down and in turn Black Whip as well. They all then drop down to the ground. Asriel, golly. What was that? Banjo, that was my quirk, Black Whip. When Ninth had the quirk, we passed the singularity point. Soon you will awaken the other 5 quirks from the other users. But when it comes to Black Whip, make sure you keep control over your emotions. Got it? Asriel, got it. Asriel then gets up and so does Moonfish. Asriel, alright creepy. Get ready for my Amu. Special attack, really? Special attack? Asriel then summons his black whip and wraps it around Moonfish. Asriel, good thing I have experience with capture techniques. Black whip. Then, the black whip ignited and traveled to Moonfish. Asriel, and fire magic. Moonfish screeched out in pain as he was engulfed in flames. Asriel then pulled Moonfish right towards him. Asriel, and now. Time to go plus ultra. Snowed in smash. Asriel then punches Moonfish in the face with one for all at 15%. Knocking him out. Asriel, I won. Yes. I did it. The girl he had saved just chuckled at his childlike behavior. Yeah. You did. Thanks, Asriel. Asriel, no problem. Sorry, I don't think I got your name. Oh yeah? My bad. I'm Sue Sakamoto. I really appreciate your help. All, Asriel, Sue, and Moonfish. Asriel, Izuku, and the others just arrived to see Moonfish knocked out cold. Undyne, wow, punk! You only started using one for all today, and you've already knocked down this Moonfish creep. Asriel, Undyne. Why would you say that? Undyne, what do you mean? I'm proud of you, punk. Sans, hey, genius. He was talking about you blabbing about OFA. Clover, don't worry, bud. We already know. Asriel, okay, that's most of the problem solved, but what about points at Sue her? Undyne, oops. Sue, what's one for all? Toriel, we'll explain it later. But for now we need to get to a safe place. Sans, hang on a sec. Sans then imprisons Moonfish in a cage of blue bones and uses his gravity manipulation to carry both the cage and Moonfish. Sans, we can't let him roam free, you know. And so, everyone left the forest and went to find a place they could be safe in. Soon, they found an abandoned house, and they all decided to stay there. Of course, Askari made an inescapable cage to keep Moonfish from harming anyone else. And with that, everyone went to sleep, hoping that they could handle whatever comes at them the next day. Prank and Baby Unicorn. It's morning, and Sans has woken up. Sans, yawn hard to stay asleep when you're having nightmares about losing your loved ones again. Sans then sees Sue sleeping near Asriel. This gives Sans a funny idea. Sans, rubbing his hand together like an evil villain, hehehe. This is going to be fun. 1 minute later, Sans, now to take a picture. Click and now to record their reaction. Sue and Asriel then open their eyes at the same time to find that they were cuddling with each other. Sue *, blushing *, Asriel *, blushing *. Both, h. Everyone then woke up in surprise to see the two cuddling while Sans was laughing. Sans, ha 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 ha. The look on your faces. Ha 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 ha. The two then separate and give Sans a death glare. Asriel and Sue, SAANNNSSSSSS. 10 minutes later, Sans was now in timeout. Sue, Asriel, if you ever tell anyone about this, I will beat you up. Asriel, don't worry. I won't. Toriel goes to Sans. Toriel, Sans, that was not nice. Whispers, but I may be able to look the other way if you send me a picture of that. Sans, whispers, you got it, Tori. Izuku, yeesh. Been there. Endured that. Marine, wait, really? Izuku, yeah? Before everyone died, my friend, Mina Ashido, did the same thing with me and Achiko. Chara, I'm sorry. What? Izuku, haha. I'm in danger. Asriel, yee. I'm gonna go for now. I'll be back later. And with that, Asriel left. Sue, so how about you guys tell me about this? One for all. While Toriel explains everything about One for All, Chara chases after Izuku for sleeping with her sister. Meanwhile with Asriel is walking through the destroyed city. The entire place has become a war zone. Many people are hiding in their homes. Others are running to get whatever they can salvage. Asriel, golly. It's worse than I could have imagined. And this is just one town. Bruce, if you think this is bad, you haven't seen anything yet. While walking, Asriel spotted some criminals chasing after a baby unicorn, and she was dragging a teen in a skin-tight bodysuit. Asriel, what the dash? Who's the unicorn? And that girl, she looks a lot like Chara. Tashinori, Eri. Young Dreemurr. You have to save her. Asriel, got it. Asriel then rushes off to Eri, who is cornered by some thugs. Thug number 1, come on, brother. Let's kidnap this child and hold her for ransom. Thug number 2, sounds good to me. Too bad the older girl is dead. I'd love to have some fun with her. Eri, PL please. Leave us alone. Thug number 2, sucks to be you, brat. We'll be getting a lot of money from you. The two thugs then approached her, as Eri was backing up more. Thug number 1 was about to punch her. Eri braced herself for impact, but then, the soul is Thug number 1. Thug number 1, Aya. Thug number 2, what the? Who did that? Asriel. I won't let you villains have your way any longer. Thug number 2 looked behind him and was met with a kick to the gut. Asriel, core smash. The thug got launched towards the other thug. This knocked them both out. Asriel then restrained the two with Black Whip. He then approached Eri. Asriel, are you okay? Eri, why yeah? Thank you, Mr. Goat. Asriel, no problem. Let me introduce myself. Howdy. I'm Asriel Dreemurr. And I guess you could say that I'm your new best friend. Eri, I'm Eri Midoriya. Asriel, Midoriya? Any relation to Izuku Midoriya? Eri, my papa. But he's Asriel, he's a good friend of mine. I'll take you to him. Eri, really? Asriel, of course. You can count on your new best friend. Eri then hugged Asriel. Eri, thank you. Sniff, thank you. Asriel, you're welcome. By the way, points at the teen, who is she? Eri, that's my mommy. But she sob. Asriel, hey Eri. Wanna see something cool? Eri stared in confusion before nodding her head. Asriel, watch this. Asriel then puts his hand on the teen and begins to use healing magic. After a minute, she is engulfed in light. When the light died down, she got back up. Gah! Breathing deeply, where am I? Eri, mommy! Eri runs towards the girl and hugs her as tight as she can. Eri? What's happening? I thought I had died. Eri points at Asriel, he saved you. Huh? Who are you? Asriel, I'm Asriel Dreemurr. Asriel then offers his hand to the teen and pulls her up. Nice to meet you, Asriel. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Asriel, so that's her. No wonder Izuku confused Chara with her. They look quite similar. Eri, mommy. Asriel says he can take us to Papa. Ochako, wait, really? Asriel, yup. Just follow me. Ochako, no offense, but I don't exactly trust you. Asriel, that's perfectly understandable in this situation. But please come. Ochako then looks around to see that Asriel was using Black Whip to keep the criminals from escaping. Ochako, that's Deku's Black Whip. He must have passed one for all to Dreemurr. Alright. But you better not try anything funny. And so Asriel, Ochako, and Eri all head back to Asriel's hideout. They then all enter. Asriel, howdy everyone. Chara was being restrained by Sans. Barely. Sans, hey kiddo. What's going on? Asriel, Izuku, I brought 2 girls to see you. Izuku, huh? Let me. Izuku was then tackled by Ochako and Eri. Ochako, Deku, Eri, Papa, Izuku, WOH. Izuku was knocked down by the two as they hugged him. Ochako, I'm so happy you're alive. Eri, Papa. Please don't ever leave me again. Izuku just smiled and hugged them back. Izuku, I won't, I promise. Sans, hey kiddo? Aren't you gonna introduce us to them? Izuku, alright, can you two please get off me so I can get up? They then got up. Ochako, hi. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Eri hides behind Izuku. I am Eri Midoriya. Chara then walks over to Ochako. Ochako, hi? Chara, hi sis. Ochako, wait, sis? Chara, yeah? Believe it or not, I'm your long-lost sister. Chara Uraraka. Ochako, are you serious? Sans, well, you do look quite similar to each other. Same pink cheeks and even the same haircut. Ochako, huh, now that you mention it, yeah? It makes sense. But how come I never heard of you? Chara, my guess is that Mom and Dad didn't want you to feel sad that you lost your sister. Eri, does that make you my auntie? Chara, Izuku, did you get my sister pregnant? Izuku, Chara. Calm down. Eri is my adopted child. Not my biological child. Asriel, Chara. You need to calm down. By the way, Ochako, I'm Chara's adoptive brother. Which kind of makes me your adoptive brother. Eri, does that make you my uncle? Toriel, yes. And I'm your grandma, Askari. And I'm your grandpa. Eri, I get my papa and mommy back, an aunt, an uncle, and a new grandma and grandpa? Yay, Clover, 2 uncles actually. Eri Ochako, what do you mean? Clover, I'm Clover Midoriya. And I am Izuku's brother. Ochako, Izuku? Why didn't you tell me you have a brother? Izuku, to be honest with you, up until yesterday, I thought I was an only child. I was just as surprised as you are. Eri, Uncle Clover. Clover then faints from the sheer cuteness of Eri. Izuku, not again. While we wait for Clover to regain consciousness, would everyone else like to introduce themselves? And so everyone else introduced themselves to Ochako and Eri. Achiko. So thanks to One for All and Asriel's healing magic I was brought back to life. Izuku, yep. And not just you. Me, Marine, Randy, Alina, Batty, Cody, Clover, and Chara as well. Uraraka. Then we need to find the corpses of the others and bring them back as well. Eri. They are all in the area where Papa fought All for One. So then tomorrow, that's where we're headed. Clover and Eri's talk and encounter with the killer. It was the next morning. Izuku, Achiko, and Eri were cuddling with each other in the same bed. Same goes with Ascari and Toriel. Sans was just sleeping on the floor because he couldn't be bothered to go to bed. And everyone else slept separately. Eri then wakes up and goes downstairs and sees her Uncle Clover eating fruit for breakfast. Eri, hi Uncle Clover. Clover, it's gonna take a while to get used to that. Hi Eri. How's my favorite niece? Eri, not the best to be honest. I had a nightmare where I lost everyone again. Clover, you know Eri, nightmares have meaning behind them. Eri, really? Clover, yeah? In this case, you are probably thinking about how your grandma died and your subconscious put it into a nightmare. Eri, that's so not nice. Clover, I know. But everyone has nightmares of their own. Some feel more realistic than others. But you have to remember, it's all in your head. All for One may still be out there, possessing Tenko's Shimura, but that won't be stopping us anytime soon. Justice will always prevail. That I promise. Eri, but what if I lose them again? What if I lose you? What if? Clover, Eri. That won't happen. Clover then hands Eri an apple. Clover, listen Eri. Now that Asriel has One for All, even if one of us does die, he can just bring us back to life. Eri, but if he dies first? Clover, Eri. Let me tell you a story about Asriel's species. And an adventure I had. Eri listened closely. Clover, long ago, before Quirks ever existed, two races ruled over the earth. Humans and monsters. One day, war broke out between the two races. Eri, what? But why? Clover, unfortunately it was out of fear of the human souls being absorbed by the monsters. Eri, did they even want to absorb their souls? Clover, no. I don't understand why they were so afraid. Anyways, after a long battle, the humans were victorious. Eri, but this happened before Quirks. Clover, believe it or not, the soul of nearly every monster combined is only equivalent to a single human soul. Eventually, the monsters surrendered and 7 of the humans' best magicians sealed the monsters underground with a magic spell. Eri, magic? Clover, before Quirks, humans used to use something far more powerful. And that is magic. Nowadays, I believe that the monsters can actually take on humans because they have stopped using magic. Eri, so there is hope after all. Clover, however, about 16 years ago, your Aunt Chara fell down into the underground. Injured by her fall, she cried out for help. Your uncle Asriel found her and brought her to your grandparents. They then adopted her. Eri, so that's why they're my uncle and grandparents. Clover, however, she had a plan. She would have Asriel absorb her soul, cross the barrier, kill 6 other humans, and then break the barrier that was keeping them all underground. Eri, what? Clover, in order for the barrier to be destroyed, the monsters need something of equal power that was used to seal the monsters underground. In other words, 7 human souls. Asriel didn't like the plan but agreed to it. Chara then got herself ill by eating buttercups. This caused her to die, allowing Asriel to absorb her soul and pass through the barrier. But when they got to a village, Chara took control over Asriel's body and tried to kill everyone in the village instead of just 6. Asriel revolted and was killed by the humans. He brought Chara back to the underground and collapsed. He then turned to dust. Eri, dust? Clover, that's what happens when monsters die. Anyways, the monsters had lost hope because of us humans once again. In a fit of rage, Ascari vowed he would kill any human that fell in the underground, would die. Once he got 7 human souls, he would absorb them and use their power to destroy the barrier. However, Toriel hated that and left him. However, what she didn't know was that Ascari never actually wanted that to happen. He just wanted to instill hope for his people. He always hated killing the humans that fell down into the underground, but he had no choice. Eventually, a human named Frisk fell down into the underground and managed to free monsterkind without dying. Eri, wow. Clover, however, I fell down to the underground before Frisk did. Although, I didn't fall down by accident. I was on a mission to prove that I could be a hero by finding the other 5 humans that fell down to the underground before I did. I met a few friends down there. A man named Dalv, a bird named Martlet, a sheriff named Starlo, and a fox named Saroba Quetzalcoatl. Saroba wanted to take my soul, but only to save her daughter. But eventually, she stopped and let me live. However, Askari wouldn't let me live and I knew what I had to do. Eri, what? Clover. I willingly gave up my soul to resolve the conflict between my friends. If I didn't do anything and left the underground, more humans would die. And a true hero will always risk their life to save others. And that's how I died. Eventually, the barrier was broken. Then, your father fell down to the underground and gave Flowey one for all. And well, you know the rest. Eri, wow. Takes a bite out of her apple. Clover, here's the thing, Eri. When a monster absorbs a human soul, they become more powerful than ever. If a monster absorbs 7 human souls, they have the power of a god. And not even all for one can beat a god. And your uncle Asriel has absorbed the souls of all the past users of One for All well until he revived Izuku, but at the end of the day there are still 8 human souls that reside in him. So trust me. Everything will be fine. Eri, pinky promise? Eri holds out her pinky. Clover, pinky promise. Clover and Eri then make a pinky promise. Clover, well Eri, since it will be a while before the others wake up, let's go for a walk around. Eri, okay. And so, Clover and Eri left the house to explore and maybe see if they could find anyone needing a hero. Clover, so Eri? I told you a lot about myself, but I would like to know more about you. Eri, that's a pretty long and sad story. Clover, Eri, I literally died once. I think I can handle it. Eri, if you say so. Eri then tells Clover everything. How she accidentally rewinded her father out of existence. How her mother abandoned her. How she was left with her grandfather. How she was experimented on by Overhaul, and how she was rescued by Izuku. Clover, eyes being shadowed by his hat, and clenching his fists, that son of a Isekai'd. Clover managed to avoid swearing in front of Eri. Get back here, you dicks! Never! Don't worry, Grandma. Aunt Mandalay and I will get you to a proper burial. Clover and Eri turned to the sound of the voice to see a boy who looked to be only a year younger than Eri running with a woman in a cat suit of some sort, while carrying a green-haired corpse who looked a bit on the chubby side. The green-haired corpse was someone that Clover knew all too well. Clover, wait, is that Moem? Wow, she really let herself go. But who are the other two? Eri, Kota! The boy with the red hat turned to see Eri and Clover. He then rushed to Eri and hugged her. Kota, Eri! Thank God you're okay, Mandalay. But what are you doing over here? Eri, I was going for a walk. Hey, is that Grandma Inko? Kota, yeah? We planned to give her a proper burial, but just then, a villain revealed himself who was chasing the 2 or 3. Found you. You brats. Clover, who is that? Kota, that's Muscular. The guy who killed my parents and Grandma. Clover, by Grandma, do you mean Inko? Kota, yeah. Wait, who? Clover, I'll tell you later, but first. Clover walks towards Muscular. Mandalay, what are you doing? He'll kill you. Clover, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Now, Muscular, I'm going to give you a chance to do the right thing and leave. Or else. Muscular, or else what? You'll fight me? Ha! You won't stand a chance. Clover, to be honest, I was hoping you would say that. Because a person like you must be given justice. Muscular then throws a punch at Clover, but he dodges it with ease. Muscular, so you dodged, huh? Well, let's see what your quirk does. Clover, sorry asshole. I'm Quirkless. This surprised Kota, Mandalay and Muscular. Muscular, heh. Heh heh. Ha 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 ha. You seriously think a quirkless loser like you can beat me? Clover, hat shadowing his eyes, I'm not trying to beat you. Clover pulls out his gun. Clover, shows his eyes in pure rage, I'm trying to kill you. That's the only way you'll be brought to justice. Muscular, where the fuck did you get a gun from? Clover, you don't need to know. But I won't allow you to leave this place alive. I'm bringing justice to the people that you killed. Mandalay, hold. Clover, don't give me the whole. Heroes don't kill. Crap. Even heroes kill. Mandalay, only as a last resort. Clover, do you really believe that this bastard is going to change? No. There isn't any other option. And we both know it. Clover then runs at Muscular, who uses his quirk and charges at Clover. Clover then dodges Muscular and shoots his arm. But it seemed to have no effect. Clover, what? Muscular, you really think a pathetic gun can damage me? I have thousands of muscle fibers out of my body. 12,000 to be exact. You can't kill me. But I can kill you. Clover then shot bullet after bullet after bullet. But it never seemed to have any effect on him. Muscular then punches Clover in the face, and that sends him flying. Clover, gah, Muscular, what a retard. Muscular then turns to Eri, Koda, and Mandalay. Muscular, now, it's time for you to die. Before Muscular could attack them, he got shot in the heel by a bullet of ice. Muscular, gah. What? Clover then appeared with a notebook in his hand that he pulled out of his hat. Koda, wait, that's one of Dad's notebooks. Clover, I see. So your quirk gives you the ability to amplify, manipulate, and augment your muscle layers outside of your body. This gives you increased strength, speed, and durability. But those muscle fibers are not invulnerable to damage. And every enemy has their opening. You're strong. Very strong. But with these notes you can't win. Muscular. But how did you hit me? Clover, simple. If you were to cover every part of your body you would have a hard time moving around. So I aimed for the parts of your body that were still exposed. Mandalay, I don't think you should have told him that. Muscular, she's right. It was quite stupid. But don't worry. I'll put you out of your misery. Just like I did with the green-haired bitch. Clover, what did you just call her? Clover's soul started to vibrate. Clover's LV has increased to 19. Clover, I was planning to try and give you a quick death but not anymore. Clover then charges up his gun. His gun is glowing bright yellow. Muscular, ha! Looks like you got hit way too hard in the head. Well, let me tell you again. You can't key. Clover, Soul Blaster. Clover then shoots a massive blast at Muscular's right arm and vaporizes it. Muscular looks at where his arm used to be and screams in pain. Muscular, AAUGGH. What the fuck? I thought you said you were quirkless. Clover, I am. This is the result of soul magic. But you won't be around long enough to learn. Muscular charges at Clover like an idiot and attempts to kill him whilst using some of his muscle fibs to stop the bleeding. Muscular, you bastard. I will make sure your death is long and painful. Clover, and he called me a retard. Clover charges up another soul blast and fires it at Muscular's other arm, vaporizing it as well. Muscular, Fuck. Clover, if you think I am satisfied with the pain you are experiencing now, you're dead wrong. Muscular looks at Clover in the eyes. And he was scared. Scared of a kid. A quirkless kid. Mandalay was in complete shock at what Clover had done. Koda, on the other hand, was cheering him on. Koda, you can do it. Make him suffer. Clover, that's the plan. Muscular was in pain that hurt worse than hell itself. Muscular, hang on, kid. We don't have to end things like this. I'll leave and you can keep those four safe. Right? Clover, you should have thought about that before you decided to kill all those innocent people. You will be brought to justice. Clover then fires his soul blaster at his legs. And they were vaporized as well, leaving Muscular's body and head the only parts left. Clover then walks towards Muscular and points his gun at Muscular's head. Muscular, please have mercy. Clover, mercy? Did you show mercy when you killed all those innocent bystanders? Did you show mercy when you killed the Waterhose heroes? What about Ainz? Did you show mercy when you killed her? And I know why you did all this. You just wanted to kill. That's it. That's a terrible reason. The people did nothing to you and yet you just decided to kill them. Well, go to Misuji, this has gone on long enough. It's time for you to be brought to justice. Clover charges up one final soul blast. Clover, burn. In hell. Clover then blasts what remains of Muscular, vaporizing him. Clover, it's over. Clover then puts his gun away and walks toward the others. Clover, sorry if I scared you. That guy just really pissed me off. Mandalay, I mean you only scared me. Koda and Eri on the other hand. Kota, that was awesome. Who are you? Clover, heh. Thanks. As for my name? I'm Clover Midoriya. This surprised Mandalay and Koda. Mandalay, wait. Midoriya? Koda, hang on. Are you related to my adoptive dad, Izuku Midoriya? Clover, he's my brother. I know we don't look much like each other, but that's because our dad has brown hair while our mom has green hair. Koda, so does that make you my uncle? Clover, indeed it does. Koda, my uncle is so cool. Mandalay, how come we never heard of you? Clover, well, up until a couple of days ago, neither did he. It's a long story. But right now you need to come with me. I know a way we can bring Mom back to life. Mandalay and Koda, what? Eri, you can trust Uncle Clover, you too. And Koda. You get to meet Mommy's sister, an adoptive brother. Koda and Mandalay, she has a sister? And an adoptive brother? Eri and Clover, yep. Mandalay, thank you. By the way, I'm Shino Sasaki of the Wild Wild Pussycats. Clover, nice to meet you. And so, Clover and Eri lead Mandalay and Koda to their home while telling them everything that happened in the past week. Clover, well, we're here. Are you two ready? Koda and Mandalay, yeah. They then enter the house and are greeted by Izuku. Izuku, hey Clover. Where did you dash? Izuku was then tackled by Koda. Koda, Dad. I miss you. Izuku, Koda. I never thought I'd see you again. Chara, Izuku. Is he nah? I'm not making that same mistake again. He's another kid you adopted. Isn't he? Izuku, yup. Koda, this is your Aunt Chara. Chara, this is Koda. Koda, nice to meet you, Aunt Chara. Chara, nice to meet you too, Koda. Izuku then introduces everyone to Koda. He then sees Mandalay and greets her. He then notices his mother's corpse. Achiko, is that? Izuku and Mom. This is her corpse. Sniff. Clover, how did you find them? Clover then told Izuku about his encounter with Muscular. Izuku, whoa. You have got to show me that attack so I can analyze it. Everyone chuckled at that. Asriel then walks over. Asriel, so she's your mom. Well, I won't let her stay as a corpse. One for all. Magical enchantment. Here goes. Asriel then uses his healing magic on Inko's corpse. After a minute, the corpse was enveloped in light. Once the light dies down, Inko rises up and takes a deep breath. Inko, what happened? Wait. Where am I? Izuku, MOM. Inko, Izuku. My baby. Inko begins to cry. And nearly floods the house. Asriel, take cover. After a minute of avoiding the massive downpour of tears, Clover approaches the two. Inko, I'm so happy you're safe. Clover, in a joking manner, hey. What about me? Inko then slowly looks towards Clover and covers her mouth. Inko, see Clover? Is that really you? Clover, hi Mom. It's been quite a while. Hasn't it? Inko, Clover. You're Aliithiriv. Inko then gives Clover a bear hug and snaps his spine. Clover, Ga. 1 minute later, Inko, I'm so sorry Clover. Asriel used his healing magic to repair Clover's spine. Clover, it's cool Mom. Inko, but I have to ask, how are you alive? How are you here? And why does it look like you haven't aged at all? Clover then had a serious look on his face. Clover, alright, I'll tell you everything. Resurrecting some friends and bad vibes. Asriel, Dad? Are you okay? Askari, shivers. Inko is scarier than Tori. You see, after Clover told her everything that happened, Inko went ballistic at Askari for causing Clover to give up his soul. She nearly killed him painfully. Luckily, everyone else was able to restrain her barely. Clover, Mom? Are you calm now? Inko, yeah? Sorry, Askari. I understand how you feel. Tori acted the same way with me. Toriel, oh come on. I wasn't going to kill you. Randy, yeah? Only because it would look bad if you killed the king of the monsters. Papyrus, don't worry. Everyone will feel better once they have my spaghetti. Inko, oh. You cook? Sans, yeah? Isn't he the coolest? Sometime he'll eventually make something edible. Papyrus, that's enough Sans. Inko, chuckling, if you want Papyrus, I can give you some lessons. Papyrus, sounds great, Lady Midoriya. And I, the great Papyrus, will follow your instructions better than anyone. Nyhihi, guys? Aren't we forgetting that we're supposed to do something? Everyone thought about it for a moment until Izuku and Clover. Translation, oh right. We need to find the corpses of the others and bring them back to life. But they have been dead for weeks now, and if they have moved from their death spot like Mom, then that will make bringing everyone back much harder. What do we do? Who should we find first? Maybe we should go in alphabetical order or a roulette to decide whose corpse to find first. But even if we do that, we still have no idea where their corpses are. And if we go for alphabetical order, do we choose by last name or first? Maybe we should. Randy, stop nerding out. Izuku and Clover, oops. Sorry. Undyne, damn punks. You talk as fast as Alphys when she's talking about Mew Mew Kissy Cutie. Alphys, you Undyne. Don't tell them. Undyne, my bad. Phew. Inko, they do have a point though. I'm sure that the rest of the corpses were moved away. Asriel, that's what they were saying. Well, I can't argue with that. If I'm to resurrect someone, I need the remains of that person. Eri, wait. I know the location of some of the corpses for sure. Clover, then we'd better hurry. Lead the way. And so, everyone left the house except for Inko, Koda, Mandalay, and Papyrus, who were forced to stay. They left the forest they were hiding out in and went to the dangerous part. Eri led them through a bunch of alleys. She knew of how they were connected since she has tried to escape from Overhaul through these alleyways many times. Eventually, they reached an abandoned building, one that Izuku knew very well. Izuku, and Night Eye's agency. Alina, who's Night Eye? Clover, reading from notebook. Mirai Sasaki, aka Sir Night Eye. Former sidekick of the symbol of peace, Almight. Quirk, Foresight. It allows the user to see another person's future from a third person's point of view. To activate this quirk, the user must first touch the intended target and make eye contact with them. The quirk stays active for 1 hour, and once activated, the user needs 24 hours to recharge before being able to be activated again. While active, the user can see years into the target's future and is shown in great detail. That's what Izuku wrote down. Baddie, okay, seriously, Izuku. How are you so good at analyzing quirks? Izuku, no idea. Anyways, if there are any corpses in here, hero or civilian, we have to revive them. Asriel, right you are. And so, everyone went inside the building. The place was trashed and out of power. Asriel, golly. It's really dark here. Sans, I feel as though there is someone here who we should be careful about resurrecting. Cody, why? You think they are villains? Sans, no. Just crazy. Sue, hey. I think I found something here. Marine, then grab it. Sue, right. Asriel, golly. Sue, what's wrong? Askari, oh wait, I forgot I have fire magic. Uses fire magic. I shouldn't have done that. Toriel, why do you say oh my? Sans, well, this is the butt of all jokes. Sue, what are you blushes madly? Chara and Achiko, why are you grabbing my brother's butt? Everyone else, except for Toriel and Askari, are laughing their heads off. Sue, I fucking swear, if any of you tell anyone about this, I will destroy you. 2 minutes later, Alphys, hey. I found a GG generator. We can PP power T this building NN now. Asriel, alright. Stand back everyone. Shocker breaker. Asriel fires a shocker breaker at the generator, and the building gets powered up. Undyne, alright. Now let's find those humans. Sans, like that one. Points at a corpse. Undyne, Sans. There's no one there. I know you like jokes, but that's. Sans, no. I'm not joking. There's a corpse there. They're just invisible. Toriel, Sans, I thought you would know better. You know how serious this. Izuku, wait. You said the corpse is invisible? Sans, yeah? And I swear to you that I'm not joking. Izuku, I believe you. Askari, seriously? Izuku, if what Sans says is true, then the corpse must be Toru Hagakure. Her quirk makes her invisible. Asriel, if she's invisible then I can touch her. Izuku, well yeah, but it's only her body that's invisible. Not her clothes. Chara, wait, are you saying that she's naked? Achiko, yeah? That's right. Alphys then takes off her lab coat and covers Hagakure in it. Alphys, there. Now we know where not to touch, and also that Sans wasn't joking. Toriel and Undyne, sorry for doubting you. Sans shrugs, meh. It's cool. Now let's get to revivin'. Asriel then approaches Toru and uses his healing magic on her. Eventually, Toru gasps and shoots up. What? Where am I? Toru then looks and sees Izuku, Eri and Achiko. Toru, Izuku? Achiko? Eri, Izuku and Achiko. Hi Toru. Eri, hi Auntie Toru. Toru then hugs the three. Thankfully she was still wearing Alphys' lab coat. Toru, you're alive! I never thought I'd see you three again. Wait, who are they? Izuku, these are our new friends. Sans then gets behind Toru. Sans, human. Toru felt shivers down her spine from the threatening sound of Sans' voice. Sans, don't you know how to greet a new pal? Turn around and shake my hand. Toru then turns around to see Sans bringing his hand out in front of Toru. Toru then grabs it and, Sans, heh. The old whoopee cushion in the hand trick. It's always funny. Eri is now laughing hysterically. Sans heh. She gets it. Anyways, we'll tell you our names later. All you need to know is that our friend was able to resurrect you. But we'll talk about that later. Toru, resurrect? That's incredible, Cody. With all due respect, we need to keep searching for the remaining corpses. Everyone, right. So everyone went to the second floor of the building. Toru, only 5 of us managed to seek refuge here. We each took a lookout on one floor each. But some villains showed up and killed us all one by one. I can't remember who else was here though. Toriel, I found one. Over here. Everyone rushes to Toriel to find Toru. Ugh. Do we have to revive him? Ascari, what's wrong? Toru, that's Minoru Mineta. And he is such a perv. Undyne, tick mark shows. Oh really? Well, I know how to get him to stop. He just needs some respect women juice. Chara, Undyne, how are you this much of a weeb? Undyne, stuff a sock in it. Asriel, pervert or not, we need all the help we can get. So here goes. Asriel then uses his healing magic to resurrect Mineta. Mineta, ga. What happened? How am I alive? Mineta then sees Chara and starts to drool. Mineta, so sexy I. Undyne. N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-G-H-H-H-H. Undyne started beating up Mineta and then Akaza is Undyne, ignore Mitsuri, and everyone else is Obani. Everyone, good job. 2 minutes later, everyone has reached the 3rd floor and Mineta is contemplating his life choices. Mineta, I will never perv on anyone again. Not if it means going through all that. Toru, Undyne, you have my eternal respect. Undyne, fuhuhuhuhu. Happy to help. Cody, alright. We just need to keep looking for Elena, wow. This girl is well, you know. Izuku, hey. That's Hatsum. So that's why Sans said we should be cautious of one of the corpses. Hatsum is well eccentric. Achiko, she literally used Ida as a walking advertisement. Sans, hehehe. That's pretty funny. Asriel, alright everyone. Here goes. Asriel then resurrects Hatsum. Mei gasps for air and shoots up with the dash. Where am I? Mei then looks to see Asriel and then starts squeezing the life out of him with a bear hug. Mei, you are so adorable. Aizawa, who are they? Asriel, we'll explain later. But first, let's head to the final floor. And so they all went up to the final floor. Clover, I wonder who is up here. Sans, hey guys. I found Lucas from Mother 3. Izuku, that's not Lucas. That's Mirio Togata. Actually, I think you two would get along great. Clover, how so? Izuku, he loves to make puns. Sans, yeah. Asriel, well, time to revive the last one. Asriel then resurrects Mirio. Mirio, ga. Whoa, I'm alive. Eri, Uncle Mirio. Eri rushes to Mirio and hugs him. Mirio, Eri? How on earth am I alive? Mirio then sees the others. Mirio, Izuku? Achiko? Toru? Mineta? Mei? Aizawa? Is that really you? They nod and Mirio hugs them. Mirio, you have no idea how much I miss you all. Sans, heya. Mirio, who are you? Sans, I'm Sans the skeleton. And I like to think that I am a skeleton of fun. Mirio starts laughing and makes a skeleton pun right after. They went back and forth for 2 whole minutes until Undyne, shut up. Geez, Aizawa. Well, I think it's time you all introduce us to each other. Asriel, right. Howdy. I'm Asriel Dreemurr. And the 10th user of One for All. Toriel, I am his mother, Toriel Dreemurr. Ascari, and I am his father, Ascari Dreemurr. Sans, as I said before, I'm Sans the skeleton. My brother Papyrus is at home right now. Undyne, I'm Undyne. Alphys, and my name I is Alphys. Marine Shinobu. Randy, yo. Randy Delta. Alina, I'm Alina Gray Retro. Batty Nitai is my name. Cody, I'm Cody Atami. Chara, greetings. I am Chara Dreemurr Uraraka. Toru, Mineta, Mei, Aizawa, and Mirio, what? Achiko, yeah? That was my reaction when I found out I had a long-lost sister. But you still haven't been introduced to one last person. Clover, hi. My name is Clover Midoriya. Toru, Mineta, Mei, Aizawa, and Mirio, Midoriya? Aizawa, problem child. You had a brother this whole entire time and you didn't tell us? Izuku, I only found out a couple days ago. Honest, Achiko, and I only found out that I had a sister just yesterday. After they calmed themselves down, they left the agency where they were ambushed by someone who threw something at them. But they narrowly dodged. Asriel, golly. Who threw that? Sorry. But I won't let you live. Izuku Toga? Achiko, crap. This isn't good. Well then again, Toga, I'm going to enjoy drinking all of your blood. Everyone was about to advance towards Toga only for a bunch of bones to block their path. And those bones were caused by none other than Sans. Izuku, Sans. What are you doing? Sans, leave now. I'll handle her. Sans had bad experience when it came to villains with knives. He wanted to end her but, Sans, that expression on her face, I won't kill her. She didn't choose to become like this. I can tell. Her LV may be high but I can see that life has treated her almost as bad as with me. Maybe I can help her, it's worth a shot. Sans, heya. You've been busy, huh? So I've got a question for you. Do you think even the worst person can change? That anyone can be a good person, if they just try? Toga just stood there, wondering where this was going. Sans, alright, here's a better question. Sans, do you want to have a bad time? Because if you take another step forward you are really not gonna like what happens next. Toga, your empty threats don't scare me. Deep inside Toga was actually a little scared. But her sanity wasn't all there so she couldn't think straight. And she stepped forward. So Sans decided to keep up the charade. Sans, welp, sorry Tori. This is why I never make promises. It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming on days like these, kids like you should be burning in hell. Sans the skeleton versus Himiko Toga Ans saving a villain. Sans started out the fight by using his telekinesis to force Toga down. In surprise, she didn't notice all the bones that popped up and she was nearly impaled. Lucky for her, she noticed just in time to get up and avoid the bones. But it did scrape her leg. Toga, gah! That was unexpected. Sans then stopped using his telekinesis and summoned a bunch of bones that Toga narrowly avoided. Toga, phew. That was what the fuck is that? Sans summoned his Gaster Blaster, and then summoned 3 more and fired at Toga. She dodged it but was unprepared for another 4 Gaster Blasters hitting her dead on an AX formation. He then summoned 4 more and blasted the area around her in a square formation. She managed to dodge it but was then blasted by 2 giant Gaster Blasters. Toga, GH, Sans, huh? Always wondered why people never used their strongest attack first. Toga, get ready to die. Toga then tries to slash Sans but, Toga, what? Sans, what? You think I'm just gonna stand there and take it? Sans then turned Toga's soul blue. He then summoned multiple lines of bones that Toga had to jump over. But she kept hitting her head by jumping too high and hitting the bones that were just above the safe opening. Toga then attacks Sans again. But he dodges. Sans, you know, I've noticed something strange about all the corpses that we found. None of them were laying in a puddle of their own blood. Like someone licked it clean like a kid would with dessert. Sans then sent a bunch of bones at Toga but she dodged them with ease. But then she spotted a blue bone and tried to destroy it but it instead passed right through her. But it hurt tremendously. Toga, what the heck? How did it pass through me like that? Toga then attacks Sans again, but he dodges. Sans, almost like a vampire, attacked them or something. Sans then sent out a bunch of bones like he did 2 attacks ago. But this time, he sent them at Toga with different speeds. Toga managed to avoid some of them, but she was caught off guard by the different speeds of the bones. Toga, why do these attacks hurt so much? This doesn't make any sense. Toga then throws her knife at Sans, but he teleports behind her. Chara, Toga is in deep shit. Sans may be lazy and weak, but a pushover he ain't. Asriel, you're right about that. Achiko, what do you mean? Chara and Asriel, shivers, I don't want to talk about it. Sans, heh. That's your fault. Isn't it? Toga then notices some platforms suddenly appeared. She also noticed that a sea of bones was coming her way. Toga, OHFUCK. Toga managed to avoid getting swallowed in the sea of bones by jumping on the nearest platform. Toga, HH. In a sing-song voice, you can't get me. Gah. Toga was knocked down by a bone that came from nowhere, and she landed in the sea of bones. Clover, she shouldn't have gotten cocky. Sans then let the sea of bones disappear. That's when Toga tried to attack him again with her spare knife. But he dodged it. Sans, you can't understand how this feels. Sans then repeated his attack, but this time, a bone was chasing Toga, forcing her to jump from platform to platform. But she almost got hit by some of the bones on some of the platforms. Once it was over, she threw a needle at Sans, but Sans dodged and broke it with a bone. Sans, knowing that one day, Without any warning, our loved ones will be ripped away from our lives. Sans then repeats his attack, but with many more bones. But Toga avoids them all and rushes to stab Sans. But he dodges. Sans, look. I don't get what All for One's problem is. And Tenko Shimura being groomed by All for One doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. 'Cause despite everything, he never had a say in what he wanted to be. Didn't he? Sans then summoned Bones to block to summon more platforms while Bones were appearing from left and right. Toga got hit multiple times before the attack ended. Toga then attacked Sans, but once again, he dodged. Sans, to be blunt, it makes it hard to want to give it my all against Tenko. Or is that just an excuse for being lazy? Hell if I know. Sans then summoned sets of bones of all sizes. Toga could barely avoid anything. But she pressed on and attacked Sans. But he still dodged. Sans, all I know is seeing how Tenko is suffering, I can't afford not to care anymore. Sans then summoned more platforms. But there were no bones. Toga, is this some kind of But there were Gaster blasters. They fired at every row that Toga was in and got blasted multiple times. Toga pulled herself together and attacked Sans. But he still dodged. Sans, ugh, that being said, you really like swinging that thing around, huh? Both were feeling a little winded. Sans, listen. I know you didn't answer me before, but somewhere in there, I can feel it. Toriel, is he trying to spare her? Sans, the memory of someone who once wanted to do the right thing. Someone who, in another time, might have been a friend. Izuku, what is he planning? Sans, come on, kiddo. Please, if you're listening, let's forget all this, okay? Just put your knife down and well, my job will be a lot easier. Friendship. It's really great, right? Let's quit fighting. Toga, is he really giving me a chance to do the right thing? No. He shouldn't even try. I'm too far gone. Toga then attacks Sans, but Sans then dodges. Sans, welp, it was worth a shot. Guess you like doing things the hard way. Sans then started a bunch of different attacks, trapping Toga in a cage of bones that nearly crushed her before everything went dark and a different attack came, dealing with the platforms, and avoiding many Gaster blasters. Sans, you know, I just want to know one thing. Why? Why do you kill people? Is it revenge? Is it attention? Nah. I'll bet you're only doing this because you want to. Before Toga could say anything, Sans started to manipulate Toga's gravity, and slammed her to the ground and buildings while she barely avoided the bones he summoned to impale her. Sans, strange though. I'm not even sure what your quirk is. But I know it's not that super regeneration quirk you've got. Toga looked surprised. Sans, yeah? I know you got that from All for One. Otherwise, you'd be dead where you stand. So what is your quirk? Does it have to do with your knives? Or is it something else? Meh. Who cares? Too bad you couldn't be normal. Toga started to get angry and rushed at Sans and attacked him. Luckily, Sans teleported away. Sans, whoa. Seems like I struck a nerve there. It must have been something I said. But what? Maybe it was the normal part. Sans then summoned a bunch of Gaster blasters which Toga barely managed to avoid. Sans, she must be getting tired. That super regeneration quirk that Izuku wrote about said that the quirk heals the user's injuries fast but also drains their stamina. I think it's time for you to stop. Or else I'll be forced to use my special attack. Sue just stared at Asriel. Sue, is that where you got it from? Asriel, yeah. Toga, special attack? Sans, yeah. My special attack. Sound dangerous? Well, if you attack me one more time, I'll be forced to use it. Toga was running on fumes. But she was still incredibly angry. So she attacked again but missed. Sans, well, here goes nothing. Survive this, and I'll show you my special attack. What Sans then unleashed was crazier than Toga ever expected. First, he did his gravity manipulation attack from earlier. Then, Toga had to avoid a bunch of bones that would have knocked her unconscious. After that, Sans sent her flying towards thousands of bones, and she hit about half of them. Then, when she reached the end, she nearly got impaled by more bones. Then, she had to do it while she was standing on the sides of buildings. Afterwards, she had to avoid being blasted to smithereens from the Gaster blasters that surrounded her, and one by one, blasted at her in a counterclockwise direction. And finally, Sans slammed her into every building he saw until he got tired and let her down. Both were exhausted. Sans, alright. Time for my special. Toga, just fucking do it. Maybe then my stupid blood-drinking quirk wouldn't bother you, Mom and Dad. Toga tried to attack Sans, but she collapsed. Her stamina ran out, and she couldn't move anymore. Sans, what are you talking about? Toga, my quirk is called Transform. By ingesting someone's blood, I can transform into them for a while. It depends on the amount of blood I drink. Sans, wait a minute. It involves her drinking blood? I remember what one of Izuku's notebooks said about quirks that involved blood. Flashback. Sans was reading one of Izuku's notebooks and noticed something interesting. Sans, people whose quirks rely on blood require them to drink blood. Otherwise, they will go insane from blood withdrawal. Yikes. End of flashback. Toga. During my childhood, my parents put a lot of pressure on me to be normal, and wouldn't let me drink any blood and tried to get me to repress and reform the tendencies brought on from my quirk. Sans, correct me if I'm wrong, but won't that just make it worse? Toga, it did. I eventually succumbed to my quirk's influence and attacked a kid at school. He was left all bruised, bloody, and beaten, but I felt like I was in love upon seeing him like that. But my parents admonished me for this and called me rotten to the core. I just can't change the way I am. Toga then started crying. Sans, finally. I was waiting for her to share with me why she acted like this. It's not because she wanted to. None of this is her fault. It's her parents' fault. I know what to do. Sans then teleported away from Toga, confusing her, but came back a minute later. He had something in his hand. He shot his hand forward, causing Toga to flinch, but no pain came to her. Sans, come on, kid. Take it. Toga looked at Sans and saw that he had a packet of blood in his hand. Sans, I got it from the blood bank. Take it and drink up. Toga slowly reached for the blood packet and snatched it away from Sans and drank the whole thing. Toga, I need more. Sans, heh. I'll bet. Luckily, I've got plenty of blood packets to give you. Toga, why are you giving me these? Sans, well, donating blood can be a positive experience, but it can sometimes be negative. Toga started to laugh. And not in a psychotic way. And so did Mario. Toga, that was pretty funny. Sans, but in all seriousness, I actually wanted to help you from the start. So I just waited for you to tell me about your past so I could find out what was making you act this way. I'm guessing that me talking about you being normal enraged you. So, drink up and get your sanity back. Toga did just that. Sans then lowered the bones that were blocking the other's path. Askari, Sans. Are you alright? Sans, yup. Don't worry about me. Clover then approaches Toga. Clover, you feeling okay, Toga? Izuku, you must have been through a lot. Toga, Izuku, I'm so sorry. Izuku, it's okay, Toga. I forgive you. You just needed someone to rely on. Well, don't worry. I'll help you out. Clover, we all will. However, Toga got worried, but what Clover said diminished any worries she had. Clover, one day, your parents will be brought to justice. You have my promise on that. I'll make sure you never go through this blood withdrawal ever again. Everyone, yeah. Toga started to cry and hugged Clover. Toga, thank you. Clover, Clover. My name is Clover. And I am Izuku's brother. Toga, wow. I never knew that Izuku had a brother. Clover, long story. Sue, whispers Sans, are you sure we can trust her? Sans whispers, yeah. That expression on Toga's face. That's the expression of someone who seeks to make up for what they've done. And so, everyone then left and got back to their hideout. Including Toga. Toga, I want to help you out with your quest. I don't know the locations of all the corpses, but I do know the location of some of them. Toru, then we'll head out tomorrow. Everyone, right. However, someone was watching them. Toya, so she has joined the heroes, huh? Well, if she wants to go against us, then she has made a grave mistake. Toya then left and decided to hide out in one of the spots where Toga knows the location of the corpses, so he can ambush them. Toya, I'll burn them to a crisp, reviving more friends and a fiery entrance. It's a new morning and everyone has woken up. Koda, so, who are we going to resurrect this time? Toga, well, I only know the location of where another 5 of the corpses are at. Well, 6. Papyrus, why did you say it like that? Sans, that expression, that's the expression of someone who is mourning for the loss of their friend. Toga, you are really good at reading expressions. Toga then tells everyone about the death of her dear friend twice. Toga, I know I shouldn't ask, but Asriel, you want me to revive twice? Sure, but first we revive the other corpses that you know the location of. Toga, really? Thank you. Alina, so, where do we go now? Toga, follow me. And so, everyone left the building except for Inko, Eri, Koda, Mei, and Mandalay, and followed Toga. But Toya knew where they were going. 10 minutes later, Papyrus. That's Enough. Papyrus was being tortured by the endless puns that Sans and Mirio told each other the whole time. Mirio, geez, Sans. Looks like your brother doesn't seem to have a funny bone. Papyrus is now crying internally. Toga, here we are. Izuku, wait, this is Undyne. What the hell happened here? Izuku, decay happened. Alina, what's decay? Clover, let me check. Pulls out notebook from hat. Oh, decay is Tenko's quirk. Clears throat. It allows the user to destroy anything or anyone that the user touches with all 5 fingers. And it spreads. If the victim doesn't amputate the part of them that is being decayed, the rest of their body will turn to dust, but it only works on solids, not fluids. And when using it at full power, it can affect the user's body. Sans, that is one dangerous quirk. Toru, and after Tenko got all for one, his quirk became so powerful that he did all of this just by touching the ground. Asriel, Meep, Randy, that is insane. Toga, we need to head to that building over there. Points at the Gunga Mountain Villa. The 6 corpses are all in there. Sue, and you're sure that we will be able to stay safe? Toga, I never said that in the first place. Cody, well, that's reassuring. Toga, what? It's true, Batty. Let's just most this along so we can get out of here ASAP. And so, Toga leads everyone to the Gunga Mountain Villa. Toga, I decided to take the 7 corpses of people who I cared for the most to the place where my best friend died. Clover, wait, 7? Toga, well, I was planning to take Achiko and Izuku here as well, but Izuku ran off to Alphys, Mtiabat. Toga, Mtiabat. And Eri rushed in, took Achiko's corpse, and ran away. Everyone know. That explains it. Everyone then enters the building and looks around to find the corpses that are in the building. Sue, this will take forever. There are way too many rooms in this building. How will we? Papyrus, Nyehehe, Mineta, Papyrus? What's going on? Papyrus, I, the great Papyrus, have found the corpse of a monster, human hybrid. Izuku, a monster, human hybrid. Papyrus, over here. Everyone followed Papyrus' voice and saw that Papyrus found someone who wasn't really a monster. Izuku, Achiko, Toru, Mineta, and Aizawa, Tokoemi. Alina, is he one of your classmates? Aizawa, yes he is. His name is Fumikage Tokoemi. His quirk is called Dark Shadow. Cody, interesting. Well, Asriel, time for you to get to reviving. Asriel, right. Asriel then uses his healing magic to revive Tokoemi. Tokoemi gasps for air. What? This is Gunga Mountain Villa. Why am I here? More importantly, how am I alive? Izuku, Achiko, Toru, Mineta, and Aizawa, Tokoemi. Tokoemi, Izuku? Achiko? Toru? Mineta? Aizawa? I never expected to see you again. How is this possible? Toru, it's all thanks to our new, fluffy friend. Asriel then approaches Tokoemi. Asriel, howdy. I'm Asriel Dreemurr. It's nice to meet you, Tokoemi. Tokoemi then gets up and shakes his hand. Tokoemi, nice to meet you too. How did you revive me? Asriel, thanks to Izuku passing on one for all to me, my magic has improved and my healing magic can now revive people as long as their remains are still there. Tokoemi, revelry in the dark. Papyrus, Nyehehe. That's an incredible catchphrase. Tokoemi, finally. Someone gets it. Sue, that's a pretty weird catchphrase. Then, something pops out of Tokoemi. Well, I think it's cool. Sans, so that's Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. How do you know about me? Sans, oh. A little birdie told me. Papyrus and Tokoemi, you're dead. And so Papyrus and Tokoemi chased Sans for 5 minutes before they tied him up and put a dunce cap on him. Toga, I gotta say, there's never a dull moment around here. Everyone, yep. After that disaster, everyone pressed on to find the other corpses in the villa. Aizawa, you have to have more hobbies than just puns. Sans, nah. Too lazy. I prefer to just nap. Aizawa, I think we're gonna get along just fine. Chara, hey guys. I found a green-haired girl. Tokoemi sprinted towards Chara. Sans, whoa. Emo Bird is in a rush. Aizawa, I think I know why. Come on. Everyone followed Aizawa, who followed Tokoemi. When they got there, they saw a green-haired girl. Tokoemi, Tsu. Randy, smug look friend of yours? Tokoemi blushed. Tokoemi, zip it. Dark Shadow, oh, that's Tsuyu Ajui. But she hates it when her friends call her Asri and insists on calling them Tsu. Fumi here has been crushing on her since the start of the school year. Tokoemi, Dark Shadow. What is wrong with you, Undyne? Fuhuhuhuhu. Your friend is quite hilarious. Here's my advice. When she wakes up, kiss her. Tokoemi, are you nuts? Asriel, Tokoemi. I've seen Undyne suplex a boulder just because she felt like it. She is definitely nuts. Tokoemi, noted. Ascari, my advice is to just confess to her. If you kiss her, that's too bold. But if you don't tell her how you feel, she'll never know. At least, that's what my father told me when I had trouble confessing to Toriel. Toriel, telling your loved one how you feel, huh? Tokoemi, I guess that could work out well. Thank you, sir. Ascari, please. Call me Ascari. After Ascari's word of advice, Asriel revived Tsu. Tsu, ribbit? Huh? Wait, I'm supposed to be dead, what's happening? Tokoemi then hugged Tsu. Tokoemi, TSU. Thank goodness you're alive. Tsu, Tokoemi? Tsu then looks around to see her classmates and Mirio. Tsu, Izuku? Achiko? Toru? Mineta? Mr. Aizawa? You're alive? I thought we were all supposed to be dead. Tsu, wow. She's pretty blunt. Izuku, that's just Tsu being Tsu. Toru, she tends to say what's on her mind. Papyrus then approaches Tsu. Papyrus, hello, human. It is a pleasure to meet you. Tsu, talk about weird. Sans would have been mad, but he knows exactly how his brother will take it. Papyrus pats her head. Papyrus, there, human. You're not weird. You are completely normal. Or better than normal. You can trust me, the great Papyrus. Toru whispers to Sans he does know that Tsu called him weird, right? Sans whispers to Toru, nope. When Paps gets insulted by someone, he always thinks the person is insulting themselves. Tsu whispers to Sans, your brother's too pure for this world. Tokoemi, Tsu, I have something to tell you. Tsu, what is it, ribbit? Tokoemi, I've had a crush on you ever since the school year started. Silence was heard until Tsu, well, finally you confess, ribbit. Tokoemi, wait, you knew? Tsu, you were pretty obvious about it. I was just waiting for you to confess. Because I love you too. Sans then decided to have a little fun, and pushed Tokoemi onto Tsu, causing them to kiss. Tokoemi and Tsu, what the heck, dude? Sans got a timeout after that. Everyone then moved onwards to find the rest. Eventually, they came across Izuku Kirishima. Clover, that's quite a lot of muscle on him. Tsu, so, how are you going to revive him? Achiko, watch and learn. Asriel then uses his healing magic on Kirishima. Kirishima, ga. Whoa. I'm alive? How? 1A, the ones that were already resurrected. Kirishima. Kirishima, Izubro? Achiko? Toru? Mineta? Tokoemi? Tsu? Aizawa? You're alive. I'm so glad to see you. Hey, who are these guys? Izuku, these are our new friends. Kirishima, wow. Nice to meet you all. I'm Ejiro Kirishima. Randy, you look like someone who would be good in a fist fight. I challenge you. Kirishima, you've got guts. Manly, Tsu, ahem. Aren't we forgetting something? Randy and Kirishima, no? Izuku, the other three corpses. Randy whoops. And so, everyone kept advancing further upwards. Alphys, gee guys. I found another one. Everyone rushed to her to find. Izuku, that's one of my best friends. Tenya, Ida, Clover, yeah, I don't need to look through your notebook to find out his quirk. Achiko, it's actually a bit more complicated than you think. But we'll get into that later. Asriel, alright. Here goes. Asriel then revives Ida. Ida gasps for air. Where am I? Ida then sees his classmates. Ida, Izuku? Achiko? Tsu? Tokoemi? Kirishima? Toru? Mineta? Mr. Aizawa? Ida was starting to cry. Everyone then gave Ida a hug. Ida, I never thought I would see you again, and sees Toga. Why are you? Izuku, hold on, Ida. It's because of her that we were able to find you. She's changed thanks to our friend Sans. Ida, Sans? Sans, heya. Toga, he beat the living daylights out of me. Then I told him about my past, and he helped me regain my sanity. Ida, I'm sorry, but I can't trust you. But if my friends are okay with you, I will give you a chance. Toga then bowed. Toga, thank you. I won't let you down. After that, everyone went to the floor that was just below where Twice's corpse was. Toga, okay, the last corpse should be over here. Everyone followed Toga and she led them to the corpse of one of their closest friends. Izuku, it's Shoto. Clover, alright. Let's revive him. Asriel rushes forward only for blue flames to show up out of nowhere and block his path. Asriel, golly. What's going on? Toga, oh no. How did he know? Clover, how did who know? What's going on? Just then, Toya showed up. Toya, you shouldn't have turned on us, Himiko Toga. Your efforts will be in vain. I'll burn you all down to ash. Sans, whose burnt face over here? Izuku, crap. That's Toya. aka Dabi. He is one of the members of the League of Villains. Toya, bingo. And I will not let you leave from here alive. Asriel, don't be so sure of that. We'll stop you. Everyone was about to attack Toya, but Toriel holds up her hand to block their path. Stop. Asriel, one mom. Toriel, I'll handle him. Please get to safety. This battle is going to get heated. Papyrus, not now. Askari, Tori, why? Toriel, just let me handle him. Please. Asriel, okay mom. Let's get to safety. Everyone was shocked by what Asriel said but decided to trust him and Toriel. So they all got to cover. Toya, you're a fool to think you can defeat me. Toya got ready to use his fire. Toriel, I'm not fighting you for the sole purpose of defeating you. You can try to hide it all you want, but I can see it in your eyes. You're hurting. You have had a horrible childhood and you need someone to cry on. But you wore that mask for so long, you forgot who you really are. Well, not for long. I will bring you back to your senses and make sure you can release all those feelings of hatred that you have bottled up in your life. And that's a promise. Asriel Dreemurr vs Toya Todoroki and reviving 3 more. Toya shot out a stream of blue fire at Toriel. But Toriel did not move from her spot. Instead, she countered with her own fire. The 2 attacks collided with each other and were snuffed out. Toya, what? That fire. It's stronger than his. Toriel, his? What does he mean by that? Well, whoever he's talking about must be the source of all that hatred of his. Toya then let loose another stream of fire at Toriel, but she created a fire shield around her to block the flames. Toriel, I won't fight you, Toya. Just attack me as much as you can. Toya, why isn't she trying to hurt me? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Hell minefield. Toya used his flames underground and created pillars of fire around Toriel and eventually blasted her. Marine, Toriel. When the smoke cleared, it showed that Toriel was still standing, without a scratch on her. Toya, what? How? There's not even a scratch on her. Who is she? Toriel, there is still so much hatred in him. It's like he's been saving it up to release on someone. That's not healthy for anyone. He'll get corrupted by his own hatred. No, he already is. This is worse than I thought. I won't falter. Toya, you. Get out of my life. Flash fire fist. Toya then moves at incredible speed and gets right in front of Toriel. He then punches her. Toriel, GH. That was strong. But I mustn't let up. All that pain inside of Toya, it's eating him away. Keep going. Release all that hatred onto me. Toya didn't even make a dent. What kind of quirk is this? Toriel then shoves Toya away as he lands on his feet. Toriel, it's not a quirk. It's magic. Keep trying all you want. But I won't stop. Toya, we'll see. Hell Spider. Toya sent out many streams of fire from his fingertips. But Toriel managed to counter them all with her fire. Toya, just die. Toya sent out much more fire at Toriel, to which Toriel once again countered it with her own fire. Kirishima, damn. Toriel is really holding her own against Dabi. Askari, not exactly. She's holding back quite a lot. Tsu, ribbit. Why is she holding back? Askari, you'll see. Toya, jet burn. Toya let loose a massive beam of fire at Toriel, but she still countered it with her flames. And through it all, her expression never changed. But Toya was beginning to get annoyed at her not fighting back. Toya, what the? Why are you not fighting back? Toriel, Toya, you know what? I don't care. Prominence burn. Toya then let loose a massive, concentrated beam of fire at Toriel. Luckily, Toriel protects herself by making a flame shield around her, all while staying calm and collected. But then she notices something about Toya. Toriel, is Toya's skin burning? Oh no! That must be why his skin is like that. He must not have a good resistance to fire. If this keeps up, I'll have to heal him. Toya, I won't let you win against me. I'll burn you all to a crisp. Toya then continues to let out as many streams of fire at Toriel as he possibly could. But no matter what he did, Toriel countered it all without breaking a sweat. Her fire was just too strong. Toya, jet burn! Toya fired off his jet burn again, but this time by punching Toriel. Toya, I don't get it. Why isn't she trying to hurt me? I'm trying to kill her. And all she's been doing is countering my attacks or letting them hit her. What is wrong with her? Hell Spider! Toya let off his Hell Spider move once again, and Toriel decided to take it. Toya, does she want to die? Well, fine by me. Hell Minefield! Toya created more pillars of fire which Toriel protected herself from with her own fire. Toriel, you're hurting. Aren't you? Toya froze. Toya, what? The hell are you talking about? Toriel, I can see it in your eyes. You hide it well. But I know better. You aren't a heartless villain. Something happened to you that filled you with such hatred inside. That's what led you to who you are now. You didn't deserve what happened to you. Tell me what's eating you up like this. I want to help. Toya, I know you don't. And I don't want your help. I'm fine the way I am. Toriel, say that as much as you want. But I know that's not the case. Those who say they don't want help are usually the ones who need it the most. Toya, I don't. Toya's flames begin to get larger as he fires them off at Toriel. Toriel, that's it. Keep letting out all your feelings. You need to open up. Toriel counters the flames time and time again. Sue, ribbit. What's she doing? Cody, I have no idea. But whatever it is, it seems to only be making things worse. Batty, wait, is Toriel trying to get Toya to release all of his negative emotions? Toya, please be careful about how you use your flames. Your skin is burning. If you're not careful. Toya, shut up. There's no way you can help me even if I wanted you to. Toriel, of course not. How can I help you when I don't even know your whole story? Toya, why the hell do you even care? Toriel, because no one is born evil. Villains and heroes are all born the same way. And so are monsters. It's what happens in our lives that make us who we are. Toya, shut up. Toya sent another prominent spurn Toriel's way. But she is still able to counter it. But she notices that Toya keeps getting angry. Toriel, I see. I can think of 2 reasons why it's getting worse. The first reason could be that because he isn't able to hit me, he is getting angrier and angrier, which is increasing the power of his flames. The other reason could be that I'm using my own flames. Like he has a bad history with these kinds of flames. Maybe it's both. I know what to do. It's risky, but it may be the only possible way. Toya, what now? Toriel, I want you to attack me with everything you have. Don't hold back. I won't counter it. Nor will I block it. Release all the hatred you have gathered onto me. Now, everyone was shocked by this declaration. Most of the audience looked at her like she was crazy. Others were confused. But Asriel knew exactly what she was planning. Toya, there is something wrong with you. You really want my flames? Fine then. Take them. Plus ultra prominence burn. Toya fired off his largest beam of fire that he had ever created. He couldn't help but imagine that his father was in Toriel's place. But Toriel just closed her eyes and smiled. Toriel, that's right. Release all the hatred you have stored up over the years. I don't care if this kills me. I will do what I can to help you. Toriel was then engulfed in the massive amount of flames. Toya was smiling at this. And Toriel was struggling with it a bit. Toya's skin is going to crisp away and fall off at this rate. He'll die if he keeps going. I have no other option. I have to heal him. I just need to reach him. Toriel then musters up all of her strength and begins to walk towards Toya. Toya, what? What are you doing? Why are you approaching me? Toriel said nothing as she continued to walk towards Toya. She wasn't going to give up anytime soon. Toya wasn't planning on letting Toriel reach him though. He kept pushing himself to the limit, ignoring how his skin was falling apart. He didn't care. But then, Toya, wait. Why do I hate her this much? I hate Endeavor. Not her. Toya was beginning to lose all that hatred he had gathered before. But, Toya, no! It doesn't matter. I'm a villain through and through. She is just a delusional lunatic who thinks she can dash. Just then, Toya realized that Toriel had gotten right in front of him while he was lost in thought. Before Toya could react, Toriel, Hugged him? Toya, what the dash? Just then, Toya felt himself being healed. Toriel, do not worry, Toya. I will heal the wounds you have gathered throughout your life. Just keep releasing your flames at me. Please. Ascari smiled at this. Ascari, you always were a softie, Tori. Toya was just confused. This lady who he was fighting. She not only didn't try to attack him once, but she also told him to release as much power as he could on her. And now she is healing his wounds to make sure he is keeping it up. What is with this woman, Toya? Why is she doing this? Wait. When did I start caring about this kind of stuff? Toriel, it's okay, Toya. Just try and release all that hatred from your body. You can do it. I'll help you out. Just focus everything on me while I keep your body in stable condition. Toya didn't know what to say about this. So he blocked out everything and released everything he had. He engulfed half of the room in flames. But he didn't hit anyone or anything other than Toriel. Toya was screaming in anguish until finally, Toya, why? Why are you trying to help a failure like me? Toriel, what gave you the idea that you are a failure? You can tell me. I promise I'll listen to what you have to say. Toya had no clue on what to do. Why was this complete stranger trying to help him? There's no point. But still maybe it wouldn't hurt. Toya, fine. Here's the truth. Toya then told Toriel about everything that happened to him. How he was neglected by his father, how he fell into a coma for 3 years after losing control of his quirk, how most of his body suffered from permanent burn scars, and how he hid his identity from everyone after dyeing his hair black and changing his name to Dabi. After he let all of that out, his flames stopped, and he started to cry. But he was confused as to how, because his tear ducts were burned shut. But when he looked at his body, what he saw was unbelievable. Toya, what? What happened to my scars? Toriel, breathing heavily, I healed them up. Thank you for sharing your past with me. I know it wasn't easy to live through that again. Trust me, I know from experience that bottling up your hatred only makes things worse. You didn't deserve what you had gone through. But I know that deep down you are still a good person. Toya, but look at what I did. I killed so many people. I killed innocents. Heroes. Even my own brother. How can you possibly think I'm a good person? Toriel, I guess you could call it a mother's intuition. Besides, anyone can make a mistake, but it takes a big heart and a truckload of courage to admit they made a mistake. If you get the reference, you get a cookie. Toya then started to cry into Toriel's shoulder. Toya, I'm sorry. Sob, I'm so sorry. Toriel, there. Let it all out. I'm right here. And I'll help you out. I promise. Toya, thank you. Sniff, thank you. Izuku, wow, Toriel is as caring as Mom. Ascari, I had a feeling that Tori would do something like that. Her motherly instinct is really something to behold. After Toya cried for 10 whole minutes, he approached everyone else and apologized to them. To which everyone forgave him after seeing just how much he regretted what he did. Asriel, alright. It's time to finally revive Shoto. And so, Asriel used his healing magic to revive Shoto. Shoto, NGH, what happened? Where am I? Shoto's classmates. SHOTO. Shoto, guys? Is that really you? I'm glad to see you all here. Wait. Who are these people? Izuku, they are our new friends. Shoto, I see. Shoto then notices Toya. Shoto, Izuku. Watch out. It's Toriel, don't fret. Toya is not going to hurt you. Toya, I'm very sorry for what I did, Shoto. Toriel helped me see the light. And I will do whatever I can to make up for what I've done. Toya then bowed. Shoto, I can't exactly trust you. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Toya then hugs Shoto, which catches him off guard. Toya, thank you, brother. You won't regret this. Toya then releases the hug. Shoto then notices Clover and walks up to him. Shoto, you? Clover, yeah? Shoto, are you Izuku's secret brother or something? 1A, seriously, Shoto? Clover, of course not. I'm his long-lost brother, Clover Midoriya. Shoto, strange. Izuku never mentioned you. Clover, he didn't know about me back then. Shoto, does this mean you're also All Might's secret love child? Clover, I'm sorry. What? Izuku, how many times do I have to tell you, Shoto? My father is not All Might. It's Hisashi Midoriya. Toya, that's exactly what All Might's secret love child would say. Shoto, I'm willing to bet that All Might made up a fake name so that no one would ever suspect they're related. Toya, And if Midoriya is his mother's maiden name, Clover, it is not Toya, then All Might must have just made up a last name, Shoto. Maybe he went with Midoriya because Mrs. Midoriya has green hair. Toya, right. And Midori means green. Izuku, great. It was bad enough when it was just Shoto. Now Toya too? Clover, dude. I have brown hair. Izuku has green hair. And All Might has blonde hair. Toya, I'll bet you dyed your hair brown so that no one would suspect a thing. Shoto, I'll add that to the conspiracy board. Toya, no wonder All Might cares so much about Midoriya. 1A, Shoto and Izuku, oh god. There's two of them now. Everyone else, Shoto, Izuku, and Clover, what is even happening anymore? Clover, can we please move on from this until later? There's still one more body here to resurrect. Toya, oh. Sure. Wait, there aren't any more corpses here. Well, except for wait. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Chara, depends on what you're thinking. Toya, I'm thinking that you're planning to revive Jean. Toga, that's exactly what they're saying. Izuku then turns to the other 5 that were just resurrected. Izuku, I know you are surprised by this. But we promised that we would bring him back. Besides, Babigawara wasn't even too much of a villain. By which I mean he was the second most compassionate member of the League of Villains. Toga. Second most? If you ask me, he is the most compassionate person in the group. Who could possibly beat him? Everyone stares at her. Everyone, Toga, you? Toga, I guess I can't really argue with that. And so, everyone moved up to the top floor to see the last corpse in the building. Asriel, alright. Here goes nothing. Asriel then revives Jean. Jean, who, what, where, how, why? Whoa. What the heck happened here? Toga and Toya, Jin. Jean was then hugged by Toya and Toga. Jean, Himiko? Dabi? It's so great to see you. Get off me. Toga and Toya get off Jean and help him up. Jean, so what's happening? Toga and Toya then explained everything that happened while Jean was dead, including how they now have changed their ways for the better. Jean, damn. I missed a lot. Well, you don't really have to convince me to join. As long as I'm with my best friends, I'll follow whoever to the ends of the earth. Everyone then introduced themselves to Jean. Jean, wow. I'm glad to have met so many people. And you, Asriel. Jean then grabs Asriel's hand, paw, whatever. You know what I mean. Jean, thank you very much for bringing me back to life. You have my respect. Asriel, oh golly. You don't have to thank me. I'm just happy to help. Toya, before we go back, there's one last corpse that is near this city. Follow me. Toya then led everyone to the forest near the city, where they find 1A and Aizawa, Midnight. Everyone else, Clover, Toga, Toya, and Jean, who's Midnight? Clover pulls out notebook. Let me see. AHA. Namuri Kayama, aka the R-rated hero Midnight. Papyrus, what does the R stand for? Sans, you're too young to know. Papyrus, Sans, you're only 5 years older than me. Sans, so come back to me in 5 years. Papyrus, fine. Clover, Quirk, somnambulist. It allows her to put nearby people to sleep by exuding a sleep-inducing aroma from her body. It works better on males than females. Undyne, I got weird vibes from this. Asriel, whatever the case, we have to revive her. Any help is welcome. Asriel then revives Namuri. Namuri, ugh my head. She then gets up and sees her students and friend, 1A and Aizawa, Midnight. They all hug her, and she returns the hug. Namuri, everyone. I'm happy to see you all. She then notices the 3 former villains. Namuri, everyone. Watch out. It's Aizawa, it's okay, Namuri. Thanks to our new friends, they have turned over a new leaf. Namuri, seriously? Aizawa then explains everything to Namuri. Namuri, that's a lot to take in. But I trust your judgment, Shota. So, who was it that brought me back to life? Asriel then approached her. Asriel, howdy. I'm Asriel Dreemurr. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Midnight. Namuri, oh my god. Asriel, what's ro? Namuri then picks Asriel up and hugs him. Namuri, you are so Quirkless. Asriel, Gigi golly. Asriel had to be pried off of Namuri by Sue. Sue, I think it's time to head back now. And so everyone went back to the house where the others were waiting for them. They were surprised to see Toya and Namuri with them, but after some explaining, they welcomed Toya with open arms while Inko was warning Namuri not to show her sadistic side in front of the children. And Toriel did the same. Asriel, so Now that we have revived more of the corpses, what's our next move? Toya, the Shy Hasaikai hideout. That's where some of the other corpses are. All for One told me about that. Asriel, then that's where we go next. Toya, be careful. That place is a death trap now. There are dozens, maybe even hundreds, of gnomes in there. Including someone that we used to know. Undyne, fuhuhuhuhu. We can handle it. But first, we need to get some sleep. Aizawa, sleep is for the weak. Sans, Papyrus, Alphys, and Ascari. Oh, Undyne, what? Did you just say? Aizawa, I said that sleep is for the weak. Undyne, sleep is for the strong. Undyne then picked Aizawa up. Aizawa, what the? What are you dash? Undyne, you're getting some sleep. And I'll do what I can to make you sleep. Even if it means knocking you unconscious. Aizawa, what? No. Help, everyone. No way are we dealing with that. And so everyone went to sleep. Even Aizawa, who has learned a valuable lesson. Never say that sleep is for the weak in front of Undyne. New friends and massive danger. It was the next morning and Eri was leading everyone except for Kota and Inko to the Shy Hasaikai. Eri, I really don't like going back here. Izuku, I'm really sorry, Eri, but you're the only one that knows the location by heart. Jean, don't worry. We'll keep you safe. You can count on us. Eventually, everyone reached the Shy Hasaikai. But everywhere they looked, there were gnome. Everywhere. Asriel, golly. What are those creatures? And those are gnome. They are essentially living corpses. They were once normal humans. But after All for One gave them other quirks, they turned into that. The reason? The human body cannot handle the strain of multiple quirks. It deteriorates the mind and eventually turns them into a mindless puppet. Jean, how come there are so many Nomu? Toya, it's because a lot of people like to snoop around in this death trap. Undyne, so what's the plan? Asriel, how do we save them? Toya, you can't. Toriel, what do you mean? Toga, they are already too far gone. Unless you can reverse the effects of the strain of the quirks, nothing will work. Jean, what if I make a double of Eri? Clover, that won't work. Eri can only rewind the physical bodies of others. Not mentally. Batty, wait. Does this mean that, Chara, it's impossible to save them? All we can do is put them out of their misery. Permanently. Asriel, so we have to kill them? Shoto, unfortunately, they're right. We have no other choice but to end their suffering. In a way, this is an act of mercy. Toriel, but, Ascari puts his paw on Toriel's shoulder. Ascari, Tori, I don't like this any more than you do. Trust me. But you have to understand that there is no other option. If we don't do anything, these poor people will be stuck like this, suffering from whatever they are experiencing. We have to end their suffering. Toriel, I understand. Aizawa, we better be careful though. The gnome are strong. And they all have multiple quirks. We need to be careful. Everyone, HAI. But before they could start fighting, the gnome noticed them all. He then rushed towards them and before they knew what was happening, Eri was captured. Everyone, Eri, P-Papa. HHH help. Eri was terrified. She didn't know what to do. But the gnome did. He raised his fist, ready to kill our favorite unicorn. As everyone shouted in horror, Eri closed her eyes and braced for impact. But then, the gnome got impaled by dozens of blue feathers. The gnome lost its grip on Eri and she ran back to Izuku and the others. Izuku hugs Eri. Izuku, yarai. I thank God Uraraka did not want to see Midoriya. I'm so sorry about this. Should have had I will leave a theme and tweegether. Please forgive. Translation, Eri. Oh, thank God you're okay. I did not want to see my daughter die. I am so sorry about this. I should have had you leave the moment we got there. Please forgive me, Eri. It's okay, Papa. I'm just glad to be alive. Ascari, Tokoemi? Are you able to shoot out feathers? Tokoemi, no. Tsu, maybe it was Hawks. Achiko, that's impossible. He had his quirk stolen. Remember? Besides, those feathers are blue. Not red like Hawk's feathers. Izuku, then who? Clover? Is that really you? Clover, that voice. Some humanoid bird came down in front of the others. Clover, Martlet. Clover goes up to Martlet and hugs her. Clover, it's really you. I'm so happy to see you again, pal. Alina, Clover, you know this bird? Clover, oh. Guys, this is my friend, Martlet. I met her 16 years ago and snowed in. Martlet, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Another Nomu rushes towards Martlet, but before it could attack, a bullet went right through its head. Sans, nice shot, Clover. Clover, that wasn't me. Asriel, then maybe it was. Clover. My faithful deputy. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Though I have no clue how you're alive. You gave up your soul. I was there. Clover, Starlo. Great to see you again. Clover gave Starlo a high five. Randy, who is he? Clover, this is my friend Starlo. I met him in the dunes. He's a sheriff. Starlo, howdy pal. Another Nomu shows up and is about to get the drop on Aizawa, but is then hit by a lightning bolt. Asriel, okay, just so you know, that was not me. Hey Clover. It's been a while, hasn't it? Clover, DLV. Clover approaches Dalv and gives him a handshake. Batty, and he is? Clover, this is Dalv. I met him in the ruins. He's kind of a loner. Dalv, nice to meet you. Then, 3 more Nomus charge at Eri but are taken out by a bunch of flower-shaped bullets. Eri, those flowers are pretty. Eri then feels someone patting her head. I'm glad you think so, little girl. Clover, Soroba. Good to see you. Soroba, good to see you too, Clover. Don't know how you are alive, but it's great to see you again. Eri, so you 4 are Uncle Clover's friends? Dalv, Martlet, Starlo, and Soroba. Uncle Clover? Clover, it's a long story. But why are you 4 here? Martlet, well, we were hiding out, away from that all-for-fun guy. I don't get why he calls himself that. He's not fun in the slightest. Clover, it's all for one. Not fun. Martlet, huh? Now that you mention it, that makes a lot more sense. Starlo, anyways, we were hiding from him when Soroba started going nuts about her motherly instincts and ran off to your direction. She yelled at Martlet to go ahead, and it appears she was right. Although, we were definitely not expecting to find you of all people, Soroba, and I definitely wasn't expecting this adorable little girl to call you uncle. Eri then grabbed Soroba's ponytail. Soroba looks at Eri and then, Eri, I like your ponytail. Soroba, GCK. So pure. Asriel, you'll get used to it. Starlo, guys, as fun as this reunion is, we should get back to the task at hand. Everyone, HAI. Martlet, so. What were you guys trying to do exactly? Asriel then filled the 4 in on what has happened and what they're doing. Martlet, that's all well and good, but there are dozens of these creatures in there. How are we supposed to handle them all? Martlet, maybe like this? Martlet looks beside her to see herself. Martlet, WHOH. Starlo, what the? Which one's the real one? Starlo, the one on the right. Starlo, then what the foo? Soroba punches Starlo in the face. Soroba, and no cursing in front of the little girl. Dalv, what is happening? Jean, it's my quirk, double. If I have the exact measurements of someone, I can make an exact copy of them. But they aren't nearly as durable as the original and will melt into a mud-like substance if they take enough damage. Dalv, wow. That's pretty cool. Soroba, could he make a duplicate of No? It wouldn't be the same. Toriel and Ascari, I know that look in her eyes all too well. Starlo, well, since we have a man who can make an entire army, we should have no problem with these whatever they are. Izuku, Nomu. Starlo, Nomu. So shall we go? Everyone, hi. Izuku, but first Eri, I want you to go back home. Achiko, Izuku's right. We're not risking you getting hurt any longer. Eri, okay, mommy and papa. Jean then makes a clone of Sans and he teleports Eri back home. Soroba, those 2 are her parents. No. She looks nothing like them. Maybe they adopted her. Either way, they are such great parents. Better than me. Twice then creates a bunch of duplicates of himself and everyone else. They had an army to take care of the Nomu. Izuku, CHARRRGGGE. Everyone rushes into the building. It was a slaughterhouse. The Nomu were dropping almost as fast as your health when fighting Sans. The Nomu were of no match for the sheer power of everyone. However, the corpses of their friends were nowhere to be seen. Undyne. NNNNGGGGAHHHHHH. Where are those corpses? Undyne then impales tons of Nomu in the chest. Toya, to be honest, I placed them all in the same spot. And at the spot where Small Might and Mirio fought Overhaul. Izuku, that makes sense. Wait. Did you just call me Small Might? Toya, yeah. What else would I call you? I mean, you're All Might's secret love child. Martlet, Dalv, Soroba, and Starlo. Who? Jean, where the fuck did that come from? Everyone, Shoto, for fuck's sake. Not again. Izuku, I am. Not. Toya and Shoto, we're pressing X to doubt. Eventually, they managed to reach the area where the 5 other corpses were located. Izuku looks to the end of the room. Izuku, there. Izuku pointed to where the 5 corpses were. Shoto, Momo, Kirishima, Mina, Toru, Mashireo, Asriel. Everyone looks at Asriel in confusion. Asriel, sorry. Just wanted to say my name. Everyone's sweat dropped at that. Asriel, well, there aren't any other Noma left. So, it's time to resurrect them. Asriel then runs towards the corpses. But then, Asriel, GH. What was that painful stabbing sensation? He then noticed something big coming his way. Asriel managed to avoid getting crushed. But just barely. A massive dust cloud appeared when the creature landed. When the dust cleared, what emerged was something that scared everyone. Especially Jean. Jean, is that? Toya, yes. That's Spinner. Jean and no. He's Toga, I know. Spinner looked at Asriel, who was struggling to get up because of the amount of fear he was feeling. And then that painful stabbing in his head appeared again. And much worse than before. Spinner shrieked, brought out his giant sword, and was about to slash Asriel. Asriel closed his eyes and braced for his second death, but it never came. Opening his eyes, Asriel realized why he was okay. Everyone, Undyne. Asriel, Undyne. No, Undyne just chuckled. Undyne, heh. It's nothing. Don't worry about me. Run, Asriel, Undyne, Undyne now. Asriel just did what his instincts told him to do and ran to his friends. But, Undyne. Heh. It's nothing. No S somehow, with just one hit I'm already damn it. No one could move. Their bodies were completely frozen in fear and sadness. Undyne, Papyrus, Undyne please, Undyne, Alphys, this can't be. Undyne, Ascari, why can't I do anything? Undyne, just like that I've failed you. And just like that, Undyne turned to dust. Everyone, Undyne. Nuh, but then, Undyne, no. Everyone was surprised to see Undyne still standing. Undyne, my body, it feels like it's splitting apart. Like any second I'll scatter into a million pieces. But deep in my soul, there's a burning feeling I can't describe. A burning feeling that won't let me die. This is about more than the people of Japan, is it? If All for One wins, he'll destroy them all, won't he? Monsters, humans, everyone's hopes. Everyone's dreams. Vanquished in an instant. But I won't let him do that. Right now, everyone in the world, I can feel their hearts beating as one. And we all have one goal. To defeat All for One. Human. No. Noma. For the sake of the whole world, I, Undyne, will strike you down. The room was engulfed in a bright light, and when it died down, Undyne was completely different. Undyne, you're gonna have to try a little harder than that. Undyne, the Undying versus Spinner, and a last request. Undyne starts the fight off by trapping her and Spinner in an arena of spears that will only disappear if she allows it or if she dies. Not like she's planning on dying in this fight. Undyne, come at me! Spinner just shrieks and charges at Undyne. He brings out his sword and attempts to slice her in half. Luckily, Undyne saw that coming from a mile away. She blocked it with her spear. Undyne, you may have a lot of physical strength, punk. But that won't be enough. Undyne summons a bunch of spears and tries to impale Spinner. But Spinner manages to avoid them. Spinner, LM. Undyne summons dozens of spears and launches them at Spinner. He manages to dodge most of them, but a few manage to hit him. But they didn't do much damage to him thanks to all the quirks he has. Undyne, damn! Wait. I know what I need to do. Undyne brings out a small headpiece and calls Alphys. Undyne, Alphys. I need you to put Izuku on the line. I need his analytical skills. Alphys, alright. Alphys gives Izuku her headpiece. Izuku, what do you need? Undyne, you told us that Noma have multiple quirks. Since you've fought this punk before, you should know what his quirks are. I need your analytical skills. Izuku, alright. The first quirk Spinner has is the one he was born with. It's called Gecko. It gives the user the appearance of a gecko and allows them to stick to walls. Undyne listens closely while dodging Spinner's attacks and summoning more spears to attack him. Undyne, okay. Any weaknesses? Izuku, since you trapped him into this arena, he doesn't have much to stick to. Undyne, perfect. What else? Undyne shoots a yellow spear from behind Spinner. Spinner was ready to block it with his sword when it turned around and hit him on his right side. Then, dozens of other yellow spears hit him over and over again. Izuku, the next quirk he has is called Scale Mail. It allows the user to cover their body with sharp, armored nails which grants them increased strength and defense. Undyne. That explains why he's been able to tank through my spears. Spinner tries to stab Undyne again, but she dodges and fires off many more spears. They were flying too fast for Spinner to even block. Izuku, however, generating the scales necessary for defense causes the user to bleed as they rupture the skin. Also, any high force of impact can easily break through the armor plating as it can't withstand potent punches. Undyne, really? That's some useful information. Undyne rushes towards Spinner and punches him. Although it didn't do much damage to him. Undyne, crap. Spinner punches Undyne and sends her flying into the spear walls. Luckily, she didn't take much damage because her armor protected her. Undyne, damn. He's quite strong. Any more info, Bush Boy? Izuku, please don't call me that. And yes. He has a quirk called Body Bulk. It allows the user to bulk up their entire body, greatly increasing their physical strength and body size. Undyne, well, I already knew about that. Undyne dodges Spinner's sword as he swings it at Undyne. Spinner, LE. Undyne, there has to be a way to bypass his defenses. Izuku, I have an idea. You are able to create spears out of thin air, correct? Undyne, yeah? Haven't you been paying attention to the fight? Izuku, have you ever tried creating spears that are attached to your fists? Like gauntlets? Undyne once again dodges Spinner as he tries to punch her. Undyne, gauntlets? Izuku, yeah. You're already really strong physically. And your spears pack a punch. So if you can combine them, Undyne, Bush Boy. You are a freaking genius. That's badass. Let's do it. Undyne jumps above Spinner and slams her spear into his face. It didn't do much, but it will give her enough time. Undyne jumps far away from Spinner and starts to focus. Eventually, spears shot through her hands. And oddly enough, it didn't hurt her in the slightest. By the time Spinner got up, it was too late. Undyne's fists became gauntlet spears. And by instinct, Undyne shouted, Undyne, ultimate move, spear gauntlets. Undyne rushed at Spinner, and before he could do anything, Undyne punched him and sent him flying into the spear arena wall. Undyne, I like this. Spinner got himself out of the wall. Spinner KI. Spinner rushed at Undyne in an attempt to give her a punch just as powerful, but Undyne managed to block it with her spear gauntlets, which caused Spinner to recoil in pain. Undyne, I will stop you. Then we will revive the others and stop All for One to save everyone. That is what a hero is meant to do. Real heroes fight for the sake of what's right, to stop the wicked, but more importantly, to protect the innocent. This seemed to get some reaction out of Spinner. Spinner, you are. But that went away fast as he charged at Undyne with his sword. But Undyne dodged it fairly easily and punched Spinner in the stomach. Undyne saw that the scales around him were breaking. He was also bleeding. Undyne was smiling that she was winning. But then the wounds healed. Undyne, what? Izuku, that's new. All for One must have given Spinner a super regeneration quirk like Toga and most of the other Noma. Undyne, I can already guess what it does. Now I'm facing someone with the regeneration capabilities of Nezuko. Izuku, not exactly. Unlike with the regenerative capabilities of the demons in Kimetsu no Yaiba, the quirk cannot heal injuries that have already been cauterized by the time the quirk is received or activated. Also, the quirk can be nullified if you can beat Spinner faster than the quirk can actually heal him. Also, I don't think his body was properly prepared for the quirk, so the regeneration process is slower than you think. Alphys, wait. Why you watch that anime too? Everyone, not the time. Undyne, got it. I just need to do this as fast as possible. Spinner runs right at Undyne ready to stab her. Undyne, you want me? Come and get me. Undyne rushes at Spinner and grabs hold of his sword. This surprises everyone at the sheer strength of Undyne as she throws the sword into the air and summons dozens of spears and launches them all at the same time at the sword, and destroys it. Undyne, you're not using that sword anymore. Come at me. Spinner shrieks and charges at Undyne and begins to punch as fast as he can. But Undyne does the same. Replace All Might with Undyne and the USJ Nomu with Spinner. Spinner, REHO. The two were punching as fast as they could, but Undyne was stronger. Her determination to save the whole world from All for One's wrath, and to end Spinner's suffering, was making her stronger and stronger. Undyne. I don't like that I have to kill you when I could have saved someone who never wanted this path. But even heroes have blood on their hands. I will take up whatever burden I can to make this world a better place. Because a real hero will always find a way for justice to be served. The punches were getting through to Spinner. He couldn't regenerate fast enough and was losing steam. Tashinori. This is just like when I fought that Nomu in the USJ. Undyne then focused most of her magic power into her right fist, and a massive spear shot out of her hand. Undyne, get ready, Spinner. It's time I end your suffering. Time for me to go beyond. Plus. Ultra. As Undyne said that last word, she swung her giant spear right through Spinner and cut him in half. Undyne was breathing heavily. She won but was now exhausted. Although everyone was happy that Undyne managed to win, they were also sad that Spinner had to die. But they knew there was no other way. Undyne had her head down. Hey. It's okay. It was inevitable anyways. Undyne looked towards where the voice was coming from to see that it was Spinner. Undyne, you're alive? Spinner. Spinner coughs up blood. Spinner, not for long. But before I die, can I please give you a last request from me? Undyne approached Spinner and sat on her knees. Undyne, what's your dying wish? Spinner, listen. I know that if you all work together, you can defeat All for One and save Tomura. So, here's my last request. Undyne listened closely. Spinner, when this whole war is over, become a pro-hero. I know that everything you shouted during our fight was nothing but the truth. You are a true hero. So please. All I wish for is for you to become a pro-hero who will keep that exact mindset that I saw during our fight. Can you do that for me? Please? Undyne, has sure thing, punk. Not like I'll be doing anything different from what I'm doing now. You got it, bub. I'll fulfill your last request. Spinner's eyes started getting heavy. Spinner, thank you, Undyne the Undying. Utruehero. After he said that, Spinner died. Undyne returned back to normal. Undyne, rest in peace, Spinner. Undyne removes the spear walls and everyone rushes to her. Dobby, is he? Undyne, I'm sorry. I wish I could have saved him. Toga, it's not your fault. It's all because of All for One that you had no choice but to kill Shuichi. He'll pay for what he did. Martlet, not to be rude or anything, but shouldn't we revive the other 5? Asriel, I'm on it. And so, Asriel revives them all. Although it took a little time before they woke up. Momo was the first to wake up. Momo, slowly opens her eyes and gets up. What happened? Shoto hugs her, causing her to blush. Shoto, Momo. I'm so happy to see you again. I missed you so much. Momo, Shoto? I don't understand. You died. I saw you die. How notices Toya Shoto? Watch out. DBI is, Toya, not going to hurt you anymore. You can thank Toriel for that. Momo who? Toriel approaches her. Toriel, greetings, Ms. Yaoyorosa. I am Asriel Dreemurr. Asriel approaches Momo. Well, tries to. He had a blindfold on because he didn't want to look at that revealing costume of hers. Asriel, howdy. I'm Asriel Dreemurr. Momo, I'm over here. Turns out, Asriel was talking to the fourth wall. Asriel, golly. That's embarrassing. Asriel turns around and faces her. Asriel, let's try it again. Howdy. I'm Asriel Dreemurr. And what are you doing? Momo was rubbing his fluffy ears. Momo, my apologies, but those ears of yours are just so fluffy. Asriel, gee golly. Anyways, Toga and Jean have also redeemed themselves. One of which was because of Sans. Momo, Sans? Sans goes up to Momo. Sans, heya. I'm Sans. Sans the skeleton. Momo, pleasure to meet you. Ugh. What happened? 1A, Denki, guys? Is this heaven? Notices Toya, Toga, and Jean, guys. Watch out. It's Toga, DBI, and somehow twice. It took a bit for everyone to explain the situation. But eventually he got it. Denki. So, this goat boy revived them and also changed those 3's evil ways? Okay, maybe not. An earphone jack stuck itself in Denki's ear, causing him a lot of pain. Can't believe your stupidity was one of the first things I heard after being brought back to life. He revived one of them and the skeleton and goat lady reformed Toga and Toya. 1A, KYKA, Kyoka, hey guys. I heard everything that happened. It's quite surprising. But it's certainly great to see you all again. Ojiro Owl. My tail. Gets up, guys. How are you? Before he could finish, Toru jumped on top of him and kissed him not like anyone could notice. Toru, Mashireo. I missed you so much. After explaining everything to Ojiro, everyone noticed something. Asriel was missing. Chara Azzy? Clover, Asriel. Where are you, Kaya? You are so late. Asriel, HEELLLPPP. Everyone rushed to Asriel to see that he was being bear hugged by Mina. Mina notices her friend's guys. I'm so glad you're all okay. Especially you, Kiri. Winks. Izuku explains everything to Mina and introduces them to his new friends and long-lost brother. Martlet, wait. You two are brothers? Soroba. So that explains why she called Clover her uncle. Everyone, trust me, I was surprised too. Asriel. Anyways guys, we should head back to our base, now. It's getting dark. Everyone, hi. And so, everyone rushes back home and are greeted by Eri, Inko, and Koda. Asriel. So, how many corpses are left? Achiko, not all that many. There are only 6 left. The only question is, where? Undyne puts her hands in her pocket and notices a crinkling sound. She grabs the source, which was a piece of paper, and opens it up. Undyne. Hosa City, Shuichi Iguchi. aka Spinner. Alina, Hosa City? Clover. I did some research about it. It said that a large-scale attack happened there less than a year ago. They said that it was where the hero killer, Stain, was arrested thanks to Endeavor's efforts. Toya clenched his fist. Soroba and Toriel took notice of that. Toriel and Soroba, judging from how Toya is clenching his fist in anger, I'm willing to bet that that was not what happened. Toya, wow. You both can read me like a book. Toriel and Soroba rubbed the back of their heads. Asriel, so what really happened? Izuku, well, Ida, please. Let me explain. Izuku, okay if you're sure. Ida, it started when I chose an internship in Hosu to hunt down the hero killer. You see, he permanently disabled my brother's legs. So he had to retire from hero work. I was so focused on revenge that I lost sight of who I truly was. Stain nearly killed me, but Izuku and Shoto managed to arrive and save me. Together, we managed to defeat the hero killer. But since we acted on our own and against our teachers, the story had to be altered to avoid repercussion. Askari, relatable. Everyone, Sans, Papyrus, Undyne, Alphys, Asriel, Chara, the fallen humans, and Toriel. Seriously? Askari. I don't want to talk about it. Papyrus. So, we are going to Hosa tomorrow, right? Izuku, yeah? Sue, wait. How do we know that the corpses are even there? Toya. Spinner was always obsessed with Stain. So it would make sense for him to hide the remaining corpses there. So, let's get some rest and tomorrow, we head to Hosu. Everyone, hi, going undercover. Everyone had arrived at Hosa City. Of course, they left Inko, Eri, and Koda behind. Martlet, so this is Hosa? It seems quite chaotic. Izuku, that's because it's one of the most crime-filled cities in Japan. There are probably hundreds, maybe even thousands, of criminals in this city. Undyne, then we better work fast. Clover, hold on. There are 2 flaws with your thought, Undyne. First, we don't even know where the corpses are at. And the other flaw is that even if we did, we would still be walking into the territory of a crime-infested city that would overwhelm us pretty quickly. Izuku, I think I may have a clue on where they are. Spinner might have put them in places that Stain made his most memorable appearances in. Toya, you have a point. Spinner was always obsessed with Stain. To the point where he would try to copy everything about him. From his swordplay to even his appearance. So it wouldn't surprise me if he put the remaining corpses in the places that Stain was mostly known for. Undyne, then let's get going. Sans, did you forget about the part where we are severely outnumbered? Undyne, yes. Momo, I can help you out with that. Since my quirk allows me to create any non-living thing from the lipids from my body, I can create some disguises for us. It wouldn't be my first time, Shoto, actually it would. The first time, you just took us shopping. Sue-he. You go, girl. And so, Momo created everyone villain outfits. Come up with your own designs for the other human except for Chara. Sorry, Sans, I don't like these outfits. Mineta, hey, why doesn't Chara get a villain costume? Chara, because of this neat trick I can do that can easily pass me off for a villain. Asriel, wait and oh. No. Chara, watch and learn. Everyone, Chara, creepy, right? Everyone, yeah. After that happened, Everyone went to Hosu and started looking around. Izuku okay. So we should first look at the place where Ingenium the First was attacked and paralyzed by Stain. That was what started Ida's path that led Stain to be recognized by the entire world. Ida, I suppose that makes sense. Alright everyone. Let's go in an orderly fashion. The crooks who heard this stared at Ida in surprise. Ida, shoot. Villains don't act like that. Luckily, Alina managed to avert any uncertainties by kicking Ida in the shins. Alina, don't you dare tell us what to do, Mr. Stick Up His Ass. The villains all laughed at that and kept walking. Alina whispers, sorry Ida. I had to do something villainy. Ida whispers, it's alright. That was too close. Random dude, hey. You in the jacket. Sans, you talking to me? Random dude, yeah. What are you? Some circus clown? Sans then slaps the dude. Sans, listen, you idiot. Why don't you start bitching around for someone who cares to listen? Now get lost, fucktard. Sans rushes off with the others right behind him. Izuku, that was really convincing. Sans, let's just say that I've had my fair share of edgy people in my life and leave it at that. Eventually, everyone arrived at the area where the hero killer, Stain, attacked Tensei. There, they found two of the corpses. Izuku, it's Sato and Siro. Sans, hang on everyone. I'll teleport us all to safety so we can revive these two without any trouble. Sans teleports everyone away from Hosu. Unaware that someone was watching, everyone appeared back in the forest. Asriel then brings them back to life. Sato, whoa. What? What just happened? Siro, I don't know. 1A Sato. Siro, Sato and Siro, guys. After a heartfelt hug, Izuku explained what happened. Siro, that's quite the wild card. Well, let's get back now. Sans, you guys need to rest up. You were brought back to life. You didn't regain your energy. Sato, well. We wish you luck. Everyone, hi. Sans then teleports them all back to where they were about 5 minutes ago and continued searching. Alina, okay. So according to Izuku's notebook, we should go to where Ida, and Shoto fought the hero killer. Sans, all this resurrection stuff is killing me. Papyrus, I swear. I will destroy you. Denki, good. Keep up with that attitude. Everyone, I don't think he was acting. Eventually, they finally managed to make it to the alleyway where Stain was fought. There, they found another two corpses. Mina, hey! It's Mizo and Alphys. KKKKK Koji? Mallet, wait, that's Koji? Toru, hold on. How do you know Koji? Alphys, WL, he's my nephew. Everyone, WHAT? Saroba, guys? We should probably leave before we attract any more attention to ourselves. Sans, she's right. We better get to safety. And so, Sans sent everyone back to the front of their hideout, and Asriel resurrected them. Mizo, ga. What happened? Koji, I don't know. 1A, Koji. Mizo and Koji were all brought into a hug. Then Koji took notice of Alphys. Koji, Auntie Alphys? Alphys smiled and brought Koji into a hug. Alphys, Gio, glad to see you again, Koji. Mizo, what happened? Asriel explained everything that happened to them. Sans then teleported them all back to the alleyway they were just in to find the last of the corpses. Meanwhile with May, cough cough, why must this machine be so complicated? May looks at separate notebook. Nope. Not happening. May, yeah? I should be done by, I believe, tomorrow? Can you hold out until then? May rolls eyes, whatever, Gramps. Yeah. You all know who this is. Let's be real. Anyways, back with the others. Askari, so. Where do we go now? Papyrus, according to this, we need to head back to the library. Sans, Paps, that's this week's Junior Jumble. And you're holding it upside down. Papyrus, so. That explains why I'm seeing an article about puns. Sans and Mirio. Ooh, Papyrus then panics and tears the papers in half. Mirio, no need to be so terrible. Starlo, guys? I found the body. It's out there in the middle of the road. Achiko, it's Yuga. Izuku, he's the traitor of Yue. Martlet, what do you mean? Aizawa, from the start of the school year, the League of Villains had an inside man to collect data on us so that they would know where we were. And Yuga Aoyama was the traitor. Achiko, but please don't think of him as a villain. He's not like that. He is a very kind individual who has helped us more than enough times. He always felt guilty about working with All for One. All for One forced his family into debt after giving Aoyama a quirk. You see, like Izuku, he was born quirkless. Ojiro, so he had no choice but to help All for One to keep his family safe. Papyrus, I understand. Well, the great Papyrus believes in him. Everyone, -1A agreed. Sans, so let's revive him. But we'd best get to safety first. Sans once again took everyone back to their hideout, and Asriel revived him. Yuga, gasped Saker. What the? What happened? 1A Yuga? Everyone hugged Yuga while crying. Yuga, everyone. I'm so happy to see you all again. How did this happen? Shoto then told Yuga everything that happened. Izuku, wait. We searched all over Hosa, but we haven't revived everyone. There's still one missing. Kaken, A/NES. I'm bringing him back. I know most of you hate him, and I don't blame you. But everyone is going to be resurrected. Sans who? Izuku, my childhood friend. Where could he be? Wouldn't you like to know? Everyone looked to the direction of the voice and saw that a villain had followed them. 1A and teachers, compress. Everyone else, Clover who? Clover. Reading from notebook, that's Atsushiro Seiko. aka Mr. Compress. He's the great-great-grandson of Aji Harima, aka the Peerless Thief, who was one of the world's most infamous villains. Quirk Compress. It allows the user to shrink down anything inside a spherical area into a small marble without actually damaging it. But he can only use it with his right arm since his left arm was blown up by fucking overhaul. Soroba, who? 1A and Clover, we'll tell you later. Seiko, well. I'm glad I tracked you all here. Good thing I compressed Bakugo. Now I can destroy you all in one fell swoop. Sorry, Toya, Toga, and Jean. But it's curtains for you all. Mr. Compress then tosses a bunch of marbles in the air and released a bunch of boulders that were about to crush everyone. Luckily, Askari acted fast and destroyed them all with his trident. Askari, everyone leave now. Izuku, wait. Are you planning to? Askari, now. Askari's rage shocked everyone. Especially Toriel. She knew him long enough to know that he is not one to get angry so easily. Everyone then ran off. Seiko, how touching. You think you can defeat me? Askari, listen, Seiko. I don't want to fight you. I'm a pacifist. Seiko, how sad. If you can't even fight me, how on earth do you expect to win? Why even try? Askari, because it's the duty of a king to protect his kingdom. And even outside of the underground, I still have a kingdom. My friends and family are my kingdom. And I will do everything I can to protect them. Because that is what a king must do. I apologize for what's about to come for you, Seiko. If you feel the need to give up, please tell me and I will cease my attacks. Seiko, he's talking like I have no chance. But what scares me is how calm he's acting. He's not even boasting about it. But he's probably all talk. As you wish. Seiko then deactivates his quirk on one of his marbles and brings out a sword. Askari, Seiko. It was nice to meet you, goodbye. Asriel Dreemurr vs. Atsushiro Seiko. Askari started the fight by throwing fire at Seiko. But Seiko dodged this and threw some of his marbles at Askari. He then deactivated his quirk on them and brought out a bunch of rubble that was sent hurtling towards Askari. However, Askari's eyes flashed blue and he swung his now blue trident at the rubble, destroying it. Askari then rushes towards Seiko and sends out a bunch of fire. Seiko is able to dodge some of them, but the fire was coming at him too fast for him to avoid everything. Enraged, Seiko rushes at Askari with his sword and attempts to kill him. Luckily, Askari blocks it with his trident and pushes him back. Seiko, you're quite strong. Askari, please cease your attacks. I do not wish to hurt you. But I will if I must. Seiko's response to that was throwing more marbles and decompressing them into debris. Askari dodged some of it and destroyed the rest. But then Seiko decided to do something new. Seiko Dark Ball. Seiko shoots out a bunch of dark energy balls at Askari at a fast pace. Askari managed to destroy some of them with his fire, but he still got hit by some of them. Askari, Gah! What kind of quirk is that? Seiko, it's called Dark Ball. It allows me to release an array of balls of dark energy matter. Askari, darn. I forgot that most of the other members have received new quirks from All for One. I haven't done any research on that new quirk of his. But I do remember reading about the compress quirk. I have to break his right hand so he can't snap his fingers. Then he will only be limited to releasing one marble at a time. Askari charges towards Seiko. Seiko, you think rushing at me will be able to stop me? Think again. Seiko unleashes dozens of dark balls and throws tons of debris at Askari with a snap of his fingers. But Askari doesn't let up. He continues to charge forward, destroying everything that gets in his path. Eventually he reached Seiko, and slammed his trident into his right hand as hard as he could, breaking it. Seiko, GAH. What the hell, Ascari, I told you, I don't want to do this. But you aren't giving me any choices, Seiko, you bastard. I can't even move my right hand, Ascari, which means you won't be snapping your fingers to release multiple objects at me, will you? You are now limited to one marble at a time. Ascari then slams his fire-coated fist into Seiko's gut and sends him flying back. Momo, Ascari is strong. Toriel, he's holding back. He doesn't want to harm Seiko. If he did, Seiko would be dead. Seiko got up and coughed out some blood. Seiko, damn. You are strong. Ascari, why? Seiko, why what? Ascari, why did you choose to become a villain? Seiko, because it is my destiny. I am the great-great-grandson of one of the most feared villains out there. It's in my blood. Seiko unleashes more dark balls at Ascari, but he counters them with his fire. Ascari, that's not a good reason. Seiko, excuse me? Ascari, being a villain isn't your destiny. We choose our own destiny. We choose how to live our lives. And when all of this is over, I am choosing to become a gardener. Not a king. That is what I believe is my destiny. But just because you are the descendant of a feared villain, doesn't mean you have to become one. Seiko, don't be foolish. Seiko throws his sword at Ascari, who destroys it with his trident. Ascari, tell me. If you could choose a different career, what would it be? Seiko, why should I tell you? Ascari, you don't. It's your choice. But I find that talking things over would be better than us fighting. Seiko unleashes a flurry of dark balls at Ascari, but he creates a fire wall and blocks it. Seiko, you want to know what I would love to be? A magician. I would love to use my quirk to entertain the children by making stuff disappear. Ascari, that sounds wonderful. Seiko, well, unfortunately, this is my destiny. Ascari, again, no it is not. If you won't listen, then I will have to use force. Seiko charges at Ascari while shooting dozens of dark balls at him and throwing one marble at a time to release some occasional debris. But Ascari would not let up. He would shoot even more fire and completely engulf the dark balls. Ascari would then destroy the debris that could not have been destroyed by the fire with his trident. Then, Ascari surrounded Seiko in a circle of fire. Seiko, what the? Ascari, you wouldn't listen to reason, Seiko. You have forced my hand. Ascari clenches his palm and the fire engulfs Seiko. He was in a lot of pain. But he was still standing. Seiko, while panting you won't defeat. Before Seiko could finish, Ascari ran right up to him and shoved his trident into Seiko's stomach. But he didn't kill him. Seiko was pinned down to the ground by Ascari's trident. He couldn't move and he couldn't touch the trident with his broken hand. Ascari, Seiko, what now? Seiko was being stared down by Ascari. It was scary. His life was now in the hands of this goat. Ascari, do you yield? Seiko, what? Ascari, do you yield? I don't want to kill any more people. Evil or not. But if you do not yield, I will be forced to kill you. So I ask again, do you yield? Seiko, I yield. Ascari, I am happy to hear that. Now why don't we talk about how you don't have to be a villain? Seiko, this again? Ascari, Seiko, there are a lot of people here who have managed to defy their own destiny. Like Marine, Randy, Alina, Batty, Cody, Clover, Chara, and Asriel. Their destiny was to have been dead and stay that way. But look at them now. They are here. Alive and well. I was destined to rule my kingdom with Toriel by my side. But that didn't work out. She left and went to the ruins and made her own destiny to care for the children that fell in the underground. And despite Sans being so lazy, he still actually works hard in his many, many jobs. These were not the choices of our predecessors, but our own choices. What makes you think you can't create your own destiny? Seiko, you're right. I feel like a moron. Ascari, we all make mistakes. What's important is that we learn from our mistakes and change our ways for the better. I know you can do that. So why don't you join us? I'll heal you right up. And you can use that impressive quirk of yours to bring smiles to the faces of children. Seiko didn't know what to say. For all his life, he thought he had to become a villain to pass on his ancestors' legacy. He was also told that he had a villainous quirk that could let him get away with stealing just about anything. And now, this goat is saying that he can be who he wants and use his impressive quirk to bring happiness to children. It made him feel happy. Seiko, alright, Ascari. I accept your proposal. Ascari put away his trident and helped Seiko up. He then gave Seiko a hug. Ascari, you won't regret this decision. Seiko, I know. The others who were watching the fight went to Ascari and Seiko, and were happy for them. Ascari then heals Seiko's arm back up, and Asriel uses his healing magic to restore Seiko's other arm. Needless to say, Seiko was overjoyed. Seiko, I cannot thank you enough for restoring my arm. Allow me to give you something in return. Seiko then pulls out a marble and decompresses it. And what was inside was the person they were looking for. Izuku Kaken. Clover, that's him? Izuku, yeah? He's Katsuki Bakugo. Clover, I didn't know Mitsuki had a son. Izuku, well, how would you? Clover, fair. Asriel, well, he's the last one. Let's revive him. Asriel then uses his magic to revive Katsuki. When Katsuki opens his eyes and sees Asriel, Katsuki, GH. Die, villain! He got up and was about to use his explosion quirk on him before Izuku stopped him. Izuku Kaken. Stop. He's the one who saved you, Katsuki Deku? What is happening? And who are all these people? Clover, geez, brother. Your friend screams like a yapping Pomeranian. Katsuki, Deku, did he just call you brother? Izuku, a lot has happened. Izuku went on to explain everything that happened in the past couple of weeks. Katsuki, damn nerd. This is a lot to take in. But you can count me in. I've got a score to settle with that damn bastard. Kirishima, all right. The gang's all back together. Aga. Katsuki, wait a damn moment, where's eye bags? Asriel, eye bags? Izuku, wait. Do you mean Shinso? Bakugo, yeah. We were in the same building before we both died. Seiko, I may know where he is at. Izuku, where? Seiko, our old hideout. Which is now being guarded by a now mind-controlled Gigantomachia. Who is now stronger than ever. Hehe, Izuku, then that's where we have to go next. Toga, are you sure? Gigantomachia was only defeated by you guys because of the sleeping drug you gave it. And now he's even stronger. Izuku, we have no choice. Tomorrow, we go to Kamino and revive Shinso. We need all the help we can get to stop All for One. Everyone, HAI. And so, everyone went back home to get some rest. Because soon, Izuku will face his biggest challenge, reviving Shinso and Manifestation. It was the next day and 1A along with their new friends were walking to Kamino to get to Shinso's corpse. Asriel, hey Izuku? Who exactly is Gigantomachia? Izuku, Gigantomachia was Tomura's personal bodyguard and All for One's servant. He is 3 stories tall and has a total of 7 quirks. Clover, 7? Geez, Kirishima, when we fought him, we barely managed to win. And we only won because we gave him this sleeping drug. And even then, it took a while before it could actually take effect. Chara, so, what are his quirks? Izuku, his first quirk is called Endurance. It's the quirk he was born with. It allows him to convert his morale into physical energy and stamina. But it can be worn out through a repeated onslaught of attacks without reinforcement of his morale. Ascari, then Sans should deal with him. Sans, we don't know yet. What about his other quirks? Izuku, Pain Blocker. It makes him unable to feel any pain. Undyne, damn. I would love that quirk. Izuku, then there's Gigantification. It's pretty self-explanatory. Everyone, yeah? Izuku, so, his next quirk is Dog. Monsters, dog? Seriously? Izuku, it gives him heightened senses of smell and hearing. Undyne, no. Never mind. Izuku, up next is Energy Saver. It allows Gigantomachia's body to function on very small amounts of nutrition and hydration, allowing him to fully function on a minimal amount of sleep. Papyrus, any chance he can give it to Sans? You know, so he can finally pick his sock up. Izuku, All for One is not one of his quirks, so no. Sans, don't worry, Paps. I'm sure the next quirk will knock your socks off. Papyrus, SAANNNNNSSS. Izuku, anyways, his 6th quirk is called Fierce Gains. It allows his muscles to harden at exceptional levels. Clover, you mean like Kirishima? Izuku, pretty much, yeah. And finally, he has Mole. It allows him to grow mole-like claws from his fingers, spines on his back, and a visor, seemingly part of his lower jaw, shielding his face, to help him dig through the earth, as well as tear through obstacles, such as buildings. Alina, well, if we keep attacking him, we should be able to defeat him. Mina, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Gigantomachia is a major force to be reckoned with. He could eat us if he wanted to, Ascari, so our best bet would be to avoid Gigantomachia, sans Ascari. Did you forget that he has an enhanced sense of smell and hearing? We can't sneak past him. Undyne, then I say we destroy him. Izuku, this isn't like with Spinner. Toya, he's right. Even the League of Villains had trouble with him. He plowed through our attacks like they were nothing. Martlet, then maybe we should split up. Gigantomachia may be super strong, but there's only one of him. He can't get us all at the same time. Jean, then I'll make us a bunch of doubles so that we can reach Shinso. Eventually, everyone reached Kamino. And they saw Gigantomachia guarding the building to their hideout. Soroba, so that's Gigantomachia? He looks terrifying. Baddie, so are you ready, Jean? Jean, of course I am. Jean then creates hundreds of clones of him and his friends. Jean, shall we? Asriel, we shall. Jean, alright, doubles. Charge. And with that, the doubles all charged at Gigantomachia. He noticed pretty easily, however, and started plowing through the clones. While he was occupied, however, the originals all snuck into the building and ran to where Shinso's corpse was. Izuku, there he is. Hitoshi Shinso, Clover, reading from notebook. Quirk, brainwashing. It allows him to put someone in a state where they are forced to obey whatever he commands. He can only activate this power when his target verbally responds to something he says. Brainwashing must be intentionally activated and will not take effect if he doesn't want it to. But a jolt or a similar amount of pain can break the brainwashing, as well as a strong enough will. That's awesome, Bakugo, yep. You're definitely the nerd's brother. Asriel then brought Shinso back to life. Shinso, ugh, 5 more minutes. Wait, I'm alive? Asriel, howdy. Shinso, who are you? Asriel, I'm. Asriel then got brainwashed. Izuku, Shinso. He's on our side. Shinso, he is? Clover, he's the one who brought you back to life. Shinso, oops. Hitoshi breaks the brainwashing on Asriel. Asriel, no offense, Shinso, but that was rude. Shinso, sorry. I hate to ruin this moment, but I can tell that we're running low on clones. Everyone looked outside to see that there were only a few dozen clones left. Gigantomachia was able to defeat most of them. Soroba, why do these clones seem so weak? Starlo, reading from notebook. Because Soroba. While these clones are as strong as the original, the same cannot be said for their durability. And the more clones there are, the weaker the durability they have. It says so right in Deputy Clover's brother's notebook. Starlo shows the entry to Jin's quirk to Soroba. Soroba, huh? That's unfortunate. Achiko, we can talk about this later. Right now, we need to get out of here. Once all the clones are gone, Gigantomachia will catch on to our scent and, before she could finish, the building they were in was picked up and thrown. Luckily, Sans managed to teleport everyone outside of the building before they died. Sans, that was close. Izuku, tell me about it. Unfortunately, they could catch their breath for very long, as Asriel felt another painful stabbing in his head like before he was attacked by Spinner. Asriel, GH. What is this painful stabbing in my head? Izuku, oh no. You must have awakened the quirk of the 4th user of One for All, Danger Sense. It allows the user to detect any potential threats in the surrounding area, thus giving the user the opportunity to properly react to them quickly, similar to a 6th sense. The detection is like a painful stabbing in the head. The worse the pain, the bigger the threat. It senses one's intent and their negative emotions. It also only detects attacks that are out of malice. Not things like affection, like with Toga. How bad is the pain? Asriel, like a chainsaw to the head. Just then, Gigantomachia appeared right in front of them and tried to punch them. Luckily, everyone managed to avoid the attack. But then, Gigantomachia ignited arrow. Gigantomachia threw a giant fire arrow at Sans. But luckily, he managed to dodge it. However, Toya, no. He has. Shoto, All for One must have stolen Hellflame and given it to Gigantomachia. Marine, Hellflame? Izuku, Hellflame. Endeavor's quirk. An extremely powerful fire quirk that allows the user to generate and manipulate intense and powerful flames at will. The user can generate large fire blasts to incinerate his opponents and cover his body in flames. Changing the fire's temperature is also possible, which means that their damage output can increase or decrease depending on the user's wishes. Gigantomachia, Hell's Curtain. Gigantomachia created a massive blanket of fire to try and incinerate everyone. Luckily, they all dodged in the nick of time. But as they ran away, Clover's foot got caught in a bunch of rubble which caused him to trip and sprain his ankle. Clover, crap. Guys. Run. Don't worry about me. Just go. Everyone watched in fear as Gigantomachia approached Clover and got ready to end his life. But before he could have a chance to think, Izuku ran as fast as he could to Clover. Gigantomachia, prominence. Izuku, I can't lose you again, Clover. You're my only brother. I don't want to lose that. Izuku managed to reach Clover and pushed him out of the way. But then, Gigantomachia, burn! A massive beam of fire was shot out from Gigantomachia's chest. Clover managed to avoid it, but Izuku was completely engulfed in it. Izuku, everyone, Izuku/brother. When the attack stopped, Izuku fell down to the ground. Clover, brother! Clover ran to Izuku in tears. Clover, please, brother. Don't die. Sob, stay with me. No one could move. They were all in tears. They knew they could bring him back, but still. That didn't change the fact that it was a heartbreaking sight. Sans, I know how Clover feels. It never gets easier. But Gigantomachia was not done. Gigantomachia, prominence. Clover, no. Not again. Gigantomachia, burn. Gigantomachia fired an even bigger beam of fire, but then Izuku got up. Izuku, you will not. Imagine the flames are green. Harm my friends and family. Izuku unleashed a giant beam of green fire from his mouth at Gigantomachia and almost instantly overpowered the prominence burn and engulfed Gigantomachia in it. How did he do that? Everyone stared in complete shock at what just happened. But no one was more surprised than Izuku. Izuku, what? How did I do that? Before Izuku could go on another one of his famous muttering sessions, he felt a sharp pain in his back as two bright green wings that resembled a dragon emerged. Bakugo, what the hell? How did dash? Did you dash? Did he just dash? Achiko, shoot out green fire like a dragon and grow green dragon wings? Yeah. But how? Soroba, maybe he needed to meet a special requirement for it to manifest? Before they could say anything else, Izuku began to growl. Clover, Izuku? Jiro, my ears. What is he doing? Askari, he's acting like a dragon. That must be what this quirk does. It's giving him the powers of a dragon. Izuku then took to the skies without hesitation as his fist lit itself on fire, and he punched Gigantomachia in the face. Askari, or maybe he can do more than that. Gigantomachia got up after he was knocked into the ground by Izuku as they stared at each other. Izuku was using his wings to fly, and he looked like he was ready to kill. Clover rushed to the others in a panic. Clover, guys. Is Izuku about to? Batty, he is. Clover. But what if he? Alina grabs his hand and smiles. Alina, it's okay. Have faith in him. I think he'll be able to win now. Clover looked at his hand and blushed. Clover, okay. If you say so. If this weren't such a serious moment, Mina would have gone all shipping crazy. But everyone was too focused as Izuku and Gigantomachia charged at each other. Izuku Midoriya versus Gigantomachia. Gigantomachia tried to punch Izuku, but he managed to block it with ease. He then picks Gigantomachia up and throws him into an abandoned building. Undyne, he's so strong. Gigantomachia got up, but Izuku rushed at him and gave him an uppercut, launching Gigantomachia in the air. But Izuku wasn't going to let him rest for even a second. He took to the skies and flew above Gigantomachia as he then punched him in the face and sent him crashing into the ground. Gigantomachia, Hell Spider. Gigantomachia unleashed many streams of fire from his fingertips, but Izuku ate them? Randy, so you guys saw that too, right? Alina, you mean? Clover, my brother eating the Hell Spider? Yeah, Alphys, and in no way. CL Clover. Izuku's AADDDD Dragon Slayer. Undyne, holy crap. You're right. I knew it. Anime is real. Chara, what's a Dragon Slayer? Alphys. It's an ancient T-type of M magic that was used to deal with D-dragons. It seems that Izuku's true quirk gives him the powers of a F-Fire Dragon SL Slayer. Author's note, yes. This is a quirk. Clover, my brother Sadragon Slayer, that's incredible, but what caused him to awaken this quirk? Wasted being a dead on without prominence, a burno wasted because Shave is desiree to protect me and here. Translation, my brother is a dragon slayer? That's incredible. But what caused him to awaken this quirk? Was it being hit dead on by that prominence burn? Or was it because of his desire to protect me? And why are his flames green? Whatever the case, those flames make hell flames seem like a matchstick in comparison and mutter. Bakugo, I said it before, and I'll say it again. Yup. You're definitely the nerd's brother, Clover. Oops. Sorry. Mina, what's Midori doing now? Izuku ignites his hands and starts swinging them as the fire goes into a stream and takes on the appearance of dragon wings. Alphys, the F-Fire Dragon's W-wing attack. The streams of fire make direct contact with Gigantomachia, pushing him back into another abandoned building. Ascari, he's so strong. Undyne, hell yeah, he is. Gigantomachia has met his match. Gigantomachia got up and punched Izuku in the face. But he didn't even budge. But he still had a terrifying look on his face. Gigantomachia saw this face and jumped back in fear. Marine, is he scared? Mineta, beware the anger of a good man. Undyne, you speaking from experience, punk? Mineta, why yeah. Izuku then engulfed his entire body in green flames and charged headfirst at Gigantomachia, who could only just stand there in fear as Izuku rammed himself into his gut, knocking the air out of him and pushing him further back into another abandoned building. Gigantomachia then tried to punch him with a flurry of fists, but Izuku dodged every one of them with incredible flying skills, all with the same feral look on his face. He then roars as loud as he can, forcing Gigantomachia to cover his ears. Jiro too. Jiro, why does he keep doing that? He knows I have sensitive ears. Toriel, I don't think so. Jiro, what? Toriel, Izuku has gone feral. He's acting like a real dragon. It must be the drawback to his quirk. He has no control over his behavior right now. All he knows is that Gigantomachia has to go. Izuku then ignites his fists and punches Gigantomachia in the face and sends him back. Gigantomachia then gets up and eats Izuku. Clover, brother! But then, Izuku bursts out through Gigantomachia's shoulder. Batty, incredible. This quirk is amazing. Gigantomachia screams out in pain. It turns out that Izuku managed to use some magic after he let Gigantomachia eat him so that he could destroy his pain blocker quirk from the inside. Bakugo, seems like Deku still has his brain power, even in a feral state. Achiko, you can do it, Deku. Gigantomachia then sent out an ignited arrow, but Izuku dodged and then ate it. Ascari, why did he eat it even after he dodged it? Alphys, because D-Dragon Slayers consume their respective element to restore their B-bodies to a H-healthy state as well as regain their S strength. The more fire he eats, the S stronger he becomes. Clover, that gives me an idea. Toriel, Ascari, Katsuki, Shoto, Toya, Saroba, Asriel, aim your strongest fire attack at Izuku. Katsuki, my quirk is explosion, you damn cowboy. Clover, I know. But explosions are in the fire element. Katsuki, oh. Right. Alright then. Let's do it. And so, all 7 gathered together and got ready to fire off their strongest attack. Katsuki, AP shot. Shoto, Hell Spider. Toya, Prominence Burn. Saroba, Fire Shower. They all sent their strongest flame attack at Izuku, who noticed immediately and ate the flames. Fueled by them, Izuku rushed to Gigantomachia and shot out more green fire at him. But it was far bigger than before. It not only engulfed Gigantomachia, but 5 buildings that were behind him. Thankfully, everyone in Kamino had evacuated long ago, so no one was hurt in the process. Toya, damn. You weren't kidding. That is a huge difference. Gigantomachia was now on his knees. How did this kid get so strong? He was breathing heavily, but he couldn't get any time to breathe as Izuku coated himself in green flames and rammed into Gigantomachia's stomach. Gigantomachia barely managed to get up. But Izuku got right in his face, picked him up, and launched him into the sky. Izuku then followed after him. With an ignited fist, he punched Gigantomachia in the face, and then decided to finish the job by igniting his feet and kicking him in the stomach. He then ignited his whole body on fire again and rammed straight through Gigantomachia's stomach, just like Cyber Supersonic did with the end in Sonic Frontiers: The Final Horizon. And then, Gigantomachia was burnt to ash. Izuku had won the fight. Mina, whoa, Kirishima, that was so manly. Izubro, Clover, great job, brother. But before anyone else could celebrate, Izuku rushed right in front of them with the same feral look on his face. Mineta, Izuku? Izuku then punched Mineta in the stomach and sent him flying. Kirishima, what the hell, Izubro? Why did you do that? Sans, I think it's because he's no longer in control of his own actions. Right now, in his mind, we're all his enemies. He believes that we wish to kill him and he has to stop us. Izuku then grabbed Alina by the throat and tried to ram her into a building. Clover, Alina! Brother! Please stop. Hearing that, Izuku began to hesitate. But that didn't last long as his feral look came back and he was about to harm her. But then he was stopped by a bunch of disembodied hands. And they all had holes in them. Izuku was being restrained and he dropped Alina. Everyone was confused as to what was going on, everyone but Sans, Ascari, and Alphys. Sans, those hands. Could it be? No way. Translation. myMY.YUCRTINOYSEMTOBACTINGRETFRAL.ISUPPOCITMAQSSENSE HOWEVR.YUHAVNEVRUCDTCHISPOWERFULQUIRKB SOIUNOYMAQSSENSETHWYUWLDLOSECONTROL.YUWLDLNEDTOHPRICTIAN IMAFRIDIAMGOINGTO HEVTOKNOCKYUOUT.DONTWRY.TCHISWILLPINLESS.WHENYUWAKUP IWLHELPYUWITHCHIONTROLLINGYWUWITHIHCLESDICCIENDOAFTREMEDOT. Alphys, it's him. Everyone, Sans, Izuku, Ascari, and Alphys. What did he say? 1 hour ago. May, alright. It's done. Translation. Will it work this time? May, I hope so. It's been a long struggle. Yawns and I'm tired. Translation. I told you to get some sleep, Ms. Hatsum. May, oh brother. Just get ready. May, good. Here goes. She then starts the machine she was working on and all of a sudden, the room got engulfed in mist. When it cleared up, a man stood there. The man walked up to May. Translation. Thank you, Ms. Hatsum. Thanks to you, I am now free from the void. Great job in avoiding failure. May, hehe. That was pretty clever, Gaster. Before they could talk anymore, they saw a pillar of green fire from far away. May, what was that? Gaster. Translation. DDNTYUSYTTYURFRANDSWREINKMINORIGHTNOW? May, oh crap. Something bad must be happening. Gaster. Translation. DUNTWRRY.ILLGOTOTCHIMANDMAKSURETOLENDTCHIMAHND. May, alright. Please hurry. And with that, Gaster left to help the others. Back to the present. Gaster then gave a neck chop to Izuku which knocked him unconscious. Izuku then fell to the floor. Clover, what did you do to him? Gaster. Clover, what? Sans. He said that he simply knocked him unconscious and he will wake up in a few hours. And when he does, he'll be back to the Izuku we all know. Toriel, wait. You can understand him? Sans, not just me. Paps, Alphys, and Ascari can all speak his language. He talks in Wingdings. And Paps, Papyrus, yes? Sans, he is WD Gaster. And he is our father. Silence was heard until everyone, WHAT, Papyrus, our father? Sans, yup. He was the royal scientist before Alphys got the job. He not only created the Gaster blasters that I use, but he was the one who created the core. But he ended up falling into the core and was shattered across time and space. Ever since it had happened, I was working on a machine to bring him back. Gaster. Translation. ANDTHANKSTOMS.HATSME. IDWOR. Sans, really? I have to thank her. Gaster. Sans translated what he said, which was that they had to head back to their base before they would draw any unwanted attention, and they all agreed. But when they got back to their base, Inko grabbed Gaster by the throat and began to strangle him. Luckily, Clover told her what had happened, and she let go of him. Gaster. Translation. TAKNOT. BOYSTATCHISWYYUMSTNEVRANGRADWYTCHIANTCHYLETION.TCHYLETION.DNDTCHYHIDIVYWYDWL. Sans and Papyrus agreed. Hitoshi, so, now that we have resurrected everyone, what do we do now? Gaster. Eri, what did he say? Gaster turned to face Eri. Gaster. Sans, he said. Everyone may be resurrected, But Princess Riel and Izuku are far from ready to face off against All for One just yet. Tomorrow, we must train them to master their quirks so that they can be prepared for whatever villains will come to them. The more they train, the stronger they get. The stronger they get, the higher our chances of defeating All for One. The higher our chances of defeating All for One, the higher our chances of saving Tenko Shimura. And just now he said, "How interesting. I've never seen a human with a unicorn horn before. Hello, young one. I am W.D. Gaster. What is your name, Ariel?" "I'm Ari Midoriya, Gaster." Translation: M-I-D-O-R-Y, I-N-K-O, I-D-D-N-T-K-N-O-W-Y-U-H-A-D-A-G-H-T-R I teach O-E-G-H-T-I-Z-O-K-A-N-D-C-L-O-V-R-W-R-E-Y-O-Y-C child D-R-E-N dot. Inko. I thought you sounded familiar. It's been a while, Gaster. Sans. Whoa, wait. Inko, you knew my father? Inko. He and Izuku and Clover's father, Hisashi, were best friends. Gaster. Papyrus, you were? Koda, what did he say? Askari. He said he was the best man at their wedding. Eri, best man? Sans, we'll tell you when you're older. Inko, anyways, no, Gaster. She is not my daughter. Actually, Izuku adopted her and Koda after saving them from villains. Gaster. Translation: H-E-D-I-D? W-E-L-L-T-G-N-H-E-I-S just T-L-I-K-O-C-O-N-T-T-G-M-O-N-T-O-F-T-I-M-E-S-H-I-S-S-H-I-W-O-L-D-R-S-H-I-N-A-N-D-S-A-V-P-U-P-L-E-dot-L-O-K-S-L-I-K-I-Z-U-K-G-O-T-H-I-S-H-I-W-O-L-D Grandma? Will Papa be alright? Gaster. Inko, he said. Don't worry, Eri. Your Papa is just asleep. He will wake up in a couple of hours. Eri, okay. A couple hours later, Izuku finally woke up. Izuku, ugh. What happened? Wait, I remember. O Krapener Lykeled my friend San Clover what hash happened to me hawajable to doani of Tetum Quirkles what doazathem to probably had mepho. Translation: Oh crap. I nearly killed my friends in Clover. What has happened to me? How was I able to do any of that? I'm quirkless. What do I say to them? They probably hate me for what I have done. Wah, Clover, brother. Stop. We don't hate you. You just lost control of your new quirk. We forgive you. Izuku, really? Achiko, yeah, Deku. It wasn't your fault. You lost control of yourself. It happens to all people who have transformation-type quirks. So it's only natural. Mineta, even I forgive you. And I'm the one you punched in the face. Izuku sorry. Undyne, calm down, punk. Everything worked out. Besides, thanks to you, we all got out alive. So relax and get ready for tomorrow. Izuku, what happens tomorrow? Asriel, you and I are going to be training together to master our quirks. Izuku, WOH. Really? Asriel, yeah. Undyne and Office are going to be your main teachers on your quirk since it seems to be based on an anime that they watched. They should be able to teach you a lot. Izuku, I'm looking forward to it. And so, after that Izuku was introduced to Gaster, and he told him about how he knew his father and was willing to teach Izuku how to speak his language starting next week. After that, everyone went to sleep to prepare themselves for the training that awaits. Training time. It was now morning and Izuku and Asriel were outside and waiting for the others so that they could begin their training. Eventually, everyone came out. Achiko, okay, so now that you have manifested danger sense, Asriel, there are only 4 quirks left for you to unlock. Asriel, so, what's left? Izuku's second, gear shift. It allows the user to alter the speed of whatever they touch while ignoring the laws of inertia. It originally could only be used on small objects, but after all the years of gaining power inside One for All, it can now be used on anything or anyone. But using it on yourself for about 5 minutes will cause you to freeze up, so it should only be used as a last resort. Asriel, golly. That is one useful quirk. Izuku, third FA gene. By repeating a motion over and over, the user can store kinetic energy to be released later. When using FA gene with One for All at 45%, you'll be able to go at full 100%. Asriel, that's incredible. I can't wait to use it. Izuku, sixth, smokescreen. It allows the user to emit a purple smoke from their body. The trouble with it is that you won't be able to see through the smoke, so be careful. Asriel, oh boy. That will be tricky to work with. Izuku, and finally, seventh, float. It allows the user to suspend themselves in midair. Asriel, cool. I love to fly. So, how do I manifest them? Izuku, it's a matter of time. But until you manifest them, we need to train your body to handle more of One for All's power. As for me, I need to control my new power in a different sense. I have to keep my mind intact when I use my quirk. I also need to discover what I can do, Undyne. That's where me and my girlfriend come in, punk. We know all about the anime that your powers came from and we know exactly what they can do. Izuku bowed. Izuku, thank you for helping me with this. Gaster then showed up. Gaster, sans, he said. Izuku, you have done a lot for us all. It's thanks to you that Prince Dreemurr is alive. Helping you out with your struggle with your new quirk is the least we can do for you. Izuku, I see. Well, even so, I am still grateful for this. And so, training started. Alphys, okay, so H, here's the deal. You can't use your powers W without eating fire FR from others. It doesn't count if you eat your own FL flames. Undyne, thankfully, we have 7 people on our side that are able to shoot out flames. So that's not a problem. However, it seems your fire exceeds that of normal fire dragon slayers. Izuku, how so? Alphys, see, ST studies have shown that GR green fire is hotter than the fire that everyone has seen. Undyne, which means that your fire is far hotter. Not even Askari has flames like that. Alphys, now, the powers you have can also partially transform you into a dragon. But I'm guessing that why your body and mind is not ready for that just yet. That's probably why you went feral. Izuku, so what about the other things I can do? Undyne, your other powers should be fine to use. You'll just be using a lot of fire. Izuku, hold on. If I do that, won't I end up burning myself like Toya did? Alphys, and no. Fire dragon slayers are immune to most fire. And to this day, there is no fire out there that can damage you. Otherwise, you would have died from those hellflame attacks. Undyne, doesn't matter how much fire you use. You're immune, punk. Just be careful about your transforming power. It's probably best if we focus on the basics first. But you're gonna need fire. Soroba, I'll help you with that. Toriel, Gaster? Where are you taking Eri? Everyone looked in Toriel's direction and saw that Gaster and Eri were walking away for some reason. Gaster, Clover, Gaster, we can't understand what you're saying. Eri then pulls out a notebook which shows her how to translate wingdings. Eri, he said. My apologies for not telling you. Do not worry. I simply need Eri's help with a couple things. Her quirk will be of great help to many monsters that are in need of her help. I already asked her if she would help me with this, and she said she would be happy to. Do not fret. She will be kept safe under my care. I promise to bring her back safely. Gaster gave her a head pat for doing a great job in translating for him. Izuku, alright. But if I find a single scratch on Eri, I don't care how close you and Dad were. I will kill you. Understand? Gaster, sans, he said. You understood. Izuku, good. And with that, Gaster and Eri left to help save some monsters in dire need. But that's a story for another time. This chapter is about training. Undyne, okay. Soroba. Give him some fire. Soroba nodded and shot some fire at Izuku. Izuku, here goes. Izuku then ate the fire. Izuku, is it weird that I thought it was what's the word? Rengoku, tasty. What the? What are you doing here, Rengoku? Take 2. Izuku, is it weird that I thought it was tasty? Alphys, and not at all. When you eat fire, it's going to have FL flavor. But the taste of the flames depends on the quality of the fire. Izuku, I see. So what now? Undyne, let's start with a basic spell. The fire dragon's roar. Izuku, okay. How do I do it? Alphys, you must inhale and gather some of the fire that you now have. Then you release it. Undyne, there are 2 ways you can do this. 1. You can put your hands together before your mouth in the pose like when you play the trumpet. Sans, I prefer the trombone. Papyrus. SAANNNNNNSSSS. Undyne. Anyways, you will then release the fire by expelling it between your fingers. The other way is to just release the fire without the pose. It will give you a much larger burst of fire. Izuku, I see. I think I should utilize both methods. Alphys, how come? Izuku, while the larger burst is a good thing, it could end up hitting innocent people if they're nearby. So it would be best if in a situation like that, I use the first method so that it can be focused more on the enemies and I won't run the risk of harming innocent bystanders. Undyne, I like the way you think, punk. It's best to reduce damage to others. Now hit me with it, Izuku, alright. Here goes. Fire Dragon Roar. The fire hit Undyne dead on. It pushed her back really far. Undyne, damn punk! You're good at this. Let's keep this up. Meanwhile with Asriel was under the effects of Ochiko's zero-gravity quirk, and he was flying helpless. He was forbidden to use his magic and Black Whip. I'm not sure if Danger Sense can be turned off even though it's an emitter quirk. Asriel, phooey. Pouts angrily, I'll never get through this. Ochiko, not necessarily. Deku can work his way around it, and we all know how. Asriel, really? Well, how so? Toriel, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be good teachers if we just give you the answers. But we can give you a hint. Use the body part that you are able to move the most. Asriel. Move the most. What would that be? Asriel then looks at his paws. Then his fingers. Asriel, wait. My fingers. I can move my fingers the most. And if I use it with one for all, I can create wind pressure to push me along. Which I can do for ranged attacks when I run out of magic energy. Wait, that's why they don't want me using my magic or Black Whip. They want to teach me a non-magic based attack with just one for all. Here goes. Asriel then flicked his fingers using one for all and pushed himself towards Ochiko and punched her in the stomach. Asriel, I did it. Toriel, great job, Asriel. You are doing great. Ochiko put her fingers together. Ochiko, release. Asriel then fell to the ground face first. Asriel, Owie. Ochiko, sorry. Asriel, it's alright. But I feel like this ranged attack is rather risky because I can't focus it on a single point. May, don't worry. I'll make up some babies that will allow you to focus it down. I did so for Izuku, so I can do it for you. Asriel, babies? Ida, that's just what he calls her inventions. Asriel, oh. Makes sense. Chara, it does. Asriel, well, a mother ends up creating her children. And May creates her inventions. So May is like the mother to her inventions, and her inventions are her children. May, finally! Someone actually understands. Ida, huh? That actually makes sense. My apologies for not understanding. May meh. It's cool. And so, for the rest of the day, they all kept training. It wasn't just Asriel though. Everyone was training. The fallen humans were focused on learning how to use magic with their weapons. Marine could now create many toy knives made of her patient's magic, which she could either impale her enemies from the ground, or just shoot them when they manifest in the air. They weren't deadly though, because they were still toy knives. Randy was able to empower his gloves with his bravery magic to make them indestructible, and cause a lot of damage. Alina could empower her ballet shoes with her integrity magic and increase her speed and jumps. Batty can empower her notebook with her perseverance magic and shoot out words that could either harm or heal. It depends on whether the words are hurtful or supportive. Cody can empower his pan with his kindness magic and use it to make an unbreakable shield as well as create magic food that can restore the health of his teammates. Clover is able to do the same thing he did with Muscular. Finally, Chara can empower her knife with her determination and send out a wave of determination energy like when Link uses the Master Sword. Meanwhile, Izuku was taught how to use the Fire Dragon's Claw, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, Fire Dragon's Wing Attack, and Fire Dragon's Flame Elbow. As for Asriel, he got his own Air Force gloves and put them to good use. He also learned that he should try lowering his output to keep any innocent bystanders or teammates that are nearby safe and at the last second, increase the power for a maxed out punch at his current level. Currently, he could use up to 25% now. It was now starting to get dark. Undyne, alright punks. It's time for you all to go to sleep. Including you, Aizawa. Aizawa didn't make a fuss about it. Not after what happened last time. But then, Gaster and Eri came back. Izuku, Eri. Are you okay? Eri, I sure am, Papa. I made 2 new friends. We all ran into a little trouble, but Mr. Gaster protected us. See? Not a single scratch. Izuku, thank you Gaster for keeping her safe. And sorry for threatening you earlier, Gaster, sans, he said. No worries. When you're a father, you tend to be very protective for your kids. I would do the same thing if I were you. Izuku, thank you for understanding. Eri, we even brought our new friends here. Her 2 new friends came in and greeted them. But who are they? That will be answered in the next chapter. Gaster and Eri's adventure. Gaster and Eri were walking into the underground. Eri, so what do you need my quirk for in order to help the monsters that you're talking about? Gaster. Translation. I'm sure you know of a feeling called determination. Eri, why yeah? Everyone feels it. Gaster. Eri, what do you mean wrong? Gaster. Translation. You see, a long time ago, Alphys experimented with determination on monsters that were dying. With enough determination, humans and monsters will be able to persist after death. Eri, wow. That's so cool. Gaster. Translation. Indeed. However, it turns out that the bodies of monsters cannot handle determination. Soon, they started to melt together and became what are now known as amalgamates. Eri, that's so sad. Gaster. Translation. This is why I need your quirk. I built a device to temporarily supercharge it so that you'll be able to use your rewind quirk on the amalgamates and bring them back to their normal selves. Don't worry though. Despite being melted together, their behavior is not deadly to anyone. Eri, phew. Gaster and Eri then arrived at the core. Gaster. Translation. Ah. I remember this place fondly. Eri, you do? Gaster. Translation. Of course. This is the core. It provides magical electricity to the entire underground. In fact, your grandpa Hasashi and I were the ones who created it. But when I fell into it, I ended up trapped in the void. Luckily, my eldest son, Sans, created a machine to bring me back from the void, and then Ms. Hatsum perfected the machine. So now I'm back. Eri, what's the void? Gaster. Translation. It's a pitch-black place where absolutely nothing exists. Eri, sounds scary. Eri was snatched by someone. My. A human with a horn. You are absolutely adorable. I'm going to make you a star. Gaster. Translation. Let her go. Now, oh my goodness. You must be Dr. W.D. Gaster. Alphys told me a lot about you. Why do you want me to let her go? Who is she? Gaster. Translation. She is Eri Midoriya. And I promised her father that I would keep her safe. And her father is the son of my best friend. So I would appreciate it if you let her go. I understand. I will put her down. Sorry, Eri. Eri, it's okay, mister. My name is Mettaton. Mettaton then puts her down. Eri, okay, Mr. Taunton. Mettaton, ah. How adorable. So what brings you two here? Gaster. Translation. We are looking for the amalgamates. With Eri's help, we'll be able to separate them. Mettaton, how can a human do that? Gaster. Translation. Because of Eri's quirk. It's called rewind. She is able to rewind living beings back to a previous state. Mettaton, my. That is quite strong. Alright. 5 of the amalgamates are still in the true lab, one of them is in Waterfall. And the remaining 2 are in Snowdin. Gaster. Translation. Thank you, Mettaton. I really appreciate your cooperation. Let's go, Eri. Eri, okay. Thank you, Mr. Taunton. Goodbye. And with that, the 2 left to go to the true lab. With Mettaton clutching his heart because of the sheer cuteness that is Eri. Eventually, they reach Alphys' lab. Gaster then searches through a classified drawer that only he was allowed to use. There, he found a bracelet and gave it to Eri. Eri, what's this? Gaster. Translation. This is a special bracelet that vastly improves powers. With this, you will be able to rewind the amalgamates back to before they all started dying. However, for some reason it only works on kids under 10 years old. Probably for plot reasons, Eri then put the bracelet on. The 2 then headed into the elevator that led to the true lab. When they left the elevator, Eri got behind Gaster because she was scared. Gaster. Translation. Don't worry, Eri. I will keep you safe. Eri, pinky promise? Gaster. Translation. Pinky promise. Eri, okay. The 2 then walked along to explore the true lab. Along the way, they found some videotapes, which Eri decided to play. She then listened to some past events. Unfortunately, there were no images at all. After that, they left the room and continued to explore. Eventually, they ran into something that terrified Eri. Gaster. Translation. Eri. Don't worry. This is one of the amalgamates. I looked through Alphys' journal. It's called Reaper Bird. It's time for you to become a hero. Eri gulped but walked forward. Eri, hi. I'm Eri. I'm going to help you, okay? Reaper Bird just tilted its head in confusion. But let Eri try it because Reaper Bird just couldn't say no to her. Eri then used Rewind on Reaper Bird, and after a few minutes, Reaper Bird split into 3 different monsters. Final Frogget. Ow. Whoa. What the fuyo yiyuaj? The final Frogget quickly corrected itself after almost cursing in front of Eri. Whimsalot, what on earth just happened? How did we split up? Astigmatism, you dummy. It was obviously the unicorn. Duh, final frogget, you're right. What's your name, kid? Eri, it's Ieri Midoriya. Wincelot, thank you so much for saving us. How did you do it? Eri, it's my quirk, rewind. I can rewind a living being to a previous state. This bracelet gave me a boost in power so that I would be able to rewind you guys back to before you became amalgamates. Astigmatism, well, Pipsqueak, you have our gratitude. Thank you, Eri, you're welcome. Bye. And with that, Eri and Gaster left to find the other amalgamates. As they walked, they found 3 more. And Eri was much more scared of them. Gaster, translation, your fear is perfectly understandable. However, there is nothing to fear. These are memorheads. They really just want to have people join their fun activities. It will be okay, Eri, if you say so. She walks to the memory heads. Eri, hi. Memory heads, come join the fun. Eri decided to make this quick and she rewinded them and they split up. However, before Eri could speak to them, they ran off. Eri, did I do something wrong? Eri was going to cry until Gaster spoke to her. Gaster, translation, no, Eri. You did nothing wrong. Those monsters are just very antisocial and shy. You did good. Eri, thank you. Eri and Gaster kept on moving, but, Eri, I'm tired, Mr. Gaster. Can I rest on this bed? Gaster, translation, all right. You've been working hard. You earned this. Eri then got on a bed. And then something showed up. Eri, Gaster, translation, calm down, Eri. According to Dr. Alfie's notes, this amalgamate is the friendliest one of them all. It's also the last amalgamate here in the True Lab. Would you be willing to help it first? Eri, okay. Eri then used her quirk on the amalgamate. But instead of the amalgamate splitting up, it turned back into the single monster that it was. Gaster, translation, wait. That's, Eri, hi, wow. I'm back to normal. Thank you, Eri Midoriya. Eri? That's a nice name. I'm Kanako Ketsukane. Eri Ketsukane? Do you know someone named Saroba? Kanako, she's my mother. I hope she's alright. Gaster, translation, she was very distraught after what happened to you, Kanako. Kanako, who are you? And what did you say? Eri gave Kanako the notebook that would help her translate what he said. Eri, his name is W.D. Gaster. Kanako, wow. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gaster. Gaster, translation, your mother will be very pleased to see you, Kanako. Kanako, I'm sure she will. Let's go. Eri, hang on, Kanako. There are still 3 amalgamates left for me to save. Kanako, oh. Well, mind if I join you guys? Gaster, translation, no, not at all. And so, the trio left the True Lab and headed to Waterfall. When they got to Waterfall, Eri and Kanako were mesmerized by the beauty of the area. Kanako, so this is Waterfall? I've never been here before. It's beautiful. Eri, yeah? I could stare at this place for hours. Hey, Kanako? Kanako, yeah? Eri, do you want to be friends? Kanako, I would love that. The two then talked a lot while following Gaster. Eventually, they went past the piano and found the amalgamate they were searching for. Gaster, translation, now, kids, this is lemon bread. It used to live here in Waterfall before becoming an amalgamate. And you see the monster she's speaking with? Kanako and Eri, yeah? Gaster, translation, that's Shiren. She's a singer. And Lemon Bread's sister. I'm quite certain she will be happy to have her sister back to normal. Are you ready, Eri? Eri, Mom. Eri walks over to Shiren and Lemon Bread. Eri, hello? Can I please help you become normal again? Lemon Bread was confused but allowed Eri to do what she wanted. So Eri then used Rewind and Lemon Bread split into 3 monsters. Shiren, Shyra. You're back, Shira, incredible. How did you do that, kid? Eri then explained to Shira and Shiren her quirk, while the other 2 thanked her and left. Shiren, thank you so much. Eri, you're welcome. Bye. And with that, the trio left. Kanako, your quirk is amazing. Eri, thanks. I'm glad Overhaul was wrong. Gaster, translation, Overhaul? Who's Overhaul? Eri, oops. Kanako, if you don't want to tell us, you don't have to. Eri, no. I'll tell you. Eri then told them all about Overhaul and what he did to her. Kanako was frightened and disgusted. But Gaster was furious. He would swear, but Eri has gotten very good at translating his words, so he had to bite his tongue. Kanako, I'm so sorry. But in all honesty, Eri looked nervous at what she was about to say. Kanako, your papa is so cool. Well, that was a good sign. Afterwards, they all chatted with each other about the surface world until they arrived in Snowdin. Gaster. Translation. This place brings me fond memories. Kids, welcome to Snowdin, my hometown. As they walked through Snowdin town, they found another amalgamate that looked like a dog. Gaster. Translation. This is Endogeny. An amalgamation of many different dog monsters. Eri and Kanako, doggies. Eri rushed over to Endogeny and petted it. After Endogeny was content, Eri used her quirk on Endogeny and split it into many different dog monsters. They were so happy that they tackled Eri and licked her. Don't get the wrong idea, people. After that, the trio kept walking along the path, but they stopped a few times because Eri and Kanako wanted to make snow angels. They were having a lot of fun there, and it made Gaster happy. Gaster. Translation. The sounds of children having fun and enjoying their childhood. It's a wonderful sound to hear. After a while, they finally came across the last amalgamate. Gaster. Translation. To be honest, I find this amalgamate to be the most depressing one. This is Crystal. And, as you can see, she's not doing well. Eri, don't worry, Ms. Crystal. I'll help you. Crystal would turn to see Eri right beside her. Eri then uses her quirk and splits the amalgamate into 17 different monsters. Crystal, I am my old self again. Thank you so much, Snowdrake, Mom. You're back to normal. Crystal, I am. Thanks to this young girl. Snowdrake, thank you so much. That was very cool of you. Eri laughed at that. After that, the trio got ready to go. But then, help! The trio turns around to see a massive human chasing after a poor kid. Get back here, you wuss! Gaster acted fast and blasted the man with a Gaster blaster. He then got out a necklace and put it on. This necklace gives him the ability to speak in any language. He then clears his throat. Gaster, kid? You see these two kids over there? He points to Eri and Kanako. The kid nods his head. Gaster, go to them. I'll take care of this human. Please. Don't. He's strong. He dash asterisk softly asterisk he already killed my family. Everyone present was in shock. The poor boy's parents were murdered by this human. Gaster, I see. That just gives me more of a reason to do this. Don't worry. I'm stronger than I look. Tell me, what's your name? It's Monster Kid. But everyone calls me MK. Gaster, I see. Don't worry, MK. I'll deal with this villain. Gaster then walks up to the villain. Gaster, who are you? I am Redestro. Gaster, I see. Now, Redestro, why did you kill his family? Redestro, because only the strong deserve to survive. Those fools were far too weak. And so is he. So he must die. All the monsters present were disgusted with his behavior. Especially Gaster. Gaster, I see. Well, I'd say your soul is dark, darker yet darker. The darkness in your heart keeps growing. Those shadows are cutting deeper. I hate what you have done. I hate your viewpoint. I guess I will have to teach you a lesson. Redestro, the hell do you expect to? He was cut off when he got blasted by a Gaster blaster. Redestro, GH. You bastard. Gaster just smirked. Gaster, this next experiment seems very, very interesting. WD Gaster vs Redestro and family reunion. The fight started with Redestro shooting a purplish-black ball of energy at Gaster. However, Gaster blocked it with a green shield that was produced by a disembodied hand with a green hole. Redestro, the hell? Redestro was beginning to get angry that Gaster blocked it so easily. He then started to get bigger. Gaster, how interesting. It seems that negative emotions such as stress, anger, and frustration is what has you increase your size. Gaster then noticed that Redestro's artificial legs were the same. Gaster then dodged a punch from Redestro and shot a Gaster blaster at him, causing him to shout in pain and back up. Gaster, but it appears that artificial limbs can't be affected by your quirk. Am I correct? Redestro started to grow bigger and shot another purplish-black ball of energy at Gaster. But he just remained calm and dodged it. Gaster then ran up to Redestro and spawned a bunch of white dots around him. Redestro, the hell? What's with the marbles? The dots then turned orange and caused massive explosions around Redestro. When he got up, he got even bigger. Everyone was freaking out at the sheer size of him. Everyone except Gaster. He wasn't even taking this seriously. He wanted to learn everything about this quirk. Toy with him. Make him learn that actions have consequences. Gaster, How fascinating. To think that a human could gain this kind of power through negative emotions alone. Redestro, do you ever shut up? Redestro managed to land a punch on Gaster and sent him flying into a tree. But Gaster didn't even have a scratch on him. Gaster, what a feat! I must acknowledge your Quirk's strength. Gaster got up and walked over. MK, yo, what is he doing? Kanako, I don't know. Eri, Uncle Sans told me that he likes to mess with his enemies and learn everything about them before humiliating them. What does humiliating mean? MK, beats me. Kanako, it means to basically make fun of someone. Eri, oh, like I do with Overhaul sometimes. MK, who? Eri, I don't want to talk about it. MKO. Okay. By the way, I didn't get your names. Eri, I'm Eri Midoriya. Kanako, I'm Kanako Ketsukane. MK, yo! I'm Monster Kid. But everyone calls me MK. Back with Gaster, he was restraining Redestro with cyan strings. He wanted to see if Redestro could break free. While Redestro struggled for about 5 minutes, he managed to break free. Gaster, it appears that my strings won't work forever. Looks like I can't just tie you up and take you to the surface. How interesting. Redestro then charged at Gaster again in an attempt to crush his skull. But Gaster skillfully dodged and shot bullet-like projectiles at him. They caused him a lot of pain, but he was still going strong. However, Gaster kept eyeing Redestro's legs. Gaster, I wonder what would happen if I amputated his other body parts. Would they go back to normal immediately? Would they stay like that permanently? Or would they gradually turn back to normal? Only one way to find out. Gaster then shot out a dark blue razor disc at Redestro's right arm and cut it off. Immediately, the now amputated arm turned back to normal. Redestro, ch. You bastard, Gaster, so my first hypothesis was correct. If your limbs are amputated, they immediately turn back to normal. Don't worry. I won't cut off your other arm just yet. We still have a few more tests to do. Redestro, I'm going to annihilate you. Redestro grew even bigger. Gaster, impressive. Redestro, I've been holding back this whole time. Now you shall taste my full power. I'll make you regret what you did to me. Gaster, so this is his full power. Let's see if he can break my shield. Redestro charged at Gaster with a purplish-black energy wave emerging from his left hand. Gaster merely smirked as he put up another green shield to block it. Redestro hit the shield dead on, but it only left a tiny crack. Gaster, how interesting. This amount of power is incredible. It was enough to leave a crack in my shield. You have such a powerful quirk. And that was just with one hand. Maybe I should have waited a little longer before amputating your arm. Redestro, who the hell is this guy? He's so strong. Gaster, I have a question for you. Do you know what it's like to not exist? Redestro, huh? Gaster began to chuckle to himself. Gaster, have you ever heard of the void? It's a pitch-black place where nothing exists. Redestro, never heard of it. Gaster, your love is far too high for you to stick around. So is your EXP. Redestro, what? Love? EXP? What is so bad about love? Gaster, I'm not talking about the love that you humans are aware of. Allow me to explain. Gaster uses his cyan strings to trap Redestro again. Only this time, he couldn't escape. Gaster, don't bother trying to escape. You weren't the only one who was holding back. Redestro, why you were holding back? Gaster, indeed. I could have ended you instantly. But I held back because I wanted to learn everything I could about your quirk. Redestro gulped at this. Gaster, now, about EXP. What is it? It's an acronym. It stands for Execution Points. A way of quantifying the pain you have inflicted on others. When you kill someone, your EXP increases. And I have never seen someone with such a high amount of EXP. Redestro was starting to get worried about where this was going. Gaster, when you have enough EXP, your love increases. Love, too, is an acronym. It stands for Level of Violence. A way of measuring someone's capacity to hurt. The more you kill, the easier it becomes to distance yourself. The more you distance yourself, the less you will hurt. The more easily you can bring yourself to hurt others. And your love is at 20. That is as high as you can go. You are a menace to everyone. Someone like you should not exist. Redestro gulped. Redestro, are you going to kill me? Gaster, oh no. Redestro sighed in relief and decreased in size. But that didn't last long. Gaster, however, Gaster teleported him and Redestro to somewhere else. The core. Redestro, where are we? Gaster, this is the core. I created this a long time ago. It provides power to the underground. Redestro then looked down to see a very long fall. Gaster, however, one day, I fell down into the core. And you know what happened? Redestro was becoming frightened by what he would hear next. Gaster, I was shattered across time and space. I ended up in the void and now it's your turn. Redestro panicked and tried to escape, but he couldn't get far. He was then picked up by Gaster's cyan strings and was thrown into the core. He was then shattered across time and space, with Redestro. Redestro, where am I? Redestro looked around to see nothing. There was nothing there. He knew exactly where he was. He was in the void. Redestro, no. This can't be happening to me. Someone. Anyone. Heap. Redestro was now trapped in a fate far worse than death. Back with Gaster. Gaster, well, that takes care of that. I better check back with the kids. Gaster teleports back to Eri, Kanako, and MK. Gaster, are you kids alright? Eri, yeah? Thank you, Mr. Gaster. Kanako, you saved us all. You're so strong. MK, thanks, man. Gaster, you're hurting, aren't you? MK, honestly? Yeah. I lost my entire family thanks to that man. Gaster, well, he won't be of any trouble now. He is now trapped in a place he can never escape from without any outside help. He's never coming back. The monsters and Eri all cheered for Gaster. But Gaster reassured that he was just happy to help. Then, a thought came to him. Gaster, monster kid. How about you come with us? MK, yo, seriously? Gaster, you will be welcomed with open arms. I promise you that. MK, well, okay. I'll come with you guys. I'd rather stick with my new friends than be left all alone. Gaster, you have made the right choice. Just then, Gaster's necklace flashed red. Gaster, translation, looks like it's out of power. I'll need to find a more suitable power source. Perhaps Ms. Hatsum can help me with that. MK, what? Eri, that necklace gave him the ability to speak our language. But it ran out of power now, so he's back to speaking in his regular language. Don't worry. I can translate. Gaster, translation. Alright kids, it's time to go. Eri translated and they all nodded and left the underground. Eventually, they make it back to their place. Eri, here we are. Are you ready? Kanako and MK, you bet. Gaster and Eri entered first and were greeted by Izuku. Izuku, Eri. Are you okay? Eri, I sure am, Papa. I made 2 new friends. We all ran into a little trouble, but Mr. Gaster protected us. See? Not a single scratch. Izuku, thank you Gaster for keeping her safe. And sorry for threatening you earlier. Gaster, sans, he said. No worries. When you're a father, you tend to be protective of your kids. I would do the same thing if I were you. Izuku, thank you for understanding. Eri, we even brought our new friends here. Kanako and MK entered the room. MK, yo. I'm Monster Kid. But everyone calls me MK, Kanako, and I'm Kanako Ketsukane. Saroba, what? KKKKKKKKK Kanako? Is it really you? If this is some kind of sick joke, I am not laughing. Eri, nope. This is one of my new best friends, Kanako. Saroba was crying as she hugged her daughter very tightly. Kanako, YOURSQEZINGMETOOTIGHTLY. Saroba lets go of her. Saroba, how? How is this possible? Gaster then explains what the trip to the underground was all about. Saroba, thank you so much. Izuku noticed that MK was looking down. Izuku, hey MK? Is something wrong? MK looks up and then tells Izuku about losing his parents to Redestro. Kota then walks up to him. Kota, I know what it's like to lose your parents. MK, you do? Kota, I also lost my parents. And my grandmother. By a villain named Muscular. I know what it feels like. So I want you to know, you're not alone in this. I will help you. I'll be a great friend to you. What do you say? MK was happy to hear that someone would help him. Kota then hugged him. MK would have hugged back, but he has no arms. May noticed this and walked up to Gaster. May, hey Gaster. What do you say to helping me build some robotic arms for little MK over there? Gaster, translation, that sounds wonderful. However, Gaster hands the special necklace to May. Gaster, translation, You see, this is a special necklace. When I wear it, I am able to speak your language. Unfortunately, it runs on a limited power supply. So I was hoping that we could also come up with a power source that would never run out so I could keep speaking your language without needing it to ever run out of power. Can you help me with that? Mei looks at the necklace and starts grinning like a madwoman. Mei, I'm sure I can whip up a supercharged baby to work it out. Gaster. Translation. Thank you, Ms. Hatsum. I greatly appreciate it. After that, everyone went to bed as they were tired from all the events that happened. But what awaits them tomorrow? Finding more friends. A few days have passed and Izuku has learned all the tricks he needed to learn. Meanwhile, a lot of smoke came from Mei and Gaster's new lab and the two were coughing it up. Mei, sorry, Gaster. I was able to recharge the necklace, but I can't create a permanent power source. Gaster. Translation. I see. Well, that is quite unfortunate. Mei, sorry, Gaster. I'm pretty good at creating all sorts of babies, but this needs an expert. Only one person I know of can create such a powerful source. Melissa Shield. Gaster. Translation. Melissa Shield? Who is that? Mei, Melissa Shield is the Quirkless daughter of David Shield. She is one of, if not the best inventor I have ever met. Gaster. Translation. Quirkless daughter? I assume she had a rough life. I have done my research on the deaths of the Quirkless. Mei, she didn't kill herself. Although I have no idea where she is. The island was destroyed but all the inhabitants escaped to different countries. Gaster. Translation. So she might still be alive. Mei, you're right. Gaster. Translation. And I remember reading an article that mentioned a large revolution of advanced technology in America. If Melissa is there, we have to find her. Mei, right. Let's do this. But instead of going outside he went inside. Papyrus, go where? Mei, holy Craawab Papyrus. You scared me. Mei was getting the stink eye from Sans when she nearly swore in front of Papyrus. Papyrus, my apologies, human. Mei, it's alright. Anyways, Gaster and I are planning on heading to America to find my friend Melissa's shield so she can create a permanent power source for Gaster's translation necklace. Papyrus, neehehe. In that case, I, the great Papyrus, shall come too. Mei, are you sure? Gaster. Translation. I believe we should all go. There's no telling what we'll encounter in America. It's best we be at our strongest. Mei, good point. Let's gather everyone up. And so, everyone was brought together and Mei told everyone the plan. Izuku, it'll be great to see Melissa again. Inko, I'll stay behind and watch over the kids. Mandalay, me too. Sans, follow me. I know a shortcut. Sans teleports everyone to America. Asriel, golly. It's a lot nicer here. America still had a bit of damage going on, but not nearly as much as in Japan. Martlet, well, it makes sense. All for one Tenko Shimura Tomura Shigaraki. Clover, the point is, he does not have the goal of ruling the world. Just Japan. So it makes sense that this country is better off. But where in America are we? Izuku, I'd say we're in California. How much longer till we head home? Everyone turned to see 5 people. One was a boy who looked to be about a year older than them. He had brown hair, had an iPhone in a Rotom phone case, Shox earphones on top of his ears, was wearing a t-shirt with Kirby on it, and green shorts, and a red birthmark on his forehead. Along with him was another boy who looked to be 12 years old. He had long brown hair that covered one of his eyes. He was wearing a blue t-shirt and red shorts. Then we have a brown-haired girl who looks to be 15. She had long brown hair that reached down to her shoulders. She was wearing a green shirt and blue shorts. Beside her was a woman who was about 50 years old but looked more like 35. She had brown hair of the same length, was wearing a sun hat, black shirt, sweats, and had sunglasses on. Next to her was a man with black glasses, a yellow cap, red shirt, white shorts, and had gray hair. He looked 50. Izuku and the others decided to ask for directions from them. Izuku, hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Who are you? The boy with the red birthmark looked up from his phone and decided to greet him. Hey. My name is Ruben. This is my family. Points at the other brown-haired boy, my annoying little brother, Rafi. Points at the younger brown-haired girl, my little sister, Sadie. Points at the brown-haired lady, my mom, Melissa. Points at the gray-haired man and my dad, Johnny. Ruben, oh, for the love of really, Dad? Sigh, his name is Stuart. Not Johnny. Nice to meet you all. Everyone then introduced themselves. Melissa, so, is there something you need? I'm sure we'd be happy to help. May, have you seen a quirkless girl with long blonde hair and glasses who looks to be about Ruben's age? Ruben, actually, yeah. I kinda got separated from my family, and she and a friend of hers helped me locate them with some cool invention. Asriel, do you know where they are now? Sadie, sorry. That was a couple hours ago. Ruben, don't worry. I got you, fam. Clover, huh? Ruben, it's a meme. Geez. Ruben's birthmark glowed blue and changed shape to an anthropomorphic hedgehog. Ruben then started to transform and was enveloped in a blue glow. When the glow died down, instead of a human with brown hair there was Izuku, so cool. What quirk is that? Ruben, I have the ability to transform into video game characters. So long as they originated from video games. My birthmark changes depending on the character I shape-shift into. In this case, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Fastest thing alive. Good thing too. I may be a shapeshifter, but I'm also an outer shapeshifter. Ruben grabbed Izuku and Asriel and sped off at incredible speed. Clover, well, that just happened. Seeing as though my brother isn't going to be here, I'm going to do what he would in this situation. So now we know of Ruben's quirk. What's yours, Rafi? Rafi, I have super speed. I can go up to 500 miles per hour. Clover writes this down. Clover, got it. Impressive. What about yours, Sadie? Sadie, I have telepathy. I can read minds and speak to others directly from their minds. Clover, telepathy? Awesome, he writes it down. Clover, what about yours, Melissa? Melissa, I have teleportation. I can teleport anywhere as long as I have been to the location before or where my family is. But it's only with people who I share blood with. So I can't teleport to Stuart's parents. Clover writes it down. Clover, great. Thanks. And Stuart? Stuart, it's flight. Simply put, I can fly. Clover writes it down. Meanwhile, with Ruben, Asriel, and Izuku, Ruben, they couldn't have gone far. There's only so much distance walking could put between us. Asriel, can't we slow down? This is way too fast. Ruben, nope. Hey! I see them. Why are they running? Izuku and Asriel looked to see two girls running away from someone or something. Izuku, Melissa, Asriel, Frisk? Ruben stopped and saw who was chasing them. Izuku, Ruben. Asriel. That's Wolfram. Ruben and Asriel. Who? Izuku, Wolfram. A villain. Quirks, metal manipulation and muscle augmentation. Metal manipulation grants the user the ability to control pre-existing metallic material. Wolfram generates iron pillars from a helipad. By just placing his hand on any metallic surface, Wolfram can manipulate any given object in the room to create different types of structures to attack and or defend. With the ability to bend any metal to their will, the user is capable of freely bending and changing the shape of any metal material they wish. This gives Wolfram a major advantage when fighting in areas filled with a lot of metal objects. Muscle augmentation is a quirk that gives its user the ability to amplify, manipulate, and augment their muscle layers inside and outside their body, granting them increased immense strength, speed, and durability. Ruben, wow, good to know. Unfortunately, they found Melissa and Frisk near an abandoned factory. Lot of metal there. Ruben, should we help them? Izuku and Asriel, yes. Ruben's birthmark changes into an anthropomorphic jackal and he transformed again. Ruben, let's do this. Izuku and Asriel, hi. The three rushed towards Wolfram just as he had cornered Melissa and Frisk. Wolfram, time for you brats to die. Before he could hit them, however, Asriel, Hotland Smash. Izuku, Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Ruben, Meteor Mash. All three attacks hit Wolfram head on, knocking him back. Melissa and Frisk recognized their old friends. Melissa, Izuku? Ruben? Frisk, Ruben? Asriel? Ruben, phew! We made it in time. Good to see you two again. Wolfram emerges and recognizes Izuku. Wolfram, it's you. I haven't forgotten what happened last time. I'll destroy you. And your friends. The three boys turned to look at Frisk and Melissa. Izuku, don't worry. Asriel, do you know why? Ruben recognized what they were about to say and played along. Ruben, Izuku, and Asriel, because we are here. THR3 turn back to Wolfram and get themselves powered up for the fight that's about to happen. A new trio. Wolfram put his hand on some of the metal of the abandoned factory and launched a bunch of metal pillars at the three boys. Luckily, Ruben used Bullet Punch and destroyed every single one. Ignore Gerados. Wolfram, the fuck? Before he could say anything else, he got kicked in the head by Asriel, who snuck up behind him, launching him into a nearby tree. He got up and rushed at the three only for Ruben to show up from behind and launch him into the factory with Blaze Kick. Ruben, HH. Sucker, Izuku, Ruben? Ruben, yeah, Izuku. Did you forget what I said about his first quirk? Ruben, no, Izuku. Then why did you launch him into the factory that is full of metal? Ruben, fuck. God damn it. I'm so stupid, Wolfram. Haha HH. I'll say, Asriel, what's done is done. We just have to go through with it. Izuku, hi. Ruben, right. What does hi mean? Izuku, it means yes. Ruben, oh. Noted. The three went inside and were almost impaled by metal spikes. Luckily, Asriel's danger sense kicked in and helped them all avoid it. Izuku, yikes. Ruben, that was way too close. Wolfram then used his muscle augmentation and rushed towards Ruben and punched him square in the chest, knocking him right into a wall. Ruben and Wolfram, GH. Turns out Wolfram didn't take into account the physiology of a Lucario. In this case, the spike on their chest. His fist was stabbed. Wolfram, you're gonna pay for that. Ruben, you're the one who punched me. Dicknips, Melissa and Frisk, who were watching, snorted at the name calling. Ruben, besides, I think you're forgetting something. Wolfram was confused. But then, Izuku, fire dragon wings. Streams of fire hit Wolfram dead on and knocked him into another wall. Wolfram, you bastard! Why are you even here in the first place? Izuku, looking for Melissa. Wasn't expecting to see you here. And I definitely wasn't expecting to see these two in danger. But now that we are here, we won't let you harm them. Ever. Wolfram smiled at this. Wolfram, really? Well then, let's make things more interesting. He pulls out a syringe. Wolfram, recognize this? Asriel, no. Ruben pulled himself out of the wall. Ruben, what is that? Asriel, no clue. Izuku, crap. That's the trigger drug. Ruben and Asriel, what's the trigger drug? Izuku, trigger is a drug used to enhance the power of the quirks. Because it is distributed and used by villainous criminal organizations, the drug is illegal in many countries. Due to its quirk boosting effects, it's also called boost. There is a legal variant of trigger, used to stop baldness and erectile dysfunction, although it is illegal to sell it without a license to sell pharmaceuticals. Trigger is distributed in pre-filled syringes that are usually injected through the neck. Trigger is produced in different regions of the world, so its quality can vary from one place to another. Those produced in Asia are usually of poor quality, and their effects only last a few minutes, while the trigger produced in America can last an hour or two. Ruben, I don't like the sound of that. Wolfram injects himself with the trigger, and his whole body begins to glow. Asriel, golly! Wolfram launches hundreds of metal pillars at the tree at incredible speed. They barely managed to avoid most of them. Unfortunately, Ruben got hit a few times and was knocked down to the ground. Izuku rushed to check on them. Izuku, Ruben! Are you alright? Ruben, GH. Yeah. I'm good. Damn. He's strong. Wolfram began to rush towards the two. Asriel saw this and jumped over to them. Asriel, stay away from them. Wolfram, what the? I can't see. Ruben, the heck is happening? Izuku, Asriel must have unlocked one for all 6th user's quirk. Smokescreen. Ruben, what's? One for all? Asriel, how do you? Ruben, I'm a Lucario right now. I can read minds. You can tell me later. We have to take care of Wolfram. And with this smokescreen, I know we can do it. Izuku, how? Smokescreen is great for shrouding ourselves, but it's not like we can see anything here. Ruben, maybe you can't. But I can. Asriel, how so? Ruben, as a Lucario, I'm able to sense and even see the aura of others. No foe can remain invisible to me in this form. Not even in all this fog. As long as they have an aura, they can't hide from me. Ruben's eyes went from red to blue. Ruben, special move, aura vision. After he said that, Ruben found Wolfram's aura. Ruben, bingo. Follow me. Izuku and Asriel went after Ruben, who rushed towards Wolfram. Ruben, hey, Wolfram. Have a taste of my aura sphere. The aura sphere blasted Wolfram in the back. Izuku then followed its direction. Izuku, fire dragon's claw. The attack hit Wolfram directly in the face. Asriel soon followed the attack. Asriel, take this. Ruin smash. The blast hit Wolfram in the gut, and also cleared the smoke. Wolfram sent out even more metal pillars now that he could see them again. but Ruben got in front of them and used Protect. Wolfram, damn! These kids are good. Even the dumbest of them. Wolfram then noticed Melissa and Frisk watching and decided to switch gears. He launched a bunch of metal spikes at the two: Izuku, Ruben, and Asriel, Frisk. Melissa. Before Ruben could act, Izuku and Asriel took off at great speed. Asriel managed to save Melissa while Izuku managed to save Frisk. Ruben, sigh, oh, thank God. Izuku and Asriel, are you two okay? Melissa and Frisk nodded. Ruben rushed towards them. Ruben, sorry. It's my fault for giving Wolfram so much ammunition. Wolfram, don't worry about it. Ruben, Izuku, and Asriel all turned to face Wolfram in anger. Ruben, anyone have any ideas? I'm not much of a leader. Izuku, when I first fought Wolfram, I had the assistance of Almight. But he's gone. Asriel, wait, it was just you and Almight? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but 3 is better than 2, right? Ruben, he's right. Izuku, I see. Of course. We all have powerful quirks. Maybe if we can combine our strongest moves together, we can power through. Ruben, good thinking, you too. Ruben got himself ready to use Meteor Mash. Asriel, let's do this. Oh golly. This will hurt. Asriel powered up to 100% of his power in his right arm. Izuku, it's now or never. Izuku was engulfed in green flames. Ready for the Fire Dragon's sword horn. Wolfram used his metal manipulation quirk to create metal gauntlets and charged at them. Izuku, Asriel, and Ruben all rushed at him. Izuku, hey Wolfram. Have you ever heard these words before? Asriel, if not, Ruben, then allow us to teach you what they really mean. All 3, go beyond. All 3, plus ULTRAAA. Their attacks collided. A massive shockwave occurred. Both sides were pushed back. But Wolfram was launched much farther and hit many objects in his path. Lots of materials like dirt and metal were everywhere, clouding everyone's view. When it all cleared, Izuku, Asriel, and Ruben were all standing proud while Wolfram was completely unconscious. Asriel's arm was broken, but he healed himself up. He then wrapped up Wolfram with Black Whip. Ruben, awesome! We did it! After celebrating their victory, the 3 went to the girls. Izuku, are you two okay? Melissa, yeah? We are. Thanks to you guys. Meanwhile, with Frisk, Fight Act, Item Mercy, Izuku Midoriya, Asriel Dreemurr, Ruben, Melissa Shield, Check Flirt, Talk, Izuku Midoriya, 80 at 75 DF, a boy who always wanted to be a hero like his idol, All Might, kinda cute, Fight Act, Item Mercy, Izuku Midoriya, Asriel Dreemurr, Ruben, Melissa Shield, Check Ask, Asriel Dreemurr, at DF, Prince of the Underground who died many years ago. How is he here and alive? Frisk decided to talk to them. Frisk, hello? My name is Frisk. Izuku, hi Frisk. It's nice to meet you. Ruben changed back to normal. Ruben, so, Melissa. I was told by Izuku and Asriel over here that they needed your help for something. Not sure what it is though. Izuku, right. I should probably tell you. Izuku then explained everything that happened. Frisk, wow. I think we should help them, Mel. Melissa nodded. Frisk, but first I have to ask. Asriel, how are you alive? Asriel, Izuku, should I tell them? Izuku, they deserve to know. And I think Ruben should as well. Asriel, alright then. And so Asriel explained everything about One for All and how things have changed. Ruben, well then I'm definitely going to help you guys. Frisk, me too. Melissa, and so am I. Izuku and Asriel smiled. Izuku, thank you. I don't know how I can ever repay you for this. Frisk smirked. Frisk, well maybe if you and I have a little winks, fun, together, we can call it even. Izuku went atomic red and fainted. Ruben, the heck? Asriel, Frisk, you really need to stop doing that. And so, they all left. Wolfram was being dragged off with them by Asriel's Black Whip, and Ruben was now carrying Izuku while in the form of Knuckles. Little did they know that Frisk isn't quite as strong as she used to be. Frisk has been weakened. The 5 kids finally made it back to the others. Luckily, Izuku had woken up, so they wouldn't have to explain an unconscious Izuku. Melissa, look, they're back. Askari, welcome back, Frisk. Toriel, Frisk? Is that you? Frisk, oh? Hey, Toriel and Askari. Frisk looks around to see most of her other friends there. Frisk, hey, everyone. It's been a while. Most of the monsters ran up to Frisk and hugged her. She was happy about that. However, 2 monsters didn't come up to hug her. Gaster, who wasn't well acquainted with Frisk, and Sans. After the hugging was over, Sans walked up to Frisk. Sans, hey kiddo. Frisk, hey Sans. How are you? Sans, good I guess. Can I talk to you in private? Frisk, I'm sure. Sans and Frisk went to behind a building to speak alone. Ruben, so why were you looking for Shield anyway? Izuku then began to tell Ruben and his family everything about All for One, with Sans and Frisk. Frisk, so what is it you wanted to talk about? Sans, when do you plan on resetting? Frisk, Sans, I said. Sans, when do you plan on resetting? Frisk, never. Sans, I don't buy that for even a second, kiddo. Frisk, believe what you want, Sans, but I can't reset even if I wanted to. My soul is only at half power now. Sans, what do you mean by that? Frisk, well, it happened a while ago. Flashback, there was destruction everywhere. Frisk had decided to visit Japan on her own, but that trip was going pretty bad. And then, Melissa S. help. Frisk turned to see Melissa S., who had collapsed and was on the verge of death. Frisk, are you okay? Melissa S. couldn't answer. She was too weak to. Frisk, crap. There's gotta be a way to help her. Wait, maybe there is. I can save her by transferring half my soul power to her. But if I do that, I'll never be able to reset again. If I die, it might be permanent this time. Frisk then felt Melissa S. pulse. It was incredibly weak and was getting weaker. Frisk, damn it. I have no choice. If I don't do it now, she won't make it. Frisk then grabbed Melissa S. head and started to glow red. Eventually, the red glow died down and Frisk fell down. Her soul was now weakened and she couldn't reset anymore. However, Melissa S. gasps for air. What happened? Frisk sighs in relief. Frisk, glad you're okay. It's a long story. Hi. My name is Frisk. What's yours? Melissa S. My name's Melissa Shield. Nice to meet you, Frisk. End of flashback. Sans, whoa, kid. You gave all that up for a single life? Frisk, I know I've made some horrendous mistakes. Sans, murders. Some horrendous murders. Frisk, but can we please put it all behind us now? It's not like I can reset anymore. I would need my soul at full power. And that's never happening again. Sans, alright. Let's seal this deal with a handshake. Frisk, I know where this is going. Sans, come on. Humor me. Frisk smiles and shakes his hand. Frisk, you're right. It's always funny. Quick question. What's the deal with Izuku? He's cute. Sans, again with the flirting? Frisk, you never complained when I flirted with Papyrus. Sans, well, he's the brother of the yellow soul, Clover. Frisk, brother? Sans, yup. And he already has a girlfriend. Frisk, maybe she wouldn't mind sharing. Sans, yeah. Good luck with that, kiddo. Now, let's head back to the others. Frisk, right. And so, they went back to the crew. Frisk, so, I suppose we should introduce ourselves. Ochako, I suppose so. And so, everyone except for Frisk introduces themselves. Frisk, my turn. My name is Frisk Chisaki. It's nice to meet you. 1A Chisaki? Izuku, any relation to the Shy Hassaikai boss? Frisk, oh yeah? He adopted me and my brother, Kai, when we were young. At first, we were all happy, but when my brother went rogue, put Dad into a coma, and started experimenting on my adoptive niece, Eri, I ran away from home and have been on the run ever since. Toriel, is that why you didn't want to stay with us? Frisk, I had no choice. I couldn't put any of you in danger. But maybe with your guys' help we can. Chara, too late. Izuku already rescued and adopted her. Frisk, pardon? Izuku, long story. Izuku explained how he rescued and adopted Eri. Frisk smirks. Frisk, so, not only are you a cutie, but a strong cutie as well, huh? Izuku turned into a tomato. Ochako, HEM. Frisk, oh, come on. I'm sure we can share him. Ruben, I think that can wait. So what are you guys going to do now? May, well, we need Melissa's help with this. Both Melissas? Which one? May, Melissa S. She showed them the translator for Gaster. Melissa S. What's this? May, it's a special translator for our friend Gaster. He speaks in Wingdings, but this translator can help us understand him. But only you have the knowledge to make it happen. We need your help. Melissa S. I'd be happy to help. Ruben, as would I. Everyone, huh? Ruben, I want to help you in your fight with All for One. That fucker deserves to suffer. Frisk, I want to help too. Ruben's family. Us too. Izuku, you guys, are you sure? Ruben, I'm never sure of anything. So why would I start now? Take two. Ruben, without a doubt. Chara, well, any help is welcome. So, welcome to Team what's our team name? Izuku, Team Hero. Frisk, good enough for me. And so, they all left for Japan once again.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.